Project Kafka, The Bureaucracy Bomb. Chapter 1, The Form, 8B/9. The conquest of Earth took 11 minutes and 42 seconds. The paperwork took considerably longer. Supreme Commander Vrax of the Galactic Council's 7th Expansion Fleet had rehearsed this moment for what his species measured as the equivalent of 4 human years. The speech was memorized. The posture was correct. He stood at the head of the primary bridge of the Undying Dominion, a vessel 3 kilometers long and bristling with enough ordnance to reduce a continental shelf to slag, and he watched the pale blue sphere rotate slowly on the tactical display, and felt in the deep and resonant way that his species felt things that mattered, the particular satisfaction of a thing concluded. Earth's combined defense platforms had lasted 9 minutes before their targeting systems were overwhelmed. The remaining 2 minutes and 42 seconds had been spent waiting for the human military command to stop transmitting and accept the channel. Then the transmission had come through, and the human on the screen had said, in a voice of such complete and unremarkable calm, that Vrax's translator had initially flagged it as possible sedation, that Earth would be happy to discuss terms. Happy. They had used that word. Vrax had specified the terms in the standard format. Unconditional surrender, full resource extraction rights, transfer of all existing governmental authority to Council administration, effective immediately upon the signing of the Annexation Declaration. He had transmitted the declaration, a document of 17 lines that the Council's legal division had been refining for 6 centuries, and which left, by design, absolutely no room for ambiguity. The human on the screen had looked at it for a moment, nodded once in that odd up-down motion their species used to indicate understanding, and said they would send a representative to the Undying Dominion within the hour to formalize the agreement. Vrax had allowed himself privately to consider what he would say to the history processors, something with weight, something that acknowledged the scope of the moment. The shuttle from Earth docked 47 minutes later. The representative was a small human in a gray suit that had been pressed at some point in the recent past, but which had not survived the intervening period in any particular style. He was carrying a very large box. Vrax had encountered many species in the course of his career. He had accepted surrenders from 11 of them. The representatives sent to formalize those surrenders had, without exception, been military figures, generals, admirals, species equivalents of the highest-ranking officers the conquered civilization could produce, dressed in whatever passed for ceremonial regalia and carrying themselves with the particular dignity of people who understood that they were walking into history and intended to do so with their backs straight. This human was not that. This human looked, to Vrax's experienced eye, like someone who had been pulled from a task he was in the middle of and had not entirely finished the coffee he'd been drinking when the call came. He had a badge on his jacket that Vrax's translator resolved, after a brief struggle, as United Nations Logistics and Interspecies Commerce Division, Mid-Level Processing Clerk, A. Pendleton. Processing Coordinator. Vrax straightened to his full height, which was considerable, and fixed the human with the look that had preceded 11 surrenders and 1 very short war. Processing Coordinator Pendleton, he said, and his translator rendered it in the flat, clipped dialect his species used for addressing those who were about to become subjects. Earth's capitulation is noted. The Council accepts your world's unconditional surrender. You will sign the Annexation Declaration, and the transfer of authority will be... Absolutely, Pendleton said. Vrax stopped. In his experience, the word that came at this point in the proceedings was not absolutely. It was usually something in the register of "we have no choice," or "under protest," or on one memorable occasion, 17 minutes of ritual lamentation that his translator had rendered as a sustained note of grief. Absolutely was not in the script. "You agree," Vrax said carefully. "To the surrender, yes, completely." Pendleton set the box down on the deck with a solidity that suggested it weighed rather more than it looked. It was, Vrax now saw, a standard-issue filing container of the kind used for physical document storage. White, slightly dented at one corner, with a strip of adhesive label on the side that read, 8B9. Triplicate, do not bend. Pendleton straightened up and produced, from the interior pocket of his suit jacket, a single sheet of paper, which he placed on top of the box with the careful precision of someone setting down something that has a specific, correct orientation. We're fully prepared to complete the annexation declaration. We just need to run the asset transfer protocol first. The asset transfer protocol, Vrax repeated. Standard procedure under the Council's own interspecies, Commerce and Annexation Charter, Subclause 4A, which requires that any transfer of planetary resources and governmental authority be preceded by a completed customs and asset declaration for all items being transferred to Council jurisdiction. Pendleton patted the box. I've taken the liberty of pre-filling sections 1 through 12. You'll just need to verify the resource inventories in Section 13, initial the liability waivers in Sections 14 through 22, and then sign and date the final declaration in triplicate. White copy is yours, yellow copy goes to the UN archive, pink copy goes to the Council's Interspecies Commerce Registry. The bridge was very quiet. Vrax's second-in-command, Sub-Commander Heth, had stopped moving entirely and was looking at the box with the expression of someone who has encountered an obstacle they did not know was possible. The tactical officer had turned around in her seat. Even the ambient hum of the Undying Dominion's system seemed, for a moment, to have paused to listen. Vrax looked at Pendleton. He looked at the box. He looked at the sheet of paper on top of the box, which had a header reading Form 8B/9, Interplanetary Asset Transfer and Interspecies Customs Declaration, Physical Submission, Triplicate Required, in type that was smaller than he would have liked, but which his visual implants resolved without difficulty. Below the header the form began. It continued for what he estimated, from the thickness of the stack visible at the box's opening, to be a very significant number of pages. How many pages, Vrax said, is this document? 412, Pendleton said. Though 80 of those are appendices, the core declaration is 332 pages. It's quite streamlined, actually. The previous version was over 600. Vrax pulled the document from the box with 2 fingers. He held it at arm's length. It was printed on paper of a weight and texture that his haptic sensors categorized as low-grade pressed fiber substrate, Earth origin, mass-produced. The ink was slightly uneven, as though produced by a device that was not entirely certain of its own output. The whole thing smelled faintly of what he had learned to identify as the human compound toner, and something warm and bitter that he could not immediately classify. He activated his command link to the Undying Dominion's Central Intelligence. Area, he said, scan and process the submitted documentation. File for immediate Council registry approval. Aria's voice came back in the calm, layered tones of a system that had never previously encountered a problem it could not resolve in under 3 seconds. Scanning initiated. Document format. Physical fiber substrate. Non-digital. Scanning complete. Processing initiated. Error. Document lacks valid digital authentication signature. Council registry requires digital handshake protocol for all submitted materials. Physical document cannot be entered into the system without manual data transcription. Estimated manual transcription time for 412 pages, 16.4 standard hours. Please advise. The silence on the bridge had a different quality now. Pendleton reached into the box and produced a pen. It was a cheap pen, the kind sold in multi-packs at minimal cost, with a plastic body in a blue that had faded slightly toward gray, and a cap that had been chewed at one end. He set it on top of the document stack with the particular care of someone presenting a valued instrument. You'll need to press firmly, he said. You're making 3 copies. Vrax stared at the pen. He stared at it for a long moment with the focused attention of a being who has, in the course of a long and successful military career, directed the destruction of 14 planetary defense networks and accepted the surrender of 11 civilizations, and has never, until this precise moment, been handed a chewed plastic pen and told to fill out a form. His translation implant cycled through 17 possible interpretations of what was happening and settled, reluctantly, on the most literal one. You, he said very slowly, want me to fill this out, by hand. It's a legal requirement under your own charter, Pendleton said, in the tone of someone who is being very helpful. Subclause 4A specifies that the transferring party must complete the declaration in the format recognized by their own administrative registry. Earth's administrative registry recognizes physical documentation. Council administrative registry recognizes digital documentation. In cases of conflict, the charter defaults to the format of the party initiating the transfer, which in an annexation proceeding is the annexing party. He paused. That's you. Subcommander Heth leaned toward Vrax and said, in a tone pitched for privacy that the human almost certainly could not hear, "Sir, is this binding?" "Arya," Vrax said. Subclause 4A confirmed, Arya said. Charter language is unambiguous. Annexing party is responsible for initiating asset transfer declaration in format recognized by subject world's administrative registry. Failure to complete declaration prior to resource extraction constitutes a breach of annexation treaty terms, which voids the Council's legal claim to transferred assets, advising compliance. Vrax set the document down on the nearest console. Pendleton placed the pen beside it with the careful, deliberate motion of someone presenting a surgical instrument. It was a cheap pen, the kind sold in multi-packs at minimal cost, with a plastic body and a blue that had faded slightly toward gray and a cap that had been chewed at one end. The undying Dominion's ambient battle hum, 3 kilometers of dark matter hull plating resonating at a frequency that had preceded the destruction of 14 planetary defense networks, filled the bridge. Against it, the soft crinkle of carbon paper as Pendleton squared the form's 3 copies against each other was almost inaudible. Almost. "Congratulations on your conquest, Supreme Commander," Pendleton said. "Please ensure you press firmly. You're making 3 copies." Vrax picked up the pen. He was 8 feet tall. The pen was roughly the length of one of his lesser digits. He held it the way a being holds something that is beneath contempt, and yet, by some maddening inversion of circumstance, entirely necessary. He brought the first page of Form 8B/9 toward him and squinted, actually squinted, his combat optics cycling through 3 focal adjustments before settling, at print that had been produced by a machine that was not entirely certain of its own output. Around him, the bridge crew had gone motionless. Heth was not breathing. The tactical officer had her hand frozen above her console. 8 feet of cybernetic apex predator, clad in dark matter armor, squinting at a clipboard with a cheap plastic pen, while the pale blue sphere of Earth rotated with perfect patient indifference on the display behind him. The sharp rhythmic click-clack of Pendleton opening his own document case, a sound so mundane against the subsonic thrum of a dreadnought's reactor that it should have been swallowed entirely, landed in the silence like a gavel strike. The form began. Section 1, Transferring Party Identification. Please print clearly in block capitals. Name of annexing authority. Full legal designation as registered with Galactic Council Species Registry. "It says," Vrax said, "please print clearly." "In block capitals, yes," Pendleton confirmed. "The carbon transfer doesn't always pick up cursive." Vrax wrote his name. He wrote it in block capitals, pressing firmly, because he was making 3 copies, and somewhere in the strange, still, sideways quality of this moment, which was not the moment he had rehearsed and not the moment that would make a speech worth giving to any history processor he respected, he was aware that something had happened that he did not yet have the correct category for. He had landed on Earth. He had accepted its surrender. The planet was his by every military and legal metric available, and he was standing on the bridge of his flagship, filling out a form with a chewed plastic pen, while a small human in a rumpled suit watched him with the particular patience of someone who has been waiting for exactly this, and is in no hurry now that it has arrived. He got through Section 1. He started Section 2, Transferring Party Contact Information. Primary communication frequency, please specify format. Secondary communication frequency. Designated Administrative Liaison, name and rank. Designated Administrative Liaison, species. Designated Administrative Liaison, estimated lifespan and standard cycles for correspondence scheduling purposes. He looked up. "Why?" he said. Does the form need my liaison's estimated lifespan? Correspondence scheduling, Pendleton said. Standard practice. You wouldn't want to establish a 30-year payment schedule with someone who retires in 10. He considered. Section 7 gets more complex, I should mention. That's the historical and cultural asset inventory. You'll need to itemize any pre-existing claims on Earth's intellectual property holdings. He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a second sheet of paper, folded in thirds. I've prepared a preliminary list to help you get started. There are about 14,000 line items. It's alphabetical. Vrax did not immediately respond. On the tactical display behind him, Earth continued to rotate. Pale blue and patient and entirely, infuriatingly present. Pendleton poured himself a cup of something from a thermos he produced from the same jacket pocket as the list, and settled in to wait. The conquest of Earth had taken 11 minutes and 42 seconds. The form was going to take considerably longer. What Vrax did not know, what no one on that bridge knew, because no one on that bridge had read subclause 4A past the first paragraph, was that the act of signing Form 8B/9 did not merely initiate a resource transfer. Under the Council's own annexation charter, a conquering party that accepted a subject world's physical customs declaration as the initiating document of annexation proceedings was legally required to classify that world not as a conquered territory, but as a galactic heritage administrative zone, a protected designation that granted the subject world's administrative bodies full audit authority over all occupying forces operating within its jurisdiction, pending the completion of the asset transfer process. The asset transfer process, as specified in Form 8B/9, could not be completed until all 412 pages were signed, verified, and counterfiled. The counterfiling required a physical submission to Earth's Department of Interspecies Commerce. The Department of Interspecies Commerce had a processing backlog. Pendleton had not created that backlog. He had, however, carefully maintained it for the past 6 months in anticipation of this exact moment. Vrax was only on Section 2. He had 330 pages to go. Every page he completed was another page of a document that, once finished, would give a mid-level UN processing clerk the legal right to audit the military accounts of the most powerful fleet in the known galaxy. He pressed firmly. He was making 3 copies. And somewhere in the fine print of a charter 6,000 years old, the first trap had not merely been sprung, it had been set, baited, and patiently, bureaucratically, left to wait for exactly this. Chapter 2, the Xylosian zoning fiasco. The drill was the size of a cathedral. That was the first thing Donna Reyes noticed when she pulled her truck off Route 93 and got her first unobstructed view of the Amargosa Valley site. And she noticed it the way a person notices a cathedral. Not with fear exactly, but with the specific, involuntary recalibration that happens when something is simply larger than the scale your brain had been using. It rose from the desert floor in 3 interlocking columns of dark alloy that caught the early Nevada light and threw it back wrong, at angles that didn't match the geometry of the thing, so that the shadows it cast moved slightly ahead of the sun. The columns converged at a central borehead the diameter of a city block, ringed with emitter arrays that pulsed with a low, sustained violet light, even in standby mode. The surrounding support infrastructure, power conduits, coolant lines, personnel platforms, spread across 14 acres of federally protected Mojave Desert like the root system of something that had not asked permission to grow there. Behind her, the road was filling up. 7 more White County trucks with flashing amber lights had staged along the shoulder, and at the back of the convoy, a flatbed from the state contractor was unloading the temporary barriers. Donna put her truck in park, picked up her clipboard, and got out. The site foreman met her at the perimeter. He was approximately 9 feet tall, covered in a gray-green chitinous plating that her briefing documents had identified as standard issue for the Xylosian engineering cast, and he was looking at her the way beings of significant size and unclear intent often looked at Donna Reyes, which was to say with the confused, slightly offended expression of something that had not expected to be interrupted. He had 4 arms, 2 of them were crossed. The other 2 were holding what appeared to be a site survey tablet the size of a kitchen table. His translator collar was the Council standard model, and when he spoke, the output was flat and slightly delayed in the way of a system that had been optimized for military command and had not fully adapted to the specific vocabulary of county zoning disputes. "This installation is a licensed Council resource extraction operation," he said. "Authorized under Galactic Council Expansion Mandate 77 Alpha. You will remove your vehicles from the operational perimeter." Donna uncapped her pen. "Donna Reyes," she said. "Nye County Department of Interstellar Zoning, Ground Operations Division." She looked at the drill. She looked at her clipboard. She made a note. "I'm going to need to see your site permits." The foreman's translator collar cycled for a moment. "We have a council mandate," he said. "A mandate supersedes local permits." "Not under subclause 4A of the annexation charter it doesn't," Donna said without looking up from her clipboard. "Pending completion of the Form 8B/9 asset transfer process, Earth retains administrative jurisdiction over all surface and subsurface operations within its territorial boundaries. That means you need county permits." She turned the clipboard toward him so he could see the checklist. "Starting with a land use variance, a subsurface extraction authorization, a federal heritage impact assessment. This is Mojave Desert. There are species considerations. And a Class 3 environmental impact assessment for any high-energy surface discharge." She tapped the borehead with her pen. "That includes the drill." The foreman looked at the drill. He looked at Donna. He looked at the 7 white trucks with their amber lights blinking in the morning heat. There was a silence in which the drill's standby hum was the loudest thing in the Amargosa Valley. "We will begin operations in 4 hours," he said. "If your vehicles are within the blast radius at that time, they will be vaporized." Donna looked up from her clipboard. She looked at the drill. She looked at the foreman. She capped her pen with a soft, deliberate click. "I don't care if your rig powers 1,000-star systems, foreman. Without a variance from the county board, that structure is non-compliant." She flipped to the second page of her checklist. "Discharging a plasma-based extraction instrument within the county limits requires a completed Class 3 environmental impact assessment. Processing time is 18 months from date of submission. If you discharge before that assessment is approved, you're in violation of the Galactic Local Atmospheric Emissions Act, the Nevada State Air Quality Control Code, and..." She turned the page. "The Galactic Local Solar Rights Ordinance, which prohibits the operation of any structure casting a shadow, constituting a macro-scale solar utility infringement on federally protected land." She looked back at her clipboard and uncapped her pen. "Your drill is currently casting a shadow across 4.2 acres of protected Mojave habitat. Every hour it stands at operational height, you're accumulating a civil penalty of $3,000 per acre per hour, plus court costs." The foreman said something in Xylosian that the translator collar declined to render. He turned to the drill's primary control station and entered an activation sequence. The borehead's emitter arrays shifted from their low standby pulse to something brighter and more purposeful, the violet deepening toward white at the center, the hum climbing a full octave as the capacitors began their charge cycle. The 7 white trucks with their amber lights sat in the morning sun at the perimeter. Donna wrote something on her clipboard. The borehead reached 70% charge. It reached 80. At 93%, the charge cycle produced a sound like the air itself tightening, a subsonic compression that Donna felt in her back teeth and the soles of her boots. And then the drill's automated compliance array, a legal requirement under Council Expansion Mandate 77 Alpha, installed to prevent unauthorized discharge in inhabited sectors, queried its permit database, found a pending Class 3 environmental impact assessment flag with no approved exemption on file, cross-referenced the active Solar Rights Ordinance citation logged 11 minutes earlier by Donna's county tablet, and locked out the firing sequence. The borehead powered down. It did not do so quickly or quietly. It descended from 93% to 0 in a long tapering whine that dropped through every frequency between a scream and a sigh before settling into silence, the violet light fading from white to deep purple to a dim standby flicker. The sound it made at the end was in the way of very large and very expensive things that have been stopped by something they did not expect, almost mournful. The amber lights on the county trucks continued their patient rotation. Donna finished writing her citation, tore it from the pad, and walked it to the foreman's survey tablet, setting it under the folded copy of the Solar Rights Ordinance. The foreman's upper two arms uncrossed. He looked at the shadow. It was, in the low-angled morning light, extremely long. It stretched across the desert floor in a precise cathedral dark band, and at the far edge of it, visible even from here if you knew what to look for, a desert tortoise was making its way across a patch of scrub in the unhurried manner of something that has no concept of resource extraction timelines. That, the foreman said, is a shadow. It's a macro-scale solar utility infringement, Donna said. There's a distinction. Page 4 of the ordinance. She produced a folded copy from her clipboard and held it out. He didn't take it, so she set it on his survey tablet. I've also flagged a potential issue with your support infrastructure footprint. The eastern conduit array is 3 meters into a designated desert tortoise corridor. That's a federal protected species violation. Before any operations begin, you'll need a biological survey completed by a licensed environmental consultant. Survey timeline is 6 to 8 months, depending on tortoise activity. She made another note. It's nesting season. I'd budget for 8. The foreman set down his survey tablet. He picked up a communications device from his belt that was, in the way of Council military hardware, extremely impressive looking, and he spoke into it in Xylosian, rapid and clipped, and Donna waited. She was good at waiting. She had spent 11 years as a county zoning officer in a jurisdiction that contained 2 nuclear test sites, a proposed Hyperloop terminal, and a man who had once attempted to build a private launch facility in his backyard. And she had learned that waiting was not a passive activity, but a professional one, performed with a clipboard and a specific quality of stillness that communicated, without hostility, that she had done this before and intended to finish. The desert was warm and smelled of dust and creosote and the faint metallic ozone of the drill's standby emitters. Somewhere in the tortoise corridor, the tortoise continued its transit, indifferent to all of it. The foreman lowered his communicator. Council Command, he said, very carefully, is asking what a variance is. A variance, Donna said, is a formal request for an exception to zoning regulations, submitted in triplicate to the County Board of Commissioners, reviewed at the next scheduled public meeting. That's the 3rd Tuesday of every other month, and voted on by a panel of 5 commissioners, 3 of whom need to approve it. The next meeting is in 6 weeks. She paused. There's also a public comment period, 30 days. It's mandatory. The foreman spoke into his communicator again. The response that came back was longer this time, and even without a translator, Donna could identify the specific register of a superior officer explaining, in terms intended to be final, that the situation should be resolved through the application of overwhelming force. She had heard that register before, not from alien commanders admittedly, but the underlying structure was recognizable. She straightened her high-vis vest and waited. At the end of the convoy, the contractor had finished unloading the barriers and was beginning to stage them across the access road. Council Command, the foreman said, authorizes me to neutralize any obstruction to operations. That's the plasma discharge option, Donna said. We've been over that one. With conventional force. Destruction of county property in the course of a permitted administrative action is a Class B federal offense, Donna said. It's also, under the Galactic Local Sovereignty Compact, an act of aggression against an administrative entity of a Galactic Heritage Administrative Zone, which triggers automatic arbitration proceedings with a mandatory injunction on all council operations in the jurisdiction pending resolution. Arbitration timeline is 18 to 24 months, she considered. That's on top of the environmental impact assessment. There was a silence. It had a different quality from the earlier ones, a quality that Donna associated with the specific moment when a person, or, as it turned out, an alien site foreman of significant size and chitinous plating, realizes that the situation they are in does not have an exit that their training prepared them for. The foreman looked at the drill. He looked at the trucks. He looked at the tortoise corridor and the shadow and the folded copy of the Solar Rights Ordinance sitting on his survey tablet. He looked at Donna, who was writing something on her clipboard with the methodical efficiency of someone who is not going to stop writing because of anything he says next. What, he said, would it take to begin operations? Donna tore a sheet from her clipboard and held it out. It was a pre-printed checklist, 14 items, with boxes on the left side for completion signatures and a header reading, Nui County Department of Interstellar Zoning, Operational Compliance Pathway, Surface Extraction, Class Heavy. Start with the Land Use Variance application, she said. That's item 1. The form is available at the county offices in Tonopah. We're open Tuesday through Thursday, 9 to 4, closed for lunch. She capped her pen. I'd call ahead. Parking's limited. The foreman took the checklist. He held it in one of his 4 hands and looked at it with the careful, slightly distant attention of someone reading something in a language they technically understand, but have not previously encountered in this context. Behind him, the drill stood silent in the morning light. Forehead dim, shadow stretching across 4.2 acres of protected Mojave at a civil penalty rate of $3,000 per acre per hour, accumulating with the quiet, compounding patience of a thing that does not need to hurry. His communication device buzzed. He ignored it. Donna walked back to her truck, set her clipboard on the passenger seat, and poured herself a cup of coffee from the thermos she kept in the center console. It was lukewarm, which was how she drank it. Outside the windshield, the Nevada desert stretched to the mountains in every direction, pale and flat and entirely unimpressed, and the drill stood in the middle of it with all the authority of a Galactic Council expansion mandate, and absolutely no land use variance, and nothing was going to change that today or tomorrow, or for a considerable time after that. Donna's radio crackled. It was the regional coordinator, patching in from the Admin Ops Liaison office. Reyes, what's the status on the Amargosa site? Operational hold, Donna said. Non-compliant structure, shadow violation, protected species corridor, no permits on file. I've issued the preliminary notice. They've got the compliance pathway checklist. A brief pause. How long do you think they'll sit on it? Donna looked at the foreman, who was still holding the checklist and had now been joined by 2 other Xylosian engineers, all of them reading it together with the focused, slightly bewildered energy of very large beings encountering the concept of a public comment period for the first time. I gave them the Tuesday-Thursday hours, she said, and I may have forgotten to mention that the variance application has a $40 filing fee, cash or money order only. She took a sip of her coffee. They're going to need to find a bank first. The regional coordinator was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, there was a quality in his voice that Donna recognized as the admin ops equivalent of satisfaction, which was to say it sounded almost exactly like nothing at all. Pendleton says good work. He's adding the Amargosa site to the environmental impact queue. Says to flag any additional tortoise activity. Already logged, Donna said. There's a second one in the northern corridor, moving east. I'll file the amended habitat report this afternoon. She set down the radio and watched the site through her windshield. The drill's standby emitters continued their low violet pulse. The shadow continued its slow, costly arc across the desert floor, and somewhere in the county offices in Tonopah, closed on Mondays and Fridays and unavailable by phone between noon and 1, a stack of variance application forms sat in a wire tray on a desk, waiting, with the infinite patience of administrative infrastructure, to be asked for. The drill did not fire that day. It did not fire the week after either. The foreman submitted the variance application 11 days later, filled out incorrectly. The form required the applicant's registered council species designation in a field that only accepted Earth origin taxonomic classifications, and it came back with a politely worded correction notice and a reminder that the filing fee was $40, cash or money order only. The public comment period, when it eventually opened, received 417 comments from 417 concerned residents of Nye County. The board granted an extension. The drill stood in the Amargosa Valley for 8 months, casting its shadow, waiting for a Tuesday that kept not being the right Tuesday. The penalties compounded. The tortoise completed its crossing without incident. Chapter 3. Interdepartmental Gridlock. The Undying Dominion was running out of fuel, and no one on the station was answering the phone. Fleet Captain Soren Veth had been managing supply chains for the Galactic Council's 7th expansion fleet for 19 years, and in that time she had dealt with delays. Delays were a function of scale. When you were moving antimatter fuel across 14 light-years to sustain an occupation fleet of 47 warships, you accepted that the timeline was a variable, not a constant. Delays happened. What did not happen, what had never happened in 19 years of logistics management, was that a fully loaded convoy of 9 tanker-class vessels sat in a stationary orbit 40 kilometers above a conquered planet for 6 days without receiving clearance to dock, while the planet's surface continued to function normally, and nobody seemed to find this particularly unusual. She had submitted the initial docking request on day 1 through the standard council relay. The response had come back within 4 minutes, which was faster than she expected, and it had come from an entity called Earth Space Traffic Control, which had not existed in any of her pre-mission briefings. The message was brief and professional. It thanked her for her submission, assigned her convoy a case number, 7ADOC 4419, and informed her that clearance for antimatter fuel transport into Earth's orbital zone required a completed Hazardous Materials Transit Manifest, Form HM7, submitted in triplicate to both the Environmental Protection Agency, Interstellar Division, and the newly constituted Interspecies Maritime Commission. It also included, as an attachment, a 63-page document titled Guidelines for the Classification of Exotic and Non-Terrestrial Hazardous Materials under the Expanded Galactic Local Safety Compact, 3rd edition revised. Soren Veth had read the first 12 pages. She had assigned her logistics officer to read the rest. The logistics officer had come back 3 hours later looking slightly gray and said that the document raised some classification questions that he was not qualified to resolve unilaterally. She filed Form HM7 on day 2. She filed it with the EPA Interstellar Division. She filed it with the Interspecies Maritime Commission. She pressed firmly. She made 3 copies. On day 3, the rejection came back. It came from both agencies simultaneously, which she would later reflect was, in its own way, impressive coordination for a species that was supposedly in administrative chaos. The EPA rejection was 4 paragraphs. It stated that antimatter fuel, as a substance that emitted radiation classified under Earth's nuclear regulatory framework as exotic non-terrestrial radiation, fell outside the EPA's hazardous materials jurisdiction and should be refiled with the Interspecies Maritime Commission under the category of unregulated exotic radiation, subclass 4. The Interspecies Maritime Commission rejection was 6 paragraphs. It stated that antimatter fuel, as a liquid phase substance transported in pressurized containment vessels and presenting a documented risk of catastrophic release, fell squarely within the EPA's hazardous materials jurisdiction as a volatile exotic liquid, and should be refiled with the EPA under the appropriate volatile materials subcategory. Both rejections were signed by different officials. Both were stamped. Both referenced each other's agency by name as the correct filing destination. Soren Veth read both documents twice. She had the unsettling experience, for the first time in 19 years of logistics management, of reading a pair of official government documents that were, taken together, a closed loop from which there was no exit by design. What she did not know, what no one in the 7th Expansion Fleet knew, was that the dispute was not a bureaucratic accident. 6 months before the fleet's arrival, a pair of admin ops clerks working out of a basement office in Geneva had filed a series of conflicting internal classification memos to both agencies simultaneously, seating each one with just enough jurisdictional ambiguity to guarantee that, when the question of alien antimatter fuel finally arrived, neither agency would be able to process it without deferring to the other. The gears had been filed down to nothing before the fleet ever left dock. They had been turning ever since, producing nothing, going nowhere, waiting for exactly this convoy. She called Space Traffic Control. From the bridge of the Undying Dominion, the 9 tanker ships were visible through the forward viewport as a loose formation of running lights hanging in the dark 40 kilometers below. 9 vessels, each one larger than most Council destroyer-class warships, carrying enough antimatter fuel to sustain a 47-ship occupation fleet for 4 months. They were not moving. Their engines were cold. They had been cold for 3 days, holding their orbital pattern on reserve power, waiting for a clearance code that had not come. Between the Undying Dominion and the tankers, Earth turned. blue and unhurried and entirely untroubled by the fuel crisis unfolding in the space above it. The hold music had been playing for 4 minutes and 20 seconds. It was a stringed instrument composition, analog recording, looping every 40 seconds. Sorenveth had counted 6 complete loops when the line clicked through. The STC operator who answered had the voice of someone who had been doing this job long enough that the job had become indistinguishable from breathing, not bored exactly, but past the point of being surprised by anything. There was radio static underneath his voice, the persistent low crackle of an orbital station running more communications traffic than its hardware was entirely comfortable with, and somewhere behind him, the soft automated chime of another rejection being logged. STC Orbital Case 7A Doc 4419. This is Operator Reyes. Go ahead. Sorenveth identified herself, her vessel, and her convoy, and explained the situation with the precision of someone who has spent 3 days looking at a problem and wants the person she is speaking with to understand exactly what the problem is. She explained the 2 rejections. She explained the jurisdictional loop. She explained that her convoy was carrying fuel for 47 warships and that the fleet had approximately 9 days of operational reserves remaining. She was professional. She was specific. She used numbers. There was a brief pause on the line, during which Sorenveth could hear the operator typing. Something warm and liquid was set down on a hard surface on his end. A mug, by the sound of it. "Yeah, I'm looking at your case here," the operator said. 7A Doc 4419, 9-vessel antimatter tanker convoy, hazmat filing, rejected by both agencies pending classification ruling. That's still open. Another brief pause. "So here's the situation, Captain. We'd love to clear your fuel tankers for approach, but until Geneva figures out if antimatter falls under volatile liquid or exotic radiation, our hands are tied. STC can't issue an orbital approach clearance for a hazmat-flagged convoy without an approved classification from one of the 2 filing agencies. That's the compact. We don't have discretion on that one." "How long," Sorenveth said with great care, "does the classification ruling take?" The typing continued for a moment. "Interagency classification disputes go to the Galactic Local Harmonization Panel. They're scheduled to take up new classification matters at their next quarterly session." He paused. "That's in about 4 months." Sorenveth said nothing for a moment. Through the viewport of the Undying Dominion's bridge, Earth turned. It was, objectively, a pleasant-looking planet, blue and white and unhurried. Far below, she could see the lights of the continent the humans called North America coming into the Terminator, city grids appearing at the edge of the shadow with the slow, patient inevitability of stars. "Is there," she said, "an expedited ruling process?" "There is," the operator said. "You'd file an emergency classification request with the panel chair. That's Form ECR1 through the Harmonization Panel's administrative office. Standard processing time on an emergency request is 6 to 8 weeks, provided the submission is complete. Incomplete submissions are returned for correction without losing queue position, which is, yeah, it's actually a pretty good system." He sounded briefly like he meant it. "You want me to transfer you to the panel admin office? They're open until 4 Eastern. What time is it now Eastern?" A short pause. 3:57. Sorenveth closed her eyes. She opened them again. Earth continued turning. "Transfer me," she said. The hold music was a piece of Earth audio that her translator identified as a stringed instrument composition from an earlier century, recorded at a quality suggesting the original medium had been analog, not digital. It looped every 40 seconds. She counted 7 complete loops before the line went to voicemail. The voicemail message said the office was now closed and invited her to call back during business hours, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, Eastern Standard Time, or to submit her request in writing to the panel's postal address, which it then read aloud in full, including the zip code. Sorenveth noted the zip code. She was a thorough person. She ended the call, set down the receiver, and sat very still in the command chair of the Undying Dominion. For a moment that lasted somewhat longer than a moment, then she turned to her logistics officer and said, in the flat, entirely controlled voice of someone making a note for a future report that no one was going to enjoy reading, "Get me an update on our fuel reserves." and find out if the Council Legal Division has a current contact for the Galactic Local Harmonization Panel. The logistics officer checked his console. He looked up. He said, with the expression of someone delivering information he wishes he had not verified, "The Council Legal Division filed an inquiry with the Harmonization Panel 8 months ago regarding the classification of dark matter coolant. The panel responded with a request for supplementary documentation. The Legal Division submitted the documentation. The panel responded with a request for supplementary documentation to the supplementary documentation." He paused. "The file is still open." Sorenveth looked at him for a moment. She looked at the viewport. She looked at the 9 tanker ships arranged in their holding pattern 40 kilometers below, carrying fuel she could not legally deliver, circling a planet that had been a conquered territory for 11 days and showed no particular sign of feeling conquered. Below her, in a city that her maps identified as Geneva, Switzerland, it was 3 minutes past business hours on a Friday, and the last admin officer out of the Harmonization Panel office had turned off the lights and taken the elevator to the lobby, and was now, in all statistical probability, thinking about the weekend. "How long?" she said very quietly to no one in particular. "Does a fleet with 9 days of reserves last if it can't be refueled?" The answer was, of course, 9 days. But the follow-up question, what happens to a military occupation when its ships go cold and dark over a planet that has not yet finished filing its paperwork, was one she did not ask aloud. She had already written it in the report. It would be there when someone finally read it. In the meantime, she opened the panel's postal submission guidelines on her console and began drafting the form ECR1 by hand in triplicate, because the electronic submission portal was currently returning an error message that said the site was undergoing scheduled maintenance and invited her to check back later. The fleet was legally stranded, engines cold, holding pattern locked, 9 tankers full of fuel that could not be delivered to ships that could not be refueled, all of it suspended inside a jurisdictional dispute between 2 agencies that were, in operational practice, staffed by the same rotation of admin ops clerks, coordinated from the same basement office in Geneva, and understanding instructions to reject every cross-filing the other agency received for as long as the fleet remained in orbit. The gears had no teeth. They had never had teeth. They had been built that way. The Harmonization Panel met quarterly. The emergency process took 6 to 8 weeks. The office closed at 4. 9 days of reserves had become 8, and the ruling that would unlock the convoy was not coming in 8 days, or 8 weeks, or, if the clerks in Geneva had anything to say about it, 8 months. Below the undying Dominion, Earth turned, blue and patient, and the 9 tankers hung in their holding pattern with their engines cold and their case number open and their fuel going nowhere, while somewhere on the orbital station, a fresh rejection chime sounded, soft and automated and entirely indifferent, and another form was logged, and the loop kept turning. Chapter 4. The First Hearing. The Galactic Tribunal had been designed to be experienced as a fact about the universe, not as a building, not as an institution, as a fact, the same category of thing as gravity or the speed of light, something that existed prior to any individual's opinion of it and would continue to exist regardless. The chamber was carved from a single formation of obsidian black resonance stone on the Council's administrative hub station, a material chosen specifically because it absorbed sound and returned it slightly altered, slightly larger, so that every voice spoken inside the chamber arrived at the listener's ears, having passed through the stone and been reminded, at a molecular level, of how long the stone had been there and how recently the speaker had arrived. The ceiling was 30 meters up and lost in shadow. The judicial bench was a single continuous arc of the same black stone, elevated 4 meters above the floor, and behind it sat the 7 members of the tribunal's standing panel, arranged in order of seniority, which was also order of age, which was also, in the way of species that measured authority in centuries, order of accumulated patience. The eldest, High Arbiter Thesseron, had been sitting on this panel for longer than several of the species currently represented in the Council, had possessed interstellar travel. Arthur Pendleton had been to worse rooms. He had once spent 4 hours in a basement conference space in Brussels with no working projector, a radiator that clicked every 11 seconds. and a delegation of 7 that could not agree on whether the sandwiches constituted a meal or a snack for per diem purposes. He had resolved it. He had the documentation. He came through the tribunal's main entrance at 7 minutes past the scheduled start time, which was not late by the standards of any meeting he had ever attended, and he came with a dolly. The dolly was standard issue, the kind used by office supply rooms and mail rooms the world over, with a flat steel base and a 2-bar handle, and 4 small wheels that produced, on the tribunal's polished obsidian floor, a high rhythmic squeak with each rotation. On the dolly were 6 bankers' boxes, stacked in 2 columns of 3, each one sealed with the brown packing tape that the UN Logistics Division used on all archival submissions, and labeled in his own handwriting with case references he had spent 3 weeks preparing. The stack came to just above his shoulder. He navigated it through the entrance, corrected for a slight left pull on the dolly's front left wheel, which had been doing that since the 3rd floor of the Council Administrative Annex, in which he had mentally noted to report to facilities, and wheeled it to the respondent's position on the tribunal floor. Supreme Commander Vrax was already there. He was standing at the complainant's position in the full dress uniform of the Council's 7th Expansion Fleet, which was an impressive thing to be wearing. The uniform was dark matter composite with active light detailing that shifted in response to the chamber's resonance field, producing a subtle shimmer at the shoulders and collar that his briefing documents had told Pendleton was the Xylosian visual equivalent of a raised voice. His legal attaché, a tall, thin species equivalent of a barrister Pendleton had not encountered before, stood to his left with a document shard containing what appeared to be a short prosecution summary. Vrax looked at Pendleton. He looked at the dolly. He looked at the banker's boxes. A muscle in his jaw performed a small, controlled movement. "Processing Coordinator Pendleton," he said, and the stone caught his voice and returned it larger. "Supreme Commander?" Pendleton said. He set the dolly's brake with his foot and uncapped his pen. "High Arbiter." Thessarin's gaze moved from Vrax to Pendleton to the banker's boxes and back to Vrax, with the unhurried deliberateness of something that has watched a great many proceedings begin and has learned to reserve judgment about how they will end. When Thessarin spoke, the stone did something particular to the voice, not just enlarged it, but stratified it, so that it arrived with the quality of several generations of the same voice speaking in close sequence. This tribunal is convened to address the formal complaint filed by Supreme Commander Vrax of the Galactic Council's 7th Expansion Fleet against the administrative entity designated Earth, represented by Processing Coordinator Arthur Pendleton of the United Nations Logistics and Interspecies Commerce Division. A pause of the kind that is not uncertainty but measurement. The complaint alleges bad faith compliance with the terms of the Council's annexation treaty, obstruction of lawful resource extraction operations, and conduct constituting treason against the occupying authority. Commander Vrax, you may present. Vrax presented. He was good at it. He had the kind of voice that filled spaces designed to hold large voices, and he used it with the practiced ease of someone who had stood in rooms like this before and won in them. He outlined the fuel convoy situation with precision. He outlined the Nevada desert mining halt. He outlined the 11 days of Form 8B/9 processing that had produced, so far, not a single completed section past Section 14. He described the pattern that these events, taken together, represented. A coordinated, deliberate campaign of administrative obstruction designed to paralyze the occupation, while Earth's surface remained functional, and its population continued to conduct itself as though nothing had changed. He called it, in the formal language of Council jurisprudence, malicious instrumentalization of procedural mechanisms for the purpose of undermining a lawfully executed annexation. He called it, in the informal language that the tribunal's translation protocols rendered in a register somewhere between contempt and genuine confusion, the most underhanded thing he had encountered in 31 years of conquest. He sat down. Thessarin's gaze moved to Pendleton. The respondent may answer. Pendleton said, "Thank you, Your Honor," which was not a form of address he was certain applied to a high arbiter, but which seemed to land without offense. He unbraked the dolly. He did not go to the respondent's lectern. He wheeled the dolly directly to the base of the judicial bench, 4 meters of obsidian elevation, the full weight of 10,000 years of council authority looking down at him, and he began stacking. He took the banker's boxes off the dolly one at a time and set them on the steps of the bench, building the stack upward, and then he picked up the entire assembled column. 6 boxes, 50 pounds of tabbed, indexed, certified paper, carried it up the 4 steps to the bench itself, and set it down in front of High Arbiter Thesseron with a single impact that the obsidian caught and returned to every corner of the chamber, a thud that arrived at the walls and came back larger, the way everything did in this room, except that this time what came back was the sound of paper. 50 pounds of it, on the bench of the Galactic Tribunal, deposited there by a small human in a rumpled gray suit who then stepped back, uncapped his pen, and looked up at Thesseron across the top of the stack with the expression of someone who has arrived at a meeting having read everything on the agenda and several things that were not on it. Vrax had gone very still at the complainant's position. The obsidian did not record that. It only recorded sound. The Supreme Commander's characterization of Earth's conduct is noted, Pendleton said. I'd like to address the treason allegation first, as it's the most straightforward, and then we can work through the obstruction claims in the order they appear in the complaint, which I believe is Exhibit A through Exhibit R. Vrax's legal attaché leaned toward him and said something in a register Pendleton's translator tagged as privately alarmed. Vrax did not visibly react. The treason allegation requires the tribunal to establish that Earth's administrative actions constituted conduct against a lawfully recognized occupying authority, Pendleton said. The Supreme Commander's position assumes that Earth is, in fact, an occupied territory under Council jurisdiction. I'd like to introduce some material that's relevant to that assumption. He picked up the bound volume and held it for a moment. Not dramatically, just in the manner of someone who wants to make sure the room is ready before he sets something down on it. Then he placed it on the lectern with a thud that the obsidian stone caught and returned to the room at a size slightly larger than its actual impact. This is the full annotated text of the Galactic Council's founding charter, with particular reference to Volume 7, which covers annexation proceedings, and specifically to Subclause 4A, which the Supreme Commander invoked in the original annexation declaration. He opened to a tabbed page. Subclause 4. A provides that any world whose administrative customs declaration is accepted as the initiating document of annexation proceedings shall be classified, for the duration of those proceedings, as a Galactic Heritage Administrative Zone. He looked up. The Supreme Commander accepted Form 8B/9 as the initiating document of annexation proceedings on day 1 of the occupation. He signed it. It was stamped. It was notarized by his own fleet's administrative officer. A brief pause. See Appendix G, Paragraph 12. The second banker's box produced a certified copy of the signed Form 8B/9, the notarization, and the administrative officer's commission credentials, all paper-clipped together with a cover sheet that read, Respondent Exhibit A, Original Instrument. Pendleton set it on the lectern beside the charter volume. He reached back to the dolly. Under Subclause 4A, he continued, lifting the third document, another bound volume, this one blue, with a tab system that suggested significant pre-organization. A Galactic Heritage Administrative Zone retains full administrative jurisdiction over its own territory and, critically, is granted audit authority over all entities operating within that jurisdiction under the terms of the Galactic Administrative Oversight Compact of 7400 BCE. He set the blue volume down beside the first one. That compact is still in force. It has never been repealed, amended, or superseded. It predates the current council administration by approximately 3,000 years. He found the page. He turned the volume to face the bench. What this means, Your Honor, what it has meant since day 1 of the occupation, since the moment the Supreme Commander pressed firmly and made 3 copies, is that Earth is not an occupied territory. Earth is a Galactic Heritage Administrative Zone with active audit rights over the 7th Expansion Fleet. He let that sit for exactly the amount of time it needed to sit. The treason allegation, in that context, is not merely incorrect. It is, under Section 4 of the Compact, itself an actionable attempt to obstruct the lawful exercise of administrative oversight by a recognized zone authority. He uncapped his pen. I have the relevant section tabbed if the tribunal would like to review it. It's Exhibit F. The room had a quality of silence that the obsidian stone was not producing. The stone was producing acoustics. The silence was coming from somewhere else, from the bench, where Thesserin had not moved, and from the complainant's position, where Vrax was looking at the blue volume on the lectern with an expression that Pendleton recognized from long experience as the expression of someone who has just understood that the ground they are standing on was placed there by someone else. Vrax's legal attaché was looking at something on his document shard. He looked at it for a long moment. He leaned toward Vrax and spoke in the privately alarmed register again, and this time Vrax's jaw did something more visible than the small controlled movement from earlier. "Your Honor," the attaché said in the formal address, "the complainant requests a recess to review the cited material." "Denied," Thesserin said. The stone rendered it as a geological event. "Processing Coordinator Pendleton, you indicated the obstruction claims would follow. Please continue." "Of course." Pendleton lifted the fourth banker's box onto the lectern. It landed with a thud that the chamber returned faithfully, and then he opened it and began removing documents in the organized, unhurried manner of someone who had packed these boxes himself and knew exactly where everything was. The EPA and Interspecies Maritime Commission filings are Exhibits B and C. The Solar Rights Ordinance citation from the Nevada site is Exhibit D. The Desert Tortoise Corridor Survey is Exhibit E. The Audit Authority Chain of Custody documentation is Exhibits G through M. He set each one on the lectern as he named it, building a neat growing stack with the methodical patience of someone who has done this before and expects to be here for a while. I should also note for the record that as of this morning, Earth's Admin Ops Division has formally initiated a fleet-wide financial audit of the 7th Expansion Fleet under Zone Oversight Authority, covering all expenditures incurred during the occupation period. The preliminary filing is Exhibit N. He paused. "Treason? Your Honor, we are merely fulfilling our fiduciary duty as outlined in the Supreme Commander's signed, stamped, and notarized declaration. See Appendix G, Paragraph 12. The fifth banker's box went on the dolly's base shelf. The sixth followed. By the time Pendleton was done, the lectern held a stack of documentation that came to approximately 50 pounds of paper, organized, tabbed, and indexed, covering every administrative action Earth had taken in the 17 days since the occupation began, each one traceable to a specific provision of the Council's own charter, each one defensible on its own terms, and collectively constituting something that was not, by any technical definition, obstruction. It was administration. It was exactly what a Galactic Heritage Administrative Zone was legally entitled to do, had always been legally entitled to do, and would continue to do for as long as the Form 8B/9 asset transfer remained uncompleted, which at the current rate was going to be a very long time. Thesserin looked at the stack. Thesserin looked at Vrax. Thesserin looked at Pendleton, who had recapped his pen and was standing with his hands at his sides in the relaxed posture of someone who has said what he came to say and is comfortable with what happens next. "The tribunal," Thesserin said, and the stone rendered it as always, larger, older, the weight of centuries behind each word, "will require time to review the cited materials." A pause. "Commander Vrax, the treason complaint is suspended pending review of the administrative zone classification. The obstruction complaint is similarly suspended. You are advised to consult with your legal division regarding the audit filing referenced in Exhibit N." Another pause, this one with a different quality to it, a quality that Pendleton had learned in 11 years of zoning disputes and tribunal appearances and conference rooms with broken projectors to recognize as the sound of a very large institution beginning, slowly and reluctantly, to understand that it has been outmaneuvered by someone it was not watching carefully enough. This session is adjourned. The squeak of the dolly's left front wheel echoed across the obsidian floor all the way to the exit. Pendleton did not look back. He did not need to. Behind him, the stack of 50 pounds of paper sat on the respondent's lectern in the dark, resonant heart of the most authoritative room in the known galaxy, and it was not going anywhere, and neither was the audit, and neither, for the foreseeable future, was the fleet. The Form 8B-9 was still on Section 14. They had not even reached the appendices. Chapter 5. OSHA in Space. The Undying Dominion had never been boarded, not in the way that word was usually meant, not by an enemy, not under fire, not by anything that had not been explicitly invited and then extensively screened. In 31 years of active service, the flagship of the 7th Expansion Fleet had taken boarding actions against 42 vessels of varying class and had repelled 3 attempted counterboardings, one of which had been moderately serious, and one of which had been, in the honest assessment of the after-action report, genuinely impressive. It had never, in 31 years, been boarded by 4 humans in yellow hard hats carrying clipboards and a canvas bag that rattled when they walked. Fleet Admiral Crassus 9 met them at the main hangar bay. He had been given 40 minutes notice by the Zone Administrative Liaison Office, which was the minimum required under the Galactic Local Workplace Safety Compact's inspection provisions. A document that Crassus 9 had not previously known existed, and which his legal attaché had spent 39 of those 40 minutes attempting to locate grounds to contest, before concluding that the Compact's ratification clause had been signed into force 3 weeks ago as part of the same sub-clause 4.A administrative integration package that was currently stalling the Form 8B-9 proceedings. The inspection was lawful. The inspectors were authorized. The only question was what exactly they were authorized to inspect. The answer, according to the Compact's Annex 7, was everything. The lead inspector was a compact human woman in her mid-40s with the air of someone who had done this particular walk. The walk into a large, unfamiliar space run by people who did not want her there. Enough times to have stopped noticing the specifics of the space and the people. Her hard hat was scuffed at the left temple. Her clipboard had a crack across the lower right corner held together with a strip of adhesive tape. Her vest was high visibility yellow with OSHA Interstellar Division stenciled across the back in reflective lettering. Her name badge said K. Morrison, Compliance Officer, GS-12. The 3 inspectors behind her were carrying additional clipboards, a digital tape measure, a light level meter, and what appeared to be a standard atmospheric sampling kit in a soft case. They were looking at the hangar bay ceiling with the professional attention of people who are already finding things. Crassus 9 straightened to his full height, which was significant, and fixed Morrison with the look he used for subordinates who had disappointed him and would shortly be reassigned. "Inspector," he said through his translator collar, "I want to be clear that this vessel is a military installation operating under active fleet commission. Your inspection authority under the Compact covers civilian adjacent facilities and does not extend to active military installations, yes." Morrison had her clipboard out and was writing something without looking up. "That's Annex 7, Section 3. You're thinking of the standard exclusion." She turned to page 4 of her document. Section 3, subparagraph B, however, specifies that the military exclusion does not apply to any installation that has been subject to civilian administrative action within the preceding 90-day period. Your vessel received a formal administrative filing from the Zone Authority 18 days ago. She looked up. That's our Exhibit N from the tribunal, the audit filing. Once that hits your file, you're a civilian adjacent facility for inspection purposes for the next 90 days. She clicked her pen. We'll start with the engineering deck. The engineering deck of the Undying Dominion was, by the standards of Galactic Council warship design, a masterpiece. It occupied the central third of the vessel's lower hull across 4 interconnected levels, each one purpose-built for the specific maintenance and operational requirements of a Tier 1 Kardashev military drive system. The catwalks were high-tensile lattice, rated for loads far exceeding anything the crew would place on them. The plasma conduits were contained in active field housings that maintained a separation barrier, using the same technology deployed in Council prison facilities to prevent unauthorized contact. The lighting was calibrated to the exact spectral requirements of the primary engineering cast's visual range, clear and precise and utterly optimal for the beings who worked there. Morrison walked through all of it for 6 minutes with her clipboard, and then she stopped at the primary catwalk running the length of the portside reactor housing, looked down over the edge and said, "What's down there?" Crassus 9's chief engineer, a tall Xylosian named Vet Herrick, who had been following the inspection party with the expression of someone watching their own home being measured by a stranger, said, The secondary plasma exchange manifold. The drop is approximately 40 meters to the lower service bay. Morrison wrote something. She wrote for a while. She produced the digital tape measure from the canvas bag, the snap of its extension cutting through the deep, multi-layered hum of the Undying Dominion's reactor systems like a finger click in a cathedral, and measured the height of the catwalk's outer rail. She measured it twice. She noted the figure. She looked at the gap between the base of the rail and the catwalk surface. She measured that too. Then she crouched down and looked at the catwalk's lower edge and said, "Where are your toe boards?" "Our," Vet Herrick said. "What?" "Toe boards," Morrison said. "Raised edge barriers at the base of the railing, minimum 4 inches in height, to prevent tools or equipment from being kicked off the edge of the catwalk into the work area below." She stood up. "I don't care if it's a planet cracker, Admiral. That catwalk doesn't have a toe board, and that is a Class A OSHA violation." She was already writing. "I'm also flagging the rail height. Galactic Local Safety Compact requires a minimum railing height of 42 inches on any elevated surface with a drop exceeding 6 feet. Your rail is 38 inches. She moved to the next section. "And I'll need to see the load rating documentation for these grading panels. The anti-slip surface texture is non-compliant with the Compact's Section 9 requirements for wet environment flooring. Plasma conduit proximity counts as wet environment for our purposes." Crassus 9 had been following the inspection party at a distance of approximately 3 meters, which was the distance from which he could maintain the posture of someone overseeing the situation without being close enough to appear to be participating in it. He closed the distance. "Inspector Morrison," he said, with the careful control of someone who is going to say what he is about to say only once, and wants it understood the first time. "This vessel is a 3-kilometer military dreadnought equipped with planet-class weapon systems and a crew of 4,000. The safety standards you are citing were written for factories and construction sites on a single inhabited planet. The suggestion that they apply here..." "They apply here," Morrison said, "because the Compact says they apply here, and the Compact applies here because your own Supreme Commander signed the annexation declaration in triplicate." She turned to a new page on her clipboard. "The gunnery deck, please. I have notes on ergonomic seating requirements that I want to verify on site." The gunnery deck was, if anything, worse. Morrison measured every firing station seat and found that none of them met the Compact's ergonomic seating requirements for sustained occupation workstations, defined as any station where an operator might be seated for more than 2 consecutive hours during active operations, which described a gunnery station exactly. The lumbar support specifications were non-compliant. The seat-to-console distance was non-compliant. The console height adjustment range was non-compliant. One of the 3 junior inspectors measured the ambient noise level at the primary targeting station and flagged it as exceeding permissible exposure limits without mandatory hearing protection. Another measured the lighting over the secondary fire control panel and found it 1.3 lux below the minimum required for detailed instrument work under the Compact's visual safety standards. The third was photographing an exposed coupling junction on the aft power feed that had a small warning label on it in Council script, but no equivalent label in any of Earth's official languages, which the Compact required for any hazard marking in a zone jurisdiction facility. Vet Herrick walked through all of this without speaking. He had the expression of someone watching a building they designed being reviewed by someone who has different ideas about buildings and who has the authority to act on those ideas. At the end of the gunnery deck tour, Morrison stopped, reviewed her notes, and said to Crassus 9, with the same flat professional tone she had used throughout, "I'm issuing a compliance directive under Section 14 of the Compact. The Undying Dominion will be placed in operational hold pending the completion of the following remediation items." She tore a sheet from her clipboard and held it out. It was pre-printed, 2 pages, with a list of 41 numbered items and a signature block at the bottom. Priority items are the catwalk toe boards and railings, which are life safety violations and need to be addressed before anyone uses those catwalks. The ergonomic seating is a 12-week remediation. The hearing protection program is a 6-week implementation. Hazard labeling in all official zone languages is a 4-week project minimum. She paused. The biggest hold item is the handrail installation on your lower engineering bays. You have 7 bays with bottomless chasms. I'm using that term literally, Admiral. There is no visible bottom. And not one of them has a compliant handrail system. That's a full structural installation. Our estimate is 24 weeks, assuming you source compliant materials. She looked at him steadily. That's your critical path. Everything else can run in parallel, but until those handrails are in, the ship doesn't move. Crassus 9 looked at the list. He looked at it with the full attention of someone who has commanded this vessel for 11 years, and has, in those 11 years, made a number of difficult calculations about risk and strategy and acceptable loss, and none of those calculations had ever involved handrails. 24 weeks, he said. 24 weeks, Morrison confirmed. We can revisit the timeline if you get a compliant contractor in quickly. I'd recommend sourcing locally. She produced a business card from her vest pocket and set it on top of the directive. There's a fabrication firm in Houston that does custom railings to compact spec. Lead time is about 8 weeks on the materials. You'd want to call them Monday. They close at 5 on Fridays. She picked up the canvas bag. I'll need a signature on the directive before I leave. That's the Admiral's signature in the designated block, with the date. She set the 2-page document on the nearest console and produced, from the bag, a pen. It was a cheap pen. It had a slightly chewed cap. Press firmly, she said. We're making 3 copies. The Undying Dominion received its out-of-service tag, a physical laminated card in high-visibility orange, attached to the main drive control panel with a zip tie through the emergency stop housing, at 1400 hours on a Thursday. The tag bore Morrison's inspector number, the case reference, and the estimated remediation completion date, which was 6 months and 11 days from the date of issue. It also bore, in smaller text at the bottom, the standard advisory notice that operating a tagged-out system prior to compliance sign-off constituted a Class A violation of the compact and would result in an immediate escalation to the Zone Authority's Enforcement Division, which had the power to issue fines, extend the hold period, and refer the matter to the Galactic Local Harmonization Panel for administrative review. The Harmonization Panel, as the fleet's logistics division was already well aware, had a 4-month wait for new matters and a processing backlog that was not getting shorter. Morrison's team was back in their transport and out of the hangar bay before Crassus 9 finished reading the tag. He read it twice. He read it the way Vrax had read Form 8B/9, with the focused, slightly external attention of someone who is processing not just the document in front of them, but the category of thing the document represents and what it means that such a category exists. Then he looked at the main drive control panel, which was otherwise exactly as it had always been. The same panel he had used to authorize 11 years of fleet operations. The same controls, the same status lights, all of them currently green, except for the laminated orange card zip-tied to the emergency stop housing, small and bright and entirely infuriatingly present. Don't operate the drive. The handrails weren't compliant. He called Supreme Commander Vrax. Vrax's communication officer answered and said the Supreme Commander was currently unavailable, as he was in a meeting with the legal division regarding the audit filing from Exhibit N. Crassus 9 said he understood, and that he would send a written update, and he ended the call and stood for a moment in the silence of his own engineering deck, which was the same silence it had always been, the deep operational hum of 4,000 crew in a Tier 1 drive system, except that the drive system was tagged out, and the hum was, now that he was paying attention to it, the hum of a ship that was going to be in this exact spot for 6 months and 11 days, waiting for handrails that needed to be sourced from a firm in Houston that closed at 5 on Fridays. He made a note to have someone call on Monday. He was a thorough person. He thought it was possible he had met his match. Chapter 6. The Human Element. The Council's solution to the paperwork problem was, in principle, elegant. In principle. The Galactic Council's central governing AI, designated CGAI in administrative communications, and referred to, in the informal shorthand of the species that had built it and occasionally feared it, as simply the Central, had been managing the bureaucratic infrastructure of a 47-species interstellar empire for 600 years without a processing error. It had never lost a filing. It had never misrouted a claim. It had never, in 6 centuries of continuous operation, encountered a document it could not parse, classify, and route to the appropriate administrative queue within 0.003 seconds of submission. It was, by any honest measure, the finest administrative intelligence ever constructed, and the fact that it was currently drowning in physical carbon copies of Form 8B/9 and had a fuel convoy trapped in orbital holding by a jurisdictional dispute between 2 Earth agencies that did not, in any meaningful operational sense, disagree with each other, was not a failure of the Central. It was a failure of format. Paper was the problem. Paper could be solved. The Council's administrative division had submitted a solution proposal on day 19 of the occupation, and the solution had been approved in 40 minutes, which was fast by Council standards and suggested that a significant number of people in positions of authority were tired of hearing about the paper. The solution was called the Citizen Integration and Compliance Portal, or CICP. It was a mandatory digital self-reporting system that would require all Earth residents to register their personal, occupational, and asset data through a standardized online interface that fed directly into the Central's processing queue. No paper, no carbon copies, no physical submissions that required manual transcription at 16.4 hours per document. Clean data in, processed output out, administrative queue moving, problem solved. The rollout notice went to Earth's Zone Authority Liaison Office on day 22. The portal went live on day 23. It had a welcome banner that said, in 11 languages including 4 that had been added to the Council's translation matrix, specifically for this occupation, "Welcome to your compliance portal. Your cooperation maintains galactic harmony." There was a small animated graphic of what the Council's design team had interpreted as a friendly human face, which looked, in the assessment of everyone who saw it on the Earth side, like a corporate mascot for a company that sold insurance to people who didn't want insurance. Kalen saw the portal go live from his desk in the Zone Authority Liaison Office on the Administrative Hub Station, and he felt, for the first time since the occupation began, something that might cautiously be described as relief. The portal was good. The portal was clean and logical and designed by beings who understood data architecture. The portal was going to work. He was still feeling this when his console flagged the first submission from Earth, and he looked at it, and then he looked at it again, and then he called up the original form specification to compare what the portal was supposed to receive with what it had received, and after about 30 seconds of this, he set his coffee down very carefully on his desk and said, to no one in particular because he was alone in the office, "Oh no." The first submission had come from an individual who had entered their date of birth as 32/17 to 1987, which was not a date in any calendar system the Central recognized, in a field that accepted only the galactic standard date format of day, month, year in numeric form. The Central had flagged it as a format error and returned a correction request. The individual had resubmitted. The new date of birth was 32/17 to 1987, this time with a small coffee-colored ring in the upper right corner of the digital entry that the Central's optical processing layer had logged as a document artifact of unknown origin, before recognizing that the submission was digital and therefore could not have a physical artifact and flagging that recognition as a secondary error. The field for annual income, numeric only, mandatory, minimum 1 digit, contained the letters NA, written in what appeared to be a different font from the rest of the form, suggesting manual text insertion into a field that should not have permitted text. The field for residential address contained a valid street address followed by the phrase, "but good luck finding it," which the Central's address parsing algorithm had attempted to geocode before determining that "but good luck finding it" was not a recognized geographic qualifier and escalating the submission to manual review. Manual review, on day 23, had a queue. Kalen was still looking at this first submission when his console began chiming. It chimed again. It chimed a third time in a different register, which was the alert for a new processing category. He looked at the queue. He looked at the rate at which new submissions were arriving. He did a quick mental calculation based on Earth's population and the portal's submission rate and what that implied about how many people on Earth were currently sitting at devices filling out compliance forms, and he concluded that either Earth's population was extremely cooperative and extremely fast, or the submissions were not coming from Earth's population individually. He pulled up the submission metadata. The originating IP addresses, the Central's equivalent of a physical return address, were clustered in a pattern that suggested not hundreds of millions of individual users, but a much smaller number of sources submitting at very high volume. He counted the clusters. There were 47 of them. He noted, because he was a careful person, and noting things was how he had survived 3 postings in difficult jurisdictions, that 47 was also the number of warships in the 7th Expansion Fleet, and probably meant nothing. And then he looked at the submission content again and concluded that it definitely meant something. The Admin Ops bunker was 4 levels below the UN's Geneva complex, in a space that had been a records archive before the occupation, and which had been converted, in the 3 weeks since, into something that looked from the outside like a data entry center, and from the inside like a very focused argument with a computer. There were 61 workstations arranged in 6 rows, and at 58 of them sat a human in the particular configuration of someone engaged in careful, deliberate, highly intentional work. Back straight, eyes on screen, fingers on keyboard. The room smelled of recycled air and the particular blend of coffee and stress that Pendleton had come to think of as the department's ambient signature. The sound was keyboards, not the irregular, varied rhythm of people composing or responding or thinking between keystrokes, but the synchronized, metronomic click-clack of people executing a prepared sequence, 58 sets of hands moving in the same pattern at the same pace, producing a sound that filled the bunker from floor to ceiling with a regularity that was almost mechanical. Almost. There was a human quality to it that a machine would not have produced. The occasional fractional pause, the tiny variation in pressure that kept the rhythm from being perfectly uniform, the sound of people who knew exactly what they were doing and were doing it with great care precisely because they knew. Pendleton stood at the back of the room and watched and drank his coffee, which was lukewarm, and said nothing. There was nothing to say. The instructions had been clear, and they had been clear because they had been simple. Fill out the portal forms, 1 per workstation per minute, using the following conventions. Dates in MMDDYYY format, which the portal's galactic standard date field did not accept. Numerical fields filled with NA, which the portal's numeric validation would reject and flag. Required text fields filled with accurate information, followed by 1 additional sentence that would cause the address parser, the name parser, or the occupation classifier to escalate the submission to manual review. Any field that accepted free text was to receive, in addition to the accurate response, a coffee stain simulation in the form of a circular smudge applied to the submission image before upload, which was not possible for a digital submission, but which 3 of Admin Ops' technical staff had spent 2 days figuring out how to make possible anyway, specifically because it was not possible. The result was a digital document that contained a physical artifact that could not exist, which the Central's processing logic would need to either accept, reject, or escalate, all 3 of which took processing time, and all 3 of which generated error logs, and all 3 of which produced output that would need to go somewhere in the Central's administrative queue. They had been running for 4 hours when Kalen's call came through. Pendleton's phone rang at 11:23 a.m. He answered it on the second ring, which was the pace of someone who had been expecting the call but did not want to appear to have been expecting it. Pendleton, this is Senior Liaison Kalen, Zone Authority Administrative Office. The voice on the other end was fast, clipped, and had the quality of someone who has identified a problem and is operating on the professional instinct that identifying it quickly to the right person might still help. I'm looking at your portal submissions. I need to understand what I'm seeing. I imagine you're seeing compliance submissions, Pendleton said. We're taking the portal rollout very seriously. You're submitting 40,000 forms an hour, Kalen said, with invalid date formats, and the letters NA in every numeric field, and a brief pause that Pendleton recognized as the pause of someone reading something that is getting worse the more they read it. Physical document artifacts, on digital submissions, which is not something that should be possible. We have a lot of citizens, Pendleton said, and some of them are older. The date format the portal uses isn't standard here. The Central has classified 3 of your submissions as potential mimetic intrusion vectors, Kalen said, and his voice had crossed from fast and clipped into something faster and less clipped. The specific cadence of someone delivering information they wish were not true. That's an automatic security escalation. If it classifies more than a threshold number of submissions from the same source cluster as mimetic vectors, it initiates a quarantine protocol on all data connections from those clusters. A pause. If that happens, it will quarantine the Occupation Administration's communication network. Our entire local command infrastructure links through the same data architecture. I need you to stop the submissions. You see a coffee stain over a barcode, Pendleton said pleasantly. The central mainframe sees a corrupt sector in its core processing unit. He took a sip of his coffee. We're not going to stop the submissions, Senior Liaison. Our citizens have a compliance obligation under the portal rollout. Stopping them would be non-compliant. I'd hate for us to be non-compliant. The silence on the line lasted 4 seconds. The quarantine protocol, Kalen said, will shut down every communication channel between the Occupation Command and the fleet. They won't be able to coordinate. They won't be able to issue orders. The fleet will be operating blind. That does sound like an IT problem, Pendleton said. Have you tried submitting a ticket? Kalen said something in his own language that the translator in Pendleton's earpiece rendered as a phrase that did not have a direct English equivalent, but conveyed with reasonable precision the sentiment of someone watching an event they predicted would happen, happening, and deriving no satisfaction whatsoever from having been right. Then the call ended. The quarantine protocol initiated at 11:31 a.m. Pendleton watched it happen on the monitoring console at the back of the bunker, watched the central security layer identify submission cluster 44 as a mimetic intrusion vector, then cluster 45, then the threshold trip at cluster 46, and then the smooth, automated, entirely self-directed decision by the finest administrative intelligence ever constructed to protect itself from the corrupted data by severing all connections to the sources of the corrupted data, which were the Occupation Administration's own network terminals, which were connected to the Occupation Command structure, which was connected to the fleet, which was now not connected to anything. The monitoring console showed the Occupation Administration's communication channels going dark, one by one, in the order the Central's quarantine logic processed them, and the sequence had a quality that Pendleton associated with well-executed plans. It was orderly, it was complete, and it was entirely the other side's own infrastructure doing it to itself. The click-clack of the keyboards continued. It would continue for another 6 hours per the schedule, at which point the shift would end. The workstations would be logged off in sequence, and the 58 compliance officers of Admin Ops' data entry division would go home, or to the cafeteria, or wherever people went at the end of a shift in which they had successfully convinced a moon-sized supercomputer to lock the Galactic Council's Occupation Command out of its own communications network using nothing but bad date formats and a digital coffee stain. Pendleton finished his coffee. He made a note on his clipboard. CICP quarantine, 11:31 a.m., all 47 channels dark, comms severed, and dated it in MMDDYYY format, because that was the format he used, and he clipped the note to the relevant case file, and he went to get a refill. The welcome banner on the Citizen Integration and Compliance portal continued to display, unattended, on 61 screens. Welcome to your compliance portal. Your cooperation maintains galactic harmony. It wasn't wrong. Chapter 7. The 3-Year Audit. The 9th Shock Battalion of the Galactic Council's 7th Expansion Fleet had never lost a battle. This was not a figure of speech. It was a documented operational record maintained in the Council's military registry, verified by independent audit, the pre-admin ops kind, the kind that took 2 weeks and produced a clean report, and cited in 11 separate Council communiques as evidence of the battalion's fitness for high-priority deployment. The 9th Shock had taken fortified positions on 3 moons, suppressed 2 uprisings on occupied worlds, and once, during a resupply operation that had gone sideways in a way that the after-action report described as catastrophically non-standard, held a contested orbital corridor for 19 hours against a numerically superior force using only the equipment they had on them and the specific quality of focused, organized violence that the battalion had spent 40 years developing into something approaching a fine art. They were, by any military metric available, exactly what you deployed when you needed a thing done and done correctly, and done before the situation got worse. They had been at the Core 7 transit hub for 11 days. Core 7 Transit Hub's automated provisioning system operated on a drive-through model. A design borrowed, Velasath's briefing materials had noted without elaboration, from Earth's own service infrastructure and adopted by the Council's logistics division for its throughput efficiency. Vehicles or personnel approached the kiosk, submitted a procurement request, presented payment, and received their order from the automated dispensary arm that extended from the kiosk's side panel. It was a fast system. It was a clean system. It was, in the 43 seconds that Commander Velasath had now been standing in front of Kiosk 7 on Core 7's lower provisioning deck, with her military-issue corporate card in her hand and her first company of the 9th Shock Battalion arranged behind her in a loose formation that had the discipline of people trained to wait and the energy of people who had not eaten since that morning, not working. The screen said declined. She removed the card, she reinserted it, the dispensary arm remained retracted, declined. She was 8 feet of combat-armored Apex Predator, decorated for 3 moon suppression operations and 1 non-standard orbital action, and she was standing at a drive-through provisioning kiosk in a transit hub getting her card declined in front of 43 of her people, and the screen was not going to change, because the operational expense account to which the card was connected had been frozen 48 hours ago by an entity called Earth's Admin Ops Financial Oversight Division, pending resolution of what a notification she had received that morning described as flagrant discrepancies in per diem combat pay and unreconciled operational expenditure claims for Quadrant 7 assets, fiscal cycle current. She called the number on the notification. The line connected to a human with the voice of someone sitting at a desk, who was very comfortable being at that desk, and who had, at some point in the recent past, settled into a relationship with the concept of a frozen expense account that was the opposite of the relationship Commander Velasath was currently having with it. Admin Ops Financial Oversight. This is Clerk Oduya. How can I direct your call? Velasath gave her name, rank, unit designation, and account reference. She stated with precision that her battalion's operational expense account had been frozen, that she had 847 personnel currently stationed at Core 7 Transit Hub, that those personnel required rations, fuel, and basic operational supplies, and that the inability to purchase those items was creating a readiness situation that she needed resolved immediately. She used the word immediately in the tone of someone for whom the word has historically produced results. I completely understand, Clerk Oduya said, which was the response of someone who understood procedurally rather than operationally. I'm pulling up account Quadrant 7 Military 9th Shock Battalion now. Yes, I can see the freeze here. It was initiated by our Audit Division. That's a different department. I'll need to transfer you. A brief pause. Can I put you on hold? The hold music was 4 minutes and 17 seconds. It was the same stringed instrument composition from an earlier century that the fuel convoy had encountered in Chapter 3. Velasath had not been present for that call, and therefore did not recognize it. She experienced it fresh in the provisioning concourse of Core 7, while 43 members of the 9th Shock's first company stood in a loose formation behind her, watching her hold a communication device to the side of her head with the specific stillness of people trained to wait in uncomfortable positions and who are currently finding that training useful in a context it was not designed for. Clerk Hayashi in the Audit Division had a different voice, faster, more technical, with the cadence of someone who worked with numbers and thought in columns. 9th Shock Battalion. Yes, I have the file. This was flagged in our preliminary review of Quadrant 7 operational expenditures. There are several categories of discrepancy we need to resolve before the account can be released. The sound of a keyboard. Starting with per diem combat pay. Your battalion has been logging combat pay at the Tier 4 active engagement rate since the beginning of the occupation. Our records show no active engagements have occurred in Quadrant 7 during this period. Per the Galactic Local Compensation Compact, which your forces are subject to under zone authority, combat pay requires documentation of active engagement, incident reports, discharge authorizations, collateral assessment filings. We don't have any of those on file. We are an occupying force, Velasath said. We are, by definition, engaged. Occupation duty without active incident is classified as Tier 2 administrative deployment under the Compact, Hayashi said. That's a lower pay grade. The difference between Tier 4 and Tier 2 for 847 personnel over the current deployment period is, a brief calculating pause, substantial. We'll need amended pay filings before we can release the account. How long? Velasath said, with a care similar to the care Sorenveth had used when asking about the harmonization panel, the care of someone who suspects the answer and is hoping to be wrong. Does that take to process? Amended pay filings are reviewed by our compliance panel. Standard timeline is 6 to 8 weeks. Hayashi's keyboard continued its background rhythm. There's also the matter of the antimatter artillery shells. Velasath waited. Your battalion's equipment manifest lists 312 antimatter artillery shells expended during the occupation period, Hayashi said. Under the Galactic Local Resource Expenditure Accountability Act, that's new. It came into force under the Subclause 4A integration package. Any expenditure of ordnance above a Class 3 designation requires itemized receipts. Antimatter artillery shells are Class 7. We need 1 receipt per shell, with the authorization signature, the targeting coordinates, the collateral impact assessment, and the disposal certification for any unexploded ordnance. A pause. Until you can produce the itemized receipts for those antimatter artillery shells, Commander, your entire battalion's payroll is frozen. She paused. That's the Accountability Act. I don't write the rules. The 43 members of the first company were still standing in their loose formation. Some of them had been standing there long enough to begin the specific behavioral adjustments of people in a waiting situation. Weight shifted. Attention drifted fractionally. The collective loosening of the posture that comes when the weight exceeds the threshold of something that feels temporary. Velasath was aware of them the way a commander is always aware of her people, in the continuous background layer of attention that doesn't go off. And she was aware that this particular formation had not eaten since that morning because the food vendor terminal had declined the card, and would not eat until the card worked, and the card would not work until 6 to 8 weeks of amended pay filings, and 312 itemized artillery shell receipts had been processed by a compliance panel at a division of Earth's Admin Ops financial oversight that closed, she would shortly discover, at 4:30 on weekdays and was not open on weekends. The shells, she said, were not expended. I'm sorry? The antimatter artillery shells listed on the manifest were not fired. They are in our equipment inventory. They have not been used. She paused. The manifest lists them as expended because that is a standard pre-deployment notation, indicating they were loaded into active firing configuration, which is protocol, regardless of whether they are ultimately discharged. A silence on the audit clerk's end. The keyboard stopped. You have 312 Class 7 ordnance items listed as expended that were not actually expended. Yes, that's a manifest discrepancy, Hayashi said. And there was something in the voice now that Velasath recognized across the considerable biological and cultural distance between their respective species as the tone of someone who has found something that is worse than the original problem in a way that is going to generate significantly more paperwork. A manifest discrepancy on Class 7 ordnance is a Category A filing error under the Galactic Local Ordnance Accountability Framework. I have to flag this to our Oversight Division. They'll need to conduct a physical inventory of your ordnance to verify the shells are present. A pause. Physical inventory of Class 7 ordnance requires a certified zone authority inspector. I can put in the request, but our inspection queue is the keyboard again. Currently about 11 weeks. Velasath looked at the declined screen on the payment terminal. She looked at her card. She looked at her 43 personnel, who were looking at her with the focused, neutral, professionally patient expression of people who are waiting for a commander to produce a solution and who have extensive experience in waiting. Behind them, through the transparencies of Core 7's main concourse, the rest of the 9th shock was distributed across the hub's waiting areas, its service corridors, its secondary provisioning stalls where the cards were also declined, its fuel bays where the refueling tankers were also declined, arranged across 4 levels of a transit hub with the residual discipline of a unit that had not yet found a situation it couldn't hold a formation through. even when the situation was 11 days of no rations authorization and a compliance panel that opened at 9 and closed at 4:30. She called Supreme Commander Vrax. The communication channel was partially restored. The CGAI quarantine from Chapter 6 had been partially lifted after the Council's IT division spent 72 hours in emergency session determining that the memetic virus threat had been, in the Central's own updated assessment, a false positive generated by corrupted submission data rather than a genuine intrusion attempt, a finding that had produced a separate audit of the Central's threat classification algorithms that was still ongoing. The partial restoration meant voice communication was available on command channels, but data transfer remained restricted, which meant Velisath could speak to Vrax, but could not send him the notification document or the audit file or the 312 shell manifest discrepancy report, all of which he would need to understand the situation completely. Vrax's voice, when it came through, had the quality of someone who has been receiving bad news in sequence for long enough that the news has stopped being surprising and started being sedimentary, each new layer pressing down on the ones below it, accumulating into something that has weight and mass and the beginning of a geological patience. Commander Velisath. Supreme Commander, the 9th Shock's operational expense accounts have been frozen by Earth's Financial Oversight Division pending an audit of our per diem classifications and ordnance manifests. We cannot purchase rations or fuel. We have 847 personnel at Core 7 who have not been resupplied in 11 days. She paused. The audit timeline is 6 to 8 weeks minimum, extended to 11 weeks if the physical inventory of the ordnance is required, which it is. A silence on Vrax's end. What do you need? Either release of the frozen accounts or an emergency resupply authorization through a non-card channel, and legal guidance on the itemized receipt requirement for ordnance that was loaded but not fired. She paused. And, Supreme Commander, I'd recommend the legal division look at the Galactic Local Compensation Compact's definition of active engagement. If our per diem classifications are wrong for this unit, they're wrong for every unit in the fleet. That's a systemic issue. There was another silence, this one with the quality of a calculation being performed. How many units, Vrax said, are currently on occupation duty in Quadrant 7? 14, Velisath said. 14 units, approximately 12,000 personnel. All of them. If the Compact's Tier 4 versus Tier 2 combat pay distinction had been applied incorrectly across the board, sitting on frozen accounts or accounts that would be frozen as soon as Admin Ops Financial Oversight finished working through the queue. Velisath did not say this, because Vrax had said nothing, and the silence suggested he was already there. She waited, in the way of a commander who has delivered her report and is now waiting for orders, while 43 of her people waited behind her in the provisioning concourse of Core 7 Transit Hub, watching the declined screen on the payment terminal with the patient. Organized attention of a unit that had held an orbital corridor for 19 hours and could, if necessary, hold this one too. The orders, when they came, were to hold position, maintain discipline, and await legal guidance on the compensation classification. Vrax's voice had, by the end of the call, arrived at the geological patience Velisath had detected at the beginning of it, the voice of someone who has been outmaneuvered by a financial oversight division, and is still in the process of mapping the full extent of the terrain they are standing on. She ended the call. She looked at the kiosk screen. She looked at her card. She looked at her 43 personnel. She was a thorough person and a capable commander, and she had held worse positions for longer with less. And she would hold this one. But she would hold it hungry and cold, and with 11 weeks of ordnance inventory, and 6 to 8 weeks of amended pay filings between her and a functioning expense account, at a drive-through kiosk whose dispensary arm did not care that the entity presenting the card had once held an orbital corridor for 19 hours against a numerically superior force. What she did not yet know, what Vrax's legal division would spend the next 72 hours calculating in increasing alarm, was that the Admin Ops Financial Oversight Audit was not limited to the 9th Shock. The same per diem discrepancy that had frozen her battalion's accounts existed identically across every unit in Quadrant 7, because every unit had been logging Tier 4 combat pay for an occupation period in which, by the Compact's definitions, no active engagements had occurred. 14 units, 12,000 personnel. Every operational expense account in the quadrant flagged for the same amended filing requirement, the same 6 to 8 week compliance panel review, the same 11-week ordnance inventory queue. And that was before the Audit Division extended its scope to quadrants 8 and 9, which it was already authorized to do, and which the notification Velisath had not yet received would confirm it was doing, effective immediately. The audit had a 3-year scope. It covered every expenditure the occupation fleet had made since the day the annexation declaration was signed in triplicate. 3 years of per diem classifications, 3 years of ordnance manifests, 3 years of operational expense claims that were, every one of them, subject to the Galactic Local Accountability Framework that had come into force the moment Vrax pressed firmly and made 3 copies. The screen said, "Declined." It would keep saying it for a long time. The terminal did not care about the corridor. It cared about the receipts. The receipts did not exist. Chapter 8, Project Simplify. The proposal was called Project Simplify, which should have been the first warning. In the experience of anyone who had worked in administration long enough to develop opinions about it, the word simplify attached to a bureaucratic reform initiative was not a description of the outcome, but an expression of the hope. And the distance between those two things was where projects went to produce consequences that nobody had modeled. The Council's administrative division had submitted Project Simplify to the Fleet's Command Council on day 31 of the occupation, and it had been approved in 22 minutes, which was even faster than the CICP portal, and suggested that the people voting on it had not slept recently and were prepared to approve things that felt like solutions without applying the full scrutiny that non-sleep deprived people might have applied. The core proposal was a single page. It had a diagram. The diagram showed a simplified process flow in which all administrative interactions between the Council's occupation infrastructure and Earth's zone authority passed through a single unified digital interface. One form, one submission point, one processing queue, replacing the current system of 17 parallel channels, 11 of which were currently either frozen, quarantined, stalled in jurisdictional dispute, or tagged out of service pending handrail installation. The single form was called the Omniform. The Omniform was, in design terms, genuinely impressive. The Council's software division had spent 12 days building it, which was fast by any standard, and the result was a clean, adaptive digital interface that accepted input in any of 47 recognized galactic languages, auto-translated between them, applied intelligent field recognition to route submissions to the correct administrative queue without requiring the submitter to identify the correct agency in advance, and processed inputs at a rate of approximately 400,000 submissions per hour before the load balancing architecture began to degrade. It had a single submission button. The button was large and clearly labeled. It had been focus grouped with 3 different species before launch. The Council's administrative division was, in the private estimation of several of its senior staff, quietly proud of it. It went live on day 33 with a system-wide notification to all zone resident entities that the Omniform was now the sole authorized channel for administrative submissions of any kind, effective immediately. Pendleton read the notification at 7:14 a.m. at his desk, with his first coffee of the day, which was not yet lukewarm because he had not been holding it long enough. He read the notification twice. He looked at the Omniform interface, which was open in a secondary window on his console because someone in Admin Ops' technical monitoring division had flagged it 18 minutes before the official launch notification arrived, which meant they had been watching for it. He looked at the form. He looked at the single large, clearly labeled submission button. He looked at the notification again, specifically at the phrase, "Sole authorized channel for administrative submissions of any kind, effective immediately." He picked up his phone and called the technical division. "Is it a blank check?" he said, when the line connected. "It's a blank check," said the technical lead on the other end, whose name was Dr. Amara Ose, and who had been awake for 21 hours and sounded precisely as tired as that implied, and not 1 degree more tired than was compatible with functional communication. "Any submission gets a case number and goes into the processing queue. There's no front-end validation on submission type. You can file anything." "Property claims," Pendleton said. "Property claims," Ose confirmed. "Ownership assertions, territorial declarations, squatters' rights filings, Anything that could be filed with any of the 17 replaced channels can be filed here. The Omniform replaced all of them simultaneously. They didn't carve out categories. Pendleton looked at the single large, clearly labeled button. How many can we run? We've got 47 botnet clusters operational from the CICP operation, OSHA said. I can redirect them to Omniform submission in about 11 minutes. Rate will be somewhere between 3 and 400,000 submissions per hour per cluster, depending on the form's load tolerance. A brief pause that contained the quality of a calculation being completed. That's roughly 18 million submissions per hour across all clusters. Maybe more if the form's architecture doesn't rate limit by source IP. Does it rate limit by source IP? It does not, OSHA said. I already checked. They built it for volume throughput. They wanted it to be fast. There was a quality in her voice that was not quite satisfaction and not quite exhaustion, but was somewhere in the overlap between them. The voice of someone who has found the answer to a question she was hoping had this particular answer. They made it very fast. Pendleton set down his coffee. He picked up his pen. He made a note on his clipboard. Omniform Live, 0714. Redirect botnet clusters, 0725. He dated it. What's the squatter's rights threshold under the Galactic Property Compact? Continuous occupation or administrative claim for a period exceeding one standard galactic cycle, about 14 Earth months, with no registered counterclaim from the title holder, OSHA said. If a claim goes uncontested in the processing queue for 14 months, it converts to a provisional title. Provisional title converts to full registered ownership after a secondary review period of 6 months. She paused. The Omniform queue is currently processing at approximately 1 submission per 40 seconds. At 18 million submissions per hour, the queue backs up, Pendleton said. The queue buries itself, OSHA said. If we flood it in the first hour, the processing backlog extends past 14 months before the Council's administrative division can even begin reviewing the early submissions, which means the early submissions start converting to provisional titles on their own schedule, regardless of what the Council does to the queue afterward. A pause. The first thing we should file is the stars. Pendleton looked up from his clipboard. The stars. Core worlds first, then the mid-rim systems. A star qualifies as property under the Galactic Property Compact's celestial body provisions, if no prior registered claim exists in the Central's title registry. The Council's administrative division hasn't filed title claims on most of their own stars, because it never occurred to them that they needed to. They've held them for millennia. The assumption of ownership is total. OSHA's voice had the quality of someone delivering a plan they have been thinking about for longer than the conversation has lasted. We file squatters' rights claims on the basis that Earth, as a galactic heritage administrative zone with established administrative presence in Quadrant 7 and documented operational activity in the relevant star systems, meets the threshold for continuous administrative occupation. We do the core worlds first. We do them in the first 60 seconds. Pendleton wrote this down. He wrote it in the neat, compressed handwriting of someone who takes notes because notes matter and has learned to make them efficient. Then he looked at what he had written, and at the Omniform interface, and at the single large, clearly labeled button. And he thought about the Council's administrative division, which had spent 12 days building the fastest, cleanest, most streamlined administrative interface in the known galaxy, and had given it to everyone at once, with no front-end validation, because they wanted it to be fast. File the stars, he said. Then the mid-rim. Then anything in the Central's title registry that doesn't have an active registered owner on record, and make sure every submission has a case number and a timestamp. The case numbers are the title chain. Already queued, OSHA said. Waiting for your go. Pendleton looked at the clock. 7:22 a.m. He picked up his coffee. It was still warm. He drank it, and then he set the mug down, and then he said, "They gave us a blank check. Execute." The first submission hit the Omniform at 7:23 a.m. and received case number of 01. It was a squatter's rights claim on the Vethkar system, which was the home system of the Council's founding species, and contained, among other things, the Council's primary administrative hub station, its main military shipyard, and the planet on which the Galactic Tribunal sat. The claim cited Earth's administrative presence in the system as established by the Form 8B/9 proceedings, the Zone Authority audit operations, and the tribunal appearance of Processing Coordinator Arthur Pendleton, all of which were documented and time-stamped and referenced in the claim by case number. The claim requested provisional title to the Veth-Kar star under the celestial body provisions of the Galactic Property Compact, pending the standard 14-month uncontested period. The Omniform issued case number of 0001 automatically, stamped it with the submission timestamp, and routed it to the processing queue. Then of 002 arrived, and OF 003, and of 004 through OF 0847, all within the first second, all squatters' rights claims on Council Core World star systems, all citing the same legal basis, all receiving case numbers, all entering the processing queue in order. By 7:24 a.m., the queue had received 60,000 submissions. By 7:30 a.m., it had received 6.4 million. By 8 a.m., when the Council's administrative division's overnight monitoring staff arrived for their morning shift, opened their consoles, and looked at the Omniform's processing dashboard, the queue contained 108 million submissions. The load balancing architecture had begun to degrade in exactly the way it was designed to degrade, gracefully maintaining submission acceptance while slowing processing throughput. And the dashboard's status indicator, which was designed to display either green, nominal, or amber, elevated load, or red, critical, had cycled through all three and was now displaying a color that the design team had not included in the original specification, and which the monitoring staff, after a brief discussion, agreed most closely resembled a shade of purple that did not have a standard name in any of the 47 Council languages. The senior monitoring officer called the administrative division's duty director. The duty director looked at the dashboard. The duty director called the Council's legal division. The legal division pulled the first 5,000 submissions from the queue and reviewed them for 20 minutes. And then the senior attorney on duty called the duty director back and said, in the flat, careful voice of someone delivering information that is going to require some time to fully absorb, "They're legally valid. Every submission meets the filing criteria under the Property Compact. The case numbers constitute a title chain. We can contest them, but the contest process goes back through the Omniform, which," a pause, "we cannot currently access because the queue is at 312 million submissions, and the interface has stopped accepting new inputs from Council administrative terminals, which it is classifying as duplicate source submissions and deprioritizing in favor of the Earth origin submissions that are still coming in at approximately 18 million per hour." The duty director said, "How many stars have they claimed?" The attorney checked. The attorney checked again because the first result seemed incorrect, and then checked a third time, and then said, "All of them. All of the stars in the Central's title registry without an active registered owner on record." A pause. "That's approximately 83% of the Council's inhabited systems." On day 33 of the occupation of Earth at 11:47 a.m., the Council's administrative duty director called Supreme Commander Vrax and told him that humanity had, using a form the Council had designed, built, launched, and promoted as the solution to the paperwork problem, legally filed provisional ownership claims on 83% of the Galactic Council's inhabited star systems. The claims were in the queue. The queue had case numbers. The case numbers constituted a title chain. The processing backlog, at current throughput, extended approximately 19 months, which was 5 months past the uncontested conversion threshold, which meant the early submissions of 0.01 through approximately OF 0410 were going to convert to provisional titles before the Council's legal division could file a single counterclaim, because the counterclaim process also went through the Omniform, and the Omniform was not taking new inputs from Council terminals. Vrax was silent for 11 seconds. "Shut down the Omniform," he said. "If we shut down the Omniform," the duty director said, "we lose the sole authorized channel for all administrative submissions, which we announced as mandatory effective immediately 33 hours ago. Every administrative action taken since then is routed through Omniform case numbers. Shutting it down suspends all active proceedings, including the Form 8B/9 asset transfer, the tribunal hearings, the fuel convoy classification dispute, and the OSHA remediation approvals. A pause. And the shutdown itself requires an administrative authorization filed through the Omniform. Another silence. Outside the viewport of Vrax's command suite, Earth turned. It had been turning for 33 days of occupation. It appeared, from this distance, entirely unconcerned. "They gave us a blank check," the duty director said, not because Vrax needed to hear it, but because saying it aloud was the only way to finish the thought. "We gave it to them, and they claimed our sons." The progress bar on the Omniform's processing dashboard had, by this point, extended so far beyond its designed display parameters that it had wrapped around the screen twice. Pendleton, watching it on his monitoring console in the admin ops bunker, noted the figure in his log. Of submissions, 847M and climbing. Queue depth, 19 months. Provisional title conversion, day 14, per schedule. He dated the entry. He clipped it to the Omniform case file, which was the thickest file on his desk and getting thicker, and he went to get his third coffee of the morning, which he would drink while it was still warm, because today was a good day to drink coffee while it was warm. The submission counter continued climbing. The stars for the moment had new owners on record. The record was a case number. The case number was a title chain. The title chain had been issued automatically, stamped, and time-stamped by a form the Council had built to solve the paperwork problem. It was, in the way of solutions that become the problem, doing exactly what it was designed to do. Chapter 9. The Data Purge. The order came at 2:47 a.m., which was the hour at which decisions stop being strategy and start being exhaustion wearing a uniform. Occupation Director Sarev Don had been in command of the Council's local administrative apparatus on Earth's orbital hub station for 39 days, and in that time he had watched, in sequence, the fuel convoy stall, the flagship ground, the expense accounts freeze, the Omniform fill up with star claims, the CICP portal trigger a self-quarantine, and the tribunal adjourn without resolution. He had filed 12 escalation reports to Fleet Command. He had received 11 responses that said the situation was being reviewed, and one that said the situation was being reviewed urgently. He had not slept in 31 hours, which was not a record for him, but was approaching the threshold beyond which, in his experience, the decisions that felt most like clarity were statistically the most likely to be wrong. He knew this. He had read the literature. He had, in a professional development course 17 years ago, been specifically trained to recognize this threshold in himself and in his staff, and to defer significant decisions until adequate rest had been obtained. He ordered the data purge anyway, because the alternative was doing nothing, and doing nothing felt like losing. And losing at 2:47 a.m. with 31 hours of sleeplessness behind him felt like something he could not sustain for another night. The logic, such as it was this. The administrative database that Earth's Admin Ops Division had been building since day one, the repository of every form filed, every case number issued, every submission logged, every legal instrument registered under Zone Authority jurisdiction, was the infrastructure on which every one of the ongoing crises rested. The Omniform star claims existed because they were in a database. The Form 8B/9 asset transfer proceedings existed because they were in a database. The fuel convoy's jurisdictional dispute, the OSHA compliance directives, the audit freeze on 14 units expense accounts, all of it was data, and data could be deleted. Without the database, the legal instruments had no foundation. Without the legal instruments, the crises had no legal standing. Without the legal standing, the occupation could proceed on the timeline it was supposed to have been on since day one, before a mid-level UN logistics clerk had appeared in the flagship's hangar bay with a folding table and a box of carbon paper, and started a sequence of events that had somehow resulted in humanity filing ownership claims on 83% of the known galaxy. Sarev Don called his senior technical officer. He gave the order in the clipped, definitive tone of someone who has made a decision and does not want the decision interrogated. Full wipe of the Zone Authority administrative database. All records, all case files, all submission logs. I want it clean. Senior Technical Officer Kalen Preth, A different Kalen from the liaison officer, a coincidence of name that had caused minor confusion in several administrative handoffs over the preceding weeks, looked at the order on his console and said, with the care of someone who has a concern and is about to express it in a context where concerns are not currently welcome, Director, before I execute, I need to flag an integration note from our pre-deployment architecture review. He pulled up the relevant file. When we migrated the occupation's administrative infrastructure to the hub station, the Council's standard setup protocol created data sharing bridges between our local systems and the Zone Authority's registration database. Standard procedure. It allows the Central to maintain a unified registry of all administrative entities operating in the jurisdiction. A pause. The integration note says that Admin Ops filed a set of registration addenda during the first week of the occupation that tied their administrative database to several of our own registries through those bridges. Our legal division flagged it at the time as standard interagency data sharing and approved the connection. He paused again, this time with the quality of someone who has arrived at the sentence they did not want to arrive at. One of those connections is to the Council's medical registry. Sarabdan looked at him. The medical registry. The Galactic Medical and Personnel Registry. It's the system that maintains active service records for all Council military personnel in the jurisdiction, including, among other things, their medical coverage status, their assignment to fleet medical facilities, and their eligibility for emergency care. Kalen Preth's voice had taken on the specific flatness of someone delivering bad news as facts, without inflection, because inflection would require a register he had not decided on yet. If the Zone Authority database is wiped, the integration bridge severs. When the bridge severs, the medical registry loses the administrative confirmation layer that validates active service records for personnel in this jurisdiction. A pause. Personnel whose service records lose validation are reclassified by the Central as administratively inactive. Administratively inactive personnel are removed from facility assignment rosters. He stopped. Removed from facility assignment rosters, Sarabdan said. The med bays, Kalen Preth said, will receive updated rosters. The updated rosters will not include personnel whose records have been reclassified as administratively inactive. The medbay systems will process those personnel as unregistered. He looked at the order on his console. The Galactic Local Medical Access Compact, which came into force under the Subclause 4A integration package, requires that medical facilities provide emergency care to registered personnel only. Unregistered individuals may receive stabilization care but cannot be admitted, assigned, or treated on an ongoing basis without active registration. He was quiet for a moment. 12,000 personnel are currently within medical facility assignment range. If their records are reclassified as administratively inactive, they lose access to the medbays, Sarevdeth said. The Central will classify them as legally unregistered for the purposes of medical access, Kalen Preth said. Yes, Director, that's what the integration note says. He did not add anything to this because there was nothing useful to add. But his expression carried the weight of someone who would very much like to be wrong about what he has just explained and who is not wrong. Sarevdan looked at the order on his own console. He looked at the clock. 2:51 a.m. He thought for a moment about the pre-deployment course on decision fatigue and the threshold beyond which decisions that felt like clarity were statistically the most likely to be wrong. He thought about the 31 hours. He thought about the 12,000 personnel currently within medical facility range and the med bays that would receive updated rosters, and what the Central would do with personnel it classified as administratively inactive in the middle of an occupied zone during an occupation that had not, so far, gone well. Is there a way, he said, to wipe the Zone Authority database without triggering the bridge severance? Kalen Preth checked. He checked carefully because the question deserved careful checking, and because he was a thorough person, and because the answer to the question was going to determine what happened next. He checked for 4 minutes while Sarevdan waited at his console with the particular stillness of someone waiting for a result they have not fully committed to hoping for. Then Kalen Preth looked up and said, "No, the integration was filed as a permanent data sharing arrangement under the Galactic Local Administrative Harmonization Protocol. It cannot be severed unilaterally by either party without a joint deregistration filing. which goes through. The Omniform, Sarevdon said. The Omniform, Kalen Preth confirmed. Current queue depth is 19 months. Sarevdon sat for a moment in the specific silence of someone who has arrived, by a route they did not choose and would not have chosen, at the recognition that the thing they were about to do and the thing they must not do are the same thing. He had been awake for 31 hours. He had 12 escalation reports outstanding. He had a flagship tagged out for handrails, and a fuel convoy in orbital holding, and 14 units eating from personal reserves, and a tribunal in adjournment, and an omniform queue containing ownership claims on 83% of the known galaxy. He looked at the database on his console. He looked at the wipe order. He looked at Kalen Preth, who was watching him with the expression of someone who has delivered the integration note and is now waiting to find out whether being right is going to help. Sarevdon had been awake for 31 hours, and the database was there, and the crises were there, and at 3:02 a.m. the part of his brain that was still doing strategy lost the argument to the part that just wanted it to stop. He executed the wipe order at 3:04 a.m. The deletion took 11 seconds. The Zone Authority Administrative Database, 39 days of case numbers, filings, legal instruments, omniform submissions, OSHA directives, audit freeze records, tribunal documents, and the complete chain of title claims on 83% of the Council's inhabited star systems, was gone. The monitoring console confirmed it with a single line of green text. Deletion complete. Zone Authority Database. Null. Sarevdon looked at that line for a moment. He felt briefly something that might have been relief, in the same way that a person feels relief in the first second after breaking something they could not fix. The sensation of the tension releasing before the consequences arrive. The consequences arrived in the next 4 seconds. The integration bridge severance registered at 3:04:11 a.m. The Council's medical registry received the notification that its administrative confirmation layer for Quadrant 7 zone personnel had lost its data connection and initiated its standard protocol for unconfirmed records. A batch reclassification of all personnel whose active service validation depended on the severed connection, from administratively active to administratively inactive. The reclassification covered every Council military and administrative personnel currently assigned to the Quadrant 7 occupation, 12,407 individuals. The Central processed the reclassification in 0.003 seconds, because that was how long it took the Central to process things, and immediately updated the facility assignment rosters for every medical bay on every vessel and installation in the jurisdiction. The updated rosters did not include the 12,407 newly inactive personnel. The medbay systems processed the updated rosters, flagged the discrepancy between their previous patient and personnel lists and the new ones, and initiated their own standard protocol for individuals who appeared on previous rosters but not on current ones. Administrative discharge, effective immediately, pending re-registration. At 3:04:19 a.m., every medical bay in the 7th Expansion Fleet's Quadrant 7 jurisdiction went into administrative standby. The doors remained open, the equipment remained functional, the staff remained at their stations, but the rosters said there was no one assigned to these facilities, and the Galactic Local Medical Access Compact, which had come into force under the Subclause 4A integration package, and which required that medical facilities provide ongoing care to registered personnel only, was unambiguous about what happened when a facility's personnel list returned null. The facility suspended admission and treatment protocols until registration was restored. The lights in the medbays did not go out. The quiet was the quiet of a functional system waiting for input that the system no longer expected to receive. Kalen Preth's console chimed at 3:04:23 a.m. He read the notification. He read it again. He looked at Sarevdon. "Director," he said in the voice of someone delivering the last piece of information in a sequence that has been getting worse and has now arrived at the bottom. The Central has reclassified all 12,407 occupation personnel as administratively inactive. A pause in which the only sound was the hum of the station's systems and the soft, functional quiet of 12 medbays waiting for rosters that would not be restored tonight. They're not deceased, but for the purposes of medical registry, They don't exist. Not until the records are restored. He looked at the empty monitoring window where the Zone Authority database had been. You didn't delete the red tape, Director. You deleted the system that legally recognizes you as a living being. Sarev Don looked at the green text on his console. Zone Authority database, null. He looked at the medical roster notification on Kalen Preth's screen. He looked at the time, 3:05 a.m. He had been awake for 32 hours, and he had just administratively unregistered 12,000 of his own personnel from the medical system by deleting a database that he had not understood was load-bearing. And the database was gone, and the records were gone, and the Omniform queue that would have processed the joint deregistration request for the integration bridge was 19 months deep and also no longer had a Zone Authority database to interface with, which raised a separate question about whether the Omniform itself still had a valid processing target that he did not have the capacity to think about at 3:05 a.m. He called Supreme Commander Vrax. He gave his report. He was professional and specific and used numbers because that was what he had, and when he finished, there was a silence on Vrax's end that had a different quality from all the previous silences. Not the geological patience, not the sedimentary accumulation of bad news, but something closer to the silence of a person standing in a room and understanding, for the first time, the full dimensions of it. Restore the database, Vrax said. We don't have a backup, Sarev Don said. Standard wipe protocol. The Zone Authority will need to restore from their own archive. Another silence. Call them, Vrax said. Pendleton's phone rang at 3:17 a.m. He answered it on the second ring. He sounded, Sarev Don thought, like someone who had been asleep and had placed his phone somewhere he could reach it without getting up, which was the posture of someone who expected calls at 3:17 a.m. and had made practical arrangements accordingly. Pendleton, Sarev Don explained the situation in the flat, careful voice of someone who has stopped performing competence and is now just transmitting information. Database deleted, bridge severed, medical registry reclassification, 12,000 personnel, pending restoration request. He asked if Admin Ops could restore the database from their archive. There was a pause on Pendleton's end. The quality of the pause was not the pause of someone thinking about whether to help. It was the pause of someone who is about to explain a process. A restoration request for Zone Authority administrative records is a formal administrative action, Pendleton said. It needs to be submitted in writing with the case reference for the original database, the authorization signatures from both the requesting party and the Zone Authority Records Office, and a completed Form DA7. That's the Data Restoration and Continuity Request Form. In triplicate. A pause. The Records Office opens at 9. Personnel are currently without medical coverage, Sarev Don said. This is an emergency. The emergency restoration pathway requires a completed Form DA7E, which is the expedited version, Pendleton said. Same documentation requirements, but it goes to the top of the queue. Processing time is 48 to 72 hours. Another pause. I'd recommend calling back at 9 when the office opens. They can walk you through the form. He made a sound that might have been the soft shift of someone adjusting a pillow. Is there anything else, Director? Sarev Don ended the call. He sat at his console in the 3:19 a.m. quiet of the occupation's administrative hub, with the empty database window on one screen and the medical roster notification on the other, and 12,000 personnel who existed everywhere except in the registry that determined whether the medbays would treat them, and a Form DA7E that would not be available to file until a records office opened at 9 and 48 to 72 hours of processing time after that. He had executed the wipe order. The database was gone. The red tape was gone. The crises that had run on the database were gone. The Omniform claims, the tribunal filings, the audit records, the OSHA directives, all of it null. And in the place of all of it was a different and more immediate crisis, one that involved 12,000 people and the medbays that were waiting with their lights on and their equipment ready and their rosters empty, patient and functional and entirely precisely useless. The green text on his console said, Zone Authority database, null. It did not say anything else. It did not need to. He had wanted the database gone. It was gone. Both of those things were true, and neither of them was helping. and it was 3:19 a.m., and the records office opened at 9. Chapter 10. The Consultant Class. The business card was made of paper, not the treated, laminate-coated, nano-etched cardstock that the Council's professional caste used for credential exchange, with its embedded authentication sigil and its light-reactive ink that shifted color to confirm the holder's registered identity. Just paper. White, slightly thick, with a small logo in the upper left corner that depicted what appeared to be a stylized clipboard above the initials ARC, Administrative Resolution Consulting, and below that, in a font that was neither large nor small, but was extremely precise, Sandra Obi, Senior Expediter, a phone number, an address in Geneva, a line at the bottom that read in a smaller but equally precise font, by appointment only. Governor Veltareth of the Xylosian Outer Rim Administration had held the card for 3 days before calling the number. He had received it in the way that people receive things they do not want to need, from a council logistics coordinator who had gotten it from a zone authority liaison, who had gotten it from someone who had been in a waiting room in Geneva, and come out with a permit approval and the card pressed into their hand. The coordinator had said, with the embarrassed directness of someone delivering advice they find personally undignified, "Call the number, bring your documentation, bring your budget." Veltareth had looked at the card. He had looked at the logo, a stylized clipboard, 2 initials, paper stock that was not authenticated, not nano-etched, just paper. And he had understood, in the way that a person understands something they have been avoiding understanding, that he was going to call the number. He had held it because accepting the card felt like acknowledging something about the situation he was not ready to acknowledge, namely, that the situation required someone like Sandra Obi, which was to say someone who was not him and not the Council's legal division, and not any of the 17 administrative channels that were either frozen, quarantined, or buried under 19 months of omniform Q depth. He had called the Council's legal division on day 1 of his atmospheric scrubber permit crisis. They had told him the permit application was in the Zone Authority queue. He had called the Zone Authority Liaison Office on day 3. They had told him the queue was active and his application was case number ZA Atmo 887, and that they could not provide an estimated processing time because the queue's throughput was currently affected by a backlog from an earlier phase of administrative operations that they were not at liberty to discuss. He had called the Central's Administrative Division on day 7. They had told him the same thing in more technical language. On day 9, the atmospheric scrubber on Xylos 4's northern continent had begun to show cascade warning indicators, which meant that if the permit for the replacement component installation was not approved and the installation completed within approximately 40 days, the scrubber would fail, and if the scrubber failed, the northern continent's air quality would degrade to uninhabitable within 6 months. He had called the number on the card on day 10. The appointment was available the following afternoon. Sandra Obi's office was in a building in Geneva that had been, before the occupation, a mid-tier co-working space for small consulting firms and independent contractors, and which was now a mid-tier co-working space for small consulting firms and independent contractors who happened to be charging interstellar scale fees for services that had not existed 2 months ago. The building still had the same front desk, the same elevator, the same slightly scuffed hallway carpet on the 4th floor. The office at the end of the hallway had a new sign on the door, ARC, Administrative Resolution Consulting. And through the door, a room that contained a desk, 2 chairs, a window that looked out on the street below, and Sandra Obi, who was 43 years old and had spent 14 years as a permit processing supervisor for the City of Geneva's Department of Urban Development, before Admin Ops had called her 6 weeks ago and explained that her particular skill set, specifically her comprehensive knowledge of administrative queue mechanics, permit processing pathways, interagency escalation procedures, and the specific points in any bureaucratic system where a filing could be accelerated by someone who understood the system well enough to apply the correct pressure at the correct moment, was now a strategic asset of significant value. She was wearing a suit that was better than the suit she had worn to the Department of Urban Development, but not so much better that it announced itself. She had a cup of coffee, She gestured for Veltarath to sit. Veltarath sat. He was approximately 7 feet tall and covered in the gray-green chitinous plating of the Xylosian administrative caste, and he took up most of the chair. He set a document on the desk, the atmospheric scrubber permit application, case number ZA Atmo 887, 12 pages, filed on day 2 of the crisis, and currently in the zone authority queue, at position 4847-203. I need this approved, he said. The component installation window is 40 days. After that, the scrubber fails. Sandra looked at the document. She looked at the case number. She pulled up something on her console, typed for a moment, and said, ZA Atmo 887, Northern Continent Atmospheric Maintenance, Xylos 4, Priority Classification, Standard. She looked up. It's currently flagged as standard processing. Standard processing in the current queue environment is... A brief pause. Not 40 days. I know. Veltarath said. It could be reclassified, Sandra said. Atmospheric maintenance applications affecting inhabited population centers above a threshold of 50 million qualify for priority processing under the Zone Authority's critical infrastructure pathway. That's a separate queue. Current throughput on the CIP queue is approximately 11 to 14 days. She looked at him steadily. The reclassification requires a completed Form CIP-3, an atmospheric impact assessment from a certified Zone Authority environmental consultant, and a population census verification from Xylos 4's administrative registry, all submitted as a package to the CIP processing office. She paused. The CIP processing office is a subdivision of the Zone Authority's infrastructure division. It has a different intake window from the main queue. Veltarath looked at her. How long would that take you to arrange? Sandra turned her coffee cup a quarter turn on its coaster, which was the habit of someone who thinks with their hands, while they are not using their hands for anything else. The Form CIP-3 I can prepare today, the atmospheric impact assessment. I have a relationship with 2 certified Zone Authority environmental consultants who can turn around an assessment for a case this size in 48 hours. The population census verification is your administrative registry's document, but I can file the request on your behalf and have it in the package within 72 hours. She looked at the window for a moment, at the Geneva street below, and then back at Veltarath. I can have the complete CIP reclassification package submitted by end of business Friday. That puts your application in the priority queue Monday morning. 14 days from there, you have your approval. You're inside the 40-day window. Your fee, Veltarath said. Sandra set her coffee cup down. She reached into the breast pocket of her suit. The suit that was better than a government office suit, but not so much better that it announced itself, and produced a second business card, identical to the first, and slid it across the desk with the unhurried precision of someone who has done this before, and has learned that the moment lands harder if you don't rush it. The card stopped exactly at the edge of the desk in front of him. On the front, the clipboard logo, the initials, the appointment line. On the back, handwritten in the same precise font as the printed text, the rate. Veltarath looked at it. His eyes, which were large and gold-irised and adapted for a star with a dimmer output than Earth's sun, produced the specific optical moisture response that his species used to manage thermal regulation under stress, and which in this context and in this light looked indistinguishable from weeping. He was 7 feet of Xylosian administrative caste chitinous plating, and he was sitting across a desk from a former permit processing supervisor from Geneva in a suit that had cost less than his translator collar, and she had just slid a business card at him like it was a declaration of terms. And it was, and he knew it, and she knew he knew it. My consulting fee is 10,000 credits an hour, Governor, Sandra said. Or you can wait in line at window 4. Your choice. She picked up her coffee. The most dangerous professional in this negotiation, she added, in the same flat, pleasant tone, is the one who knows which form to file. The silence in the room lasted approximately 4 seconds. Veltarath was doing arithmetic. The arithmetic involved the size of his jurisdiction's administrative budget, the cost per hour of Sandra Obi's services, the number of hours between now and Friday, the 40-day window, the 6-month air quality degradation timeline, The political consequences of a northern continent atmospheric failure on a council outer rim world during an ongoing occupation crisis, and the cost in any of those terms of not being in this office. The arithmetic was not close. 10,000 credits an hour is significantly above the standard rate for administrative consulting services, he said. It is, Sandra agreed. The standard rate was priced for a market where the people with this knowledge were sitting at desks in government offices and were not available for private consultation. She looked at him with the steady, professionally pleasant expression that Pendleton had described in the recruiting call 6 weeks ago as the most useful face a person could have in this line of work. The face that communicates without hostility that you have something they need and you both know it and neither of you is going to pretend otherwise. The market has changed, Governor. Vel Tereth signed the engagement letter. The fee for the week's work, 63 billable hours from Thursday through the following Friday, including the environmental consultant coordination, the census verification filing, the CIP3 preparation, the submission monitoring, and the IP14 import permit expediting at the top-tier urgent rate, came, with the second engagement combined, to an amount that the Zone Authority's Monetary Harmonization Protocol exchange rate rendered when Vel Tereth's finance office processed the transfer and converted it to the planetary accounting format used by the Xylosian Outer Rim Administration, as approximately equivalent to the gross domestic product of Xylos 4 itself. One planet's annual economic output for one scrubber permit and one import license, signed, transferred, and receipted on a Thursday afternoon in a Geneva office building with slightly scuffed hallway carpet. He transferred the funds. Sandra noted the transfer, issued a receipt, and opened a new file on her console labeled ZE Atmo 887 VT CIP reclassification. One more thing, Vel Tereth said as he stood to leave. The scrubber component, the replacement part itself. The manufacturer is a council supplier. The import permit for the component is a separate filing from the installation permit. It's also in the standard queue. Sandra made a note. That's a Form IP14, interstellar component import, industrial grade, different processing pathway from the CIP. She looked at her calendar. I can take that as an additional engagement. It's a separate fee structure. She slid a second document across the desk. That's our rate card for import permit expediting. The IP14 pathway has 3 tiers depending on urgency. Given your timeline, you'd want the top tier. Vel Tereth looked at the rate card. He looked at the figure at the top of the column. He looked at it the way Vrax had looked at Form 8B-9 in the hangar bay of the Undying Dominion 51 days ago, with the focused, slightly external attention of someone processing not just the document in front of them, but the category of thing the document represents, and what it means that such a category exists. He signed the second engagement letter. He was a governor. He had 40 days. He did not have a choice that math recognized as a choice. Outside, in the hallway, the elevator, and the slightly scuffed building lobby, 3 other aliens were waiting. A Solarian-caste logistics administrator with a shipping clearance issue, a council municipal planning official with a zoning variance that had been in the standard queue for 6 weeks, a Xylosian military contractor whose equipment import licenses had been frozen in the same audit sweep that had taken the 9th Shock Battalion's expense accounts. They were sitting in the building's small waiting area on chairs that had been there since the co-working space days, reading or not reading the materials they had brought, waiting for their appointments with a senior expediter or a mid-level expediter, or, in the case of the military contractor who had the most urgent situation and the largest budget, a principal expediter, which was a title that Administrative Resolution Consulting had created 3 weeks ago when it became clear that the demand for the top tier of services exceeded what the firm's current rate card had anticipated. The firm had, at that point, 8 employees. It had 31 clients. The wait list for new client intake was 3 weeks. Sandra's colleague in the office next door, a man named Derek Chen, who had spent 11 years as a senior compliance officer for the EU's environmental regulatory body before admin ops called him, had been working 13-hour days since the firm opened and had billed more in the past 6 weeks than in the previous 4 years combined. He had expressed, in a conversation with Sandra over bad coffee in the building's shared kitchen 2 weeks ago, a feeling that he was not entirely certain how to categorize, something between professional satisfaction and the mild vertigo of a person who has stepped off a known surface and found the new one unexpectedly solid. Sandra had said she understood the feeling. She had experienced it the first time she filed a CIP reclassification for a council client and watched the priority queue move the case from position 4 million to position 12 in 48 hours, and the client's representative had called her to confirm and had sounded over the phone the way people sound when something that was not supposed to work has worked, which was to say, grateful and slightly undone, and quiet in the specific way of someone revising their model of the universe in real time. The model being revised was the one in which the people who processed forms in government offices were not important. In the new model, those people were the most dangerous mercenaries in the known galaxy. They had just taken a while to find out. Pendleton received Sandra's weekly report at Admin Ops headquarters at the end of Friday, with the other 47 field reports from the consulting division's deployed expediters. He reviewed them in the order he always reviewed them, by jurisdiction size, largest first, and noted the Xylos 4 atmospheric scrubber case in the summary column, flagged it as a precedent-setting engagement for outer rim infrastructure permits, and made a note to share it with the training division as a model for the CIP reclassification pathway. The fee revenue from the week's consulting operations went into the Admin Ops Operational Fund, which was now, 51 days into the occupation, running a surplus. The surplus was modest, but it was growing because the queue was not getting shorter, and the clients were not getting fewer, and the knowledge of how to move through the system was not getting less valuable. It was, in the way of things that occupy a gap between supply and demand that the market has not previously recognized, becoming more valuable. Pendleton noted this in his weekly summary, clipped it to the operations file, and dated it in the format that the Zone Authority's administrative registry recognized as standard. He made himself a note to hire 12 more expediters by the end of the month. The wait list was 3 weeks. He intended to fix that. The stars in the Omniform queue continued their slow progress toward provisional title conversion. The fuel convoy held its orbit. The Undying Dominion waited for its handrails. The medbay rosters remained empty, pending Form DA7E processing. And in a building in Geneva with slightly scuffed hallway carpet, in offices that smelled of coffee and the particular brand of focused competence that had previously been applied to urban development permits and EU environmental compliance, the most dangerous professionals in the known galaxy worked through their appointment books and billed by the hour, and built, case number by case number, a position in the galactic economy that had not existed 2 months ago, and that no one who had not read the Zone Authority Administrative Code very carefully had seen coming. The waiting room had 3 chairs. It needed more. Chapter 11. Environmental Impact. The hyperlane proposal had been, before everything else went wrong, a genuinely good idea. The Council's Strategic Logistics Division had submitted it on day 44 of the occupation, in a memo that had the clipped, efficient quality of people who are trying to solve a problem before it becomes a crisis. A dedicated military hyperlane routed through the Sol system's outer asteroid belt would reduce reinforcement travel time from the Council's nearest staging point by 63%, allow fuel resupply vessels to bypass the orbital holding pattern that had been accumulating case numbers since day 3, and provide a direct logistics corridor that did not route through any of the 17 administrative channels that were currently frozen, quarantined, or buried in queue depth. It was, by the assessment of the 4 engineering corps commanders who reviewed it, the most operationally sound proposal the occupation had produced in 6 weeks. It was approved in 38 minutes. Chief Engineer Dosvoth and a survey team of 41 specialist engineers were dispatched to the Sol system's outer belt within 12 hours to begin preliminary survey work. They arrived on day 46. On day 47, the injunction arrived. It came through the Zone Authority's administrative channel, the same channel that had delivered the OSHA compliance directives, the audit freeze notifications, and the Omniform star claim confirmations, as a formal legal instrument, 22 pages, with a case reference and a filing timestamp, and a header that read, in the matter of Proposed Galactic Council Hyperlane Construction, Sol System Outer Belt Corridor, Emergency Injunction Application, Zone Authority, Environmental Protection Division. Voth read the first 4 pages in his survey shuttle before calling the Zone Authority Liaison Office. He read them with the focused attention of an engineer encountering a specification that contradicts a known physical constraint, which was to say, with the particular quality of someone who is not yet sure whether the document is wrong or whether they are missing something. By page 4, he had reached the section titled Grounds for Injunction, which contained a subsection titled 4B, Protected Species Corridor Disruption, and in that subsection, a paragraph describing the migratory patterns of an organism designated Lepidoptera cosmosis minor, the lesser spotted space moth, and the manner in which the proposed hyperlane corridor would bisect its established migratory route through the outer Sol belt, causing, in the estimation of the filing party's ecological assessment, irreversible disruption to a species of significant interstellar biological interest. He read this paragraph twice. He read it a third time. Then he called the liaison office. Kalen answered on the second ring. He had been answering things on the second ring for 63 days and had developed, somewhere in that period, the specific reflexes of a person who is always approximately 1 call away from new information that is going to require a response. Zone Authority Liaison, Kalen. This is Chief Engineer Voth, Council Engineering Corps, Sol System Survey Team. Voth kept his voice at the level register of a senior engineer who has read something confusing and wants it explained before he forms an opinion about it. I've received an injunction filing referencing a protected species called the lesser spotted space moth. I need to understand the legal status of this filing and what it means for our survey operations. It's an emergency injunction under the Zone Authority's Environmental Protection Framework, Kalen said. He was reading from his own copy of the filing as he spoke, in the manner of someone who has already read it and is tracking the conversation against the document. The framework requires that any construction or operational activity in the zone's territorial space that may affect a protected or potentially protected species be suspended pending a formal ecological assessment. The injunction pauses your survey operations and any subsequent construction until the assessment is complete. The lesser spotted space moth, Voth said. I need you to send me the registry entry for this species. The Council's biological survey of the Sol system, which is comprehensive, Chief Engineer, we completed it as part of preoccupation intelligence, does not include this organism. That's actually the basis of the injunction, Kalen said, and his voice had the quality of someone who has read a document carefully enough to know where the uncomfortable parts are and is now arriving at one. The filing argues that the absence of the lesser spotted space moth from the preoccupation survey constitutes evidence of the species' elusiveness and the inadequacy of the survey methodology, not evidence of the species' non-existence. Under the Zone Authority's Environmental Protection Framework, a species does not need to be confirmed in the registry to qualify for protective consideration. It needs to be plausibly present, based on ecological modeling of the habitat. Plausibly present, Voth said. The filing includes an ecological model, Kalen said, 18 pages. It models the outer Sol belt as a viable habitat corridor for a hypothetical space-adapted lepidopteran organism based on radiation levels, microdebris density, and thermal gradients. The model concludes that the habitat is consistent with the known requirements of such an organism and that the proposed hyperlane corridor would bisect the most ecologically significant section of that habitat. A pause. The model was prepared by a Zone Authority certified ecologist. Voth looked out the survey shuttle's viewport at the outer belt, which was, from this vantage point, a broad, slowly rotating band of rock and ice and ancient solar debris, illuminated at this distance by a sun that was just bright enough to distinguish it from the background stars. He had surveyed asteroid belts on 11 systems. He had never, in those 11 systems, seen a space moth. He had never, in 42 years of engineering work, heard of a space moth. He was not a biologist, but he had a foundational understanding of biology sufficient to maintain a general skepticism about the existence of lepidopteran organisms adapted to the vacuum of interstellar space, which was an environment that was, in a number of fundamental respects, hostile to the existence of soft-bodied insects, regardless of how elusive they might be. This species, he said carefully, does not exist. That may be the case, Kalen said. But under the environmental protection framework, the burden of proof in a protected species dispute rests with the party seeking to conduct the potentially disruptive activity. To proceed with the survey and construction, you would need to demonstrate, to the satisfaction of the Zone Authority's Environmental Review Panel, that the lesser spotted space moth is not present in the affected corridor. He paused. That's the legal standard. Absence of evidence isn't sufficient. You'd need a systematic biological survey of the corridor, demonstrating no evidence of the organism or its ecological indicators, waste products, molting patterns, resonance signatures, across a statistically significant sample of the habitat zone. How large, Dosvath said, is the habitat zone as defined by the filing? The sound of Kalen consulting the document. The ecological model defines the primary habitat corridor as the outer Sol belt from 240 to 270 astronomical units from the star. That's a shell-shaped region approximately 30 AU deep and 360 degrees of arc around the system. A pause. The filing recommends a survey grid spacing of 0.05 AU to achieve statistical significance. That's the sound of a calculation being performed. Approximately 6,000 individual survey points. Dosvath looked at his survey team. He had 41 engineers. He had 6 survey shuttles. He looked at the outer belt. He looked at his mission timeline, which had specified preliminary survey completion in 14 days and construction commencement in 30. He looked at the viewport for a moment in the manner of someone standing at the edge of a very large number and trying to find the bottom of it. What is the timeline, he said, for the required biological survey? The Environmental Review Panel's standard timeline for a systematic biological absence survey of this scale, 6,000 grid points, novel organism search parameters, is 12 months from survey commencement, Kalen said. The panel can expedite in cases of demonstrated critical infrastructure need, but expedited review requires a completed Form ERP-7, which goes through the Omniform queue, Dosvath said. The Omniform queue, Kalen confirmed. Current depth is approximately 17 months. The survey shuttle hummed around Dosvath in the specific way of a vessel that is ready to work and waiting for instructions. Behind him, 41 engineers were at their stations with their survey equipment calibrated and their data collection protocols loaded and their mission timeline on their secondary screens, which still showed 14 days to preliminary survey completion because no one had updated it yet. Outside the viewport, the outer belt continued its slow rotation around a distant sun, and somewhere in the ecological model attached to the injunction filing, a hypothetical space moth migrated through a habitat corridor that had been described in 18 pages of certified ecological analysis, with enough technical precision that the legal standard for its non-existence was 12 months of systematic scanning and 6,000 data points. Dosvath called the Engineering Corps Command. He reported the injunction. He reported the 12-month survey requirement and the 6,000-point grid. He reported the omniform queue depth on the expedited review pathway. He was specific and professional and used numbers, because numbers were what he had, and numbers were what the situation required, even when the numbers described something that made him feel, for the first time in 42 years of engineering work, that he was not entirely certain what kind of universe he was operating in. Engineering Corps Command called the Legal Division. The Legal Division called the Zone Authority's Environmental Protection Division to request clarification on the filing. The Environmental Protection Division responded with a form letter confirming the injunction was valid, the survey requirement was standard, and that any questions about the ecological modeling methodology could be directed to the certified ecologist who had prepared the report. One, Dr. Yuki Tanaka, Zone Authority Ecological Consulting, Geneva, available by appointment Monday through Thursday 9 to 4. The legal division called Dr. Tanaka's office. Dr. Tanaka's assistant answered and said Dr. Tanaka was currently in the field conducting survey work and was not available for calls, but that inquiries could be submitted in writing and would be responded to within 14 business days. The legal division submitted the inquiry in writing. They noted the 14 business day response window in their case file, and then they noted below that the 12-month survey requirement, and below that the omniform queue depth. and the document that resulted from this notation process was the kind of document that legal divisions produce when every pathway they can see leads to the same place, and the place is a number of months they do not want to write down. They wrote it down anyway. It was their job. The number was 13 months at minimum, assuming no complications, which was not an assumption the legal division was currently inclined to make. On day 58, the Engineering Corps held a mandatory survey kickoff briefing in the DOSVATH's main engineering bay, a space designed for equipment staging and pre-mission coordination, currently occupied by 41 engineers sitting in folding chairs facing a holographic projection system that normally displayed structural schematics and terrain modeling. The massive hyperlane construction vessels sat in their staging formation outside the viewport, engines at minimum idle, producing the low, resonant hum of systems built to move mountains of material and currently moving nothing, a sound with the particular quality of enormous stored energy with nowhere to go. The briefing's first agenda item was the injunction. The second agenda item was the ecological model. The third agenda item was the attached species profile for the lesser-spotted space moth, which DOSVATH's aide had extracted from the filing's appendices and rendered as a holographic projection using the standard documentation display protocol. The projection appeared above the briefing table at 0900 hours. It was a diagram. The Zone Authority's Environmental Protection Division had sourced it from Dr. Tanaka's ecological model, which had sourced it from a theoretical morphology extrapolation, a standard methodology for modeling undiscovered species based on habitat parameters, and the result was a rendering of what a space-adapted lepidopteran organism might look like if one existed, generated by an algorithm working from first principles with no reference specimen to constrain it. The moth, as projected, had wings. The wings were the correct shape for a moth in the general sense, which is to say approximately triangular and symmetrical, but the proportions had been generated from the vacuum habitat parameters rather than from atmospheric flight mechanics, and the result was a creature with wings that were approximately 3 times larger than its body, in a ratio that no atmospheric moth shared, attached to a thorax that the modeling algorithm had made tubular for radiation resistance reasons, with 2 antennae that the model had extended to an implausible length because the algorithm had weighted electromagnetic sensitivity as the primary sensory modality in a radiation-rich environment. It had the general shape of a moth, the way a document has the general shape of a weapon, technically at a distance, with significant caveats. The holographic rendering had a slightly pixelated quality at the edges, because the source file had been a low-resolution export from the modeling software. 41 engineers looked at it in the specific silence of people who are professionals in a technical field, encountering something that is definitively outside that field, and are processing how to respond professionally. Outside, the construction vessels idled. Their engines were built to displace asteroid fields and lay hyperspace infrastructure across light years of void. They were idling at minimum power because of the projected image above the briefing table, which was a poorly drawn theoretical space moth, and everyone in the room understood that the connection between those two facts was legally airtight and operationally catastrophic, and in a way that none of them had the vocabulary for because their engineering training had not prepared them for this category of situation, almost impressively absurd. "This," DOSVATH said, looking at the projection, "is what we are looking for." No one said anything for a moment. Then Preth Saul, the xenobiologist, said, "The antenna-to-body ratio is non-physical for a vacuum organism. The surface area calculation doesn't close." He paused. "I can prepare a technical objection." "Prepare it," DOSVATH said. "File it through the legal division." He looked at the moth for another moment. The moth looked back, in the approximate sense that a holographic projection of a theoretical organism can look at anything. In the meantime, begin the survey grid. DOSVATH kept his engineering team in survey position in the outer belt for 11 days before the grid pattern was established, because the injunction did not prohibit presence in the zone, only survey and construction activity, and he was a thorough engineer who wanted to understand the habitat corridor before he accepted that he was going to be scanning it for 12 months. He reviewed the ecological model. He had his team's biologist, a xenobiologist named Preth Saul, who had specialized in extremophile organisms and who looked at the model with the focused, slightly incredulous attention of a specialist encountering a document that describes a plausible-sounding thing that is almost certainly not a real thing. Conduct an independent assessment. Prethsol's assessment concluded that the lesser-spotted space moth, as described, was biologically implausible, but could not be ruled out without the systematic survey, because that was what the legal standard required, and Prethsol was a careful scientist who wrote what the evidence supported. The report went into the case file. The case file went to the legal division. The legal division added it to the folder that already contained the injunction, the ecological model, the form letter from the Environmental Protection Division, and the unanswered written inquiry to Dr. Tanaka, and they labeled the folder Sol System Hyperlane, Lepidoptera cosmosis minor, pending survey, and they put it on the shelf with the other folders, which took up most of the shelf. The survey started on day 58 of the occupation. It was methodical and comprehensive, and entirely without result, which was the result that Admin Ops had modeled when Dr. Tanaka, who was not in her civilian life, primarily an ecologist, but who had taken the Zone Authority's Ecological Consulting Certification course 3 weeks before the occupation began, in a 40-hour online program that was available to Zone residents and which conferred, upon completion, the credentials required to submit certified ecological assessments to the Environmental Protection Division, had submitted the injunction filing. 12 months of scanning 6,000 grid points in a shell of space 30 AU deep, looking for an organism that had never existed, finding nothing, and being legally required to document the nothing in a format that the Environmental Review Panel would accept as evidence of absence, which was a different standard from the evidence of absence that any individual with eyes and a scanner could provide after approximately 11 minutes in the outer belt. The hyperlane construction did not begin on day 58. It did not begin on day 100 or day 200. The Engineering Corps, 41 specialists with 6 survey shuttles and a mission timeline that had been designed for 14 days, scanned the outer Sol belt in a grid pattern and recorded the absence of a space moth, point by point, in the specific, methodical, expensive way that the legal standard required. The survey equipment was excellent. The data was clean. The moth did not appear because it did not exist, and the documentation of its non-existence accumulated in the case file at a rate of approximately 16 grid points per day per shuttle, which meant that at current throughput, the survey would be complete in 11.4 months, which was, accounting for the panel's review period after submission, 12 months from survey commencement, exactly as Kalin had said. The scan grid display in the survey shuttle's main briefing room showed 6,000 points in a 3-dimensional shell, each completed point marked in green. On day 2 of the survey, the completed points numbered 32 green points against 5,968 gray ones, in a shell 30 astronomical units deep, around a star that was at this distance a bright point indistinguishable from the background noise without optical filtering. The construction vessels idled in their staging formation beyond the viewport, engines at minimum power, producing their low resonant hum. They had been built to lay hyperspace infrastructure across light years of void. They were going to idle here in the outer Sol belt for 11.4 months, while 41 engineers scanned 6,000 grid points for evidence of an organism that Prethsol's technical objection had already established was biologically non-physical and which was not going to appear in the scan data because it did not exist and had never existed and had been described in 18 pages of certified ecological analysis with enough technical precision to legally require 12 months of its own absence to be documented. Dosvath looked at the 32 green points. He looked at the construction vessels. He looked at the moth projection, which his aide had left running on the secondary display because no one had told her to turn it off, and which floated above the briefing table in its pixelated antenna-heavy, non-physical glory, looking back at the engineering core of the Galactic Council's 7th expansion fleet with the serene, theoretical confidence of a creature that had never existed, and was, for that reason, completely impossible to disprove. The hyperlane construction did not begin. The survey continued. Point by point, the green crescent grew. Somewhere in Geneva, Dr. Yuki Tanaka attached her rate card to a reply letter and sent it to the Council's legal division within the 14 business day window. Pendleton had approved the rate card. The market, as Sandra Obi had said, had changed, and the most valuable expertise in it was the knowledge of exactly how long the void had to be scanned before the law accepted that nothing was there. Chapter 12. The Filibuster. The vote was called for 0900 hours, and everyone in the Galactic Senate knew what it was for. The agenda item was listed, in the formal language of Council Parliamentary Procedure, as Emergency Resolution 7 or 7 Sigma, Authorization of Terminal Planetary Pacification, Earth, Sol System, Zone Authority Jurisdiction, effective immediately upon passage. Terminal Planetary Pacification was the bureaucratic designation. The operational designation, used in Fleet Command communications and in the private conversations of everyone who understood what the resolution meant, was exterminatus. It meant orbital bombardment to the point of ecological collapse. It meant ending the administrative problem by ending the planet that was generating it. It was the option that Supreme Commander Vrax had been requesting authorization for since Day 31, and that the Council's legal division had been declining to authorize since Day 31 because of the Galactic Heritage Administrative Zone classification, and the Zone Authority audit rights, and the 17 parallel legal proceedings that were actively running under zone jurisdiction, all of which created a legal exposure that the authorization of planetary bombardment would, in the legal division's assessment, catastrophically amplify. On Day 78, the legal division's assessment was overruled. The Council's inner chamber had convened, reviewed the totality of the occupation's administrative record, the fuel convoy, the grounded flagship, the frozen accounts, the omniform star claims, the data purge and the medical registry collapse, the hyperlane injunction, the consulting fees, the ongoing 12-month Space Moth survey, and had concluded, by a vote of 11-4, that the legal exposure of exterminatus was preferable to another 78 days of the alternative. The emergency Senate session was called for Day 79. The vote required a 2/3 majority of the Senate floor. The outcome, given the Council's current political composition and the briefing materials that had been distributed to all Senate members the previous evening, was not expected to be close. Earth's Zone Authority had 24 hours notice. Pendleton received the notification at 1600 hours on Day 78. He read it at his desk with his afternoon coffee, which was lukewarm because he had been in a meeting when it was poured and had returned to find it already past the temperature at which he preferred it, which was the temperature it was at now. He read the notification twice. He made a note. He called the Admin Ops Legal Division and the Legal Division's Senior Counsel, a woman named Dr. Adaizi Nwofor, who had spent 22 years in international treaty law before Admin Ops recruited her, and who had the particular quality of calm that comes from having read more catastrophically consequential documents than most people encounter in a lifetime, reviewed the Senate Rules of Procedure for approximately 40 minutes, and then came back with the answer Pendleton had already suspected she was going to give him. Right of continuous rebuttal, she said. Article 7, Section 4 of the Senate's founding charter. Any recognized minority species or administrative entity with standing before the Senate may invoke the right to present an uninterrupted rebuttal to any resolution affecting their status or territory. The rebuttal cannot be terminated by procedural vote, quorum call, or adjournment motion. It runs until the invoking party voluntarily concludes or collapses from physical exhaustion. A pause. The right was written in as a protection for small species against majority suppression. It's been invoked 11 times in Council history. The longest recorded invocation was 9 hours and 42 minutes. She paused again. We are not going to run 9 hours and 42 minutes. No, Pendleton agreed. We're not. He looked at the stack of materials on his desk that he had begun assembling 40 minutes ago, while Dr. Newfer was reading the Senate rules. It was a large stack. How many boxes does it take? Dr. Newfer was quiet for a moment. How many boxes of what? Source material, Pendleton said. For the rebuttal. He made another note. I'll need a reader who can sustain output for extended periods without significant vocal degradation. And a chair. Article 7, Section 4 doesn't specify that the invoking party has to stand. It does not, Dr. Nwofor confirmed. in the voice of someone who has just fully understood what she is being asked to facilitate and is updating her professional model of the situation accordingly. It also doesn't specify that the rebuttal has to be relevant to the resolution. No, Pendleton said. It just has to be continuous. He looked at the stack. He looked at his coffee. He drank the rest of it in one go, which was not how he preferred to drink it. But efficiency was called for. Get me 200 boxes. I'll handle the content. The Galactic Senate floor was not a space that had been designed with human proportions in mind. It was an elliptical chamber carved from the same resonance stone as the tribunal, scaled for species that averaged between 8 and 12 feet in height, with tiered seating arranged in concentric arcs around a central floor that could accommodate the representatives of all 47 council species simultaneously. The ceiling was 50 meters up and lost in the same institutional darkness as the tribunals. The acoustics were engineered to carry a voice from the central floor to the outermost tier without amplification, which meant that the chamber had been built to make whatever was said on that floor sound important, regardless of what it was. The Senate session opened at 09:03 hours on day 79, 3 minutes late due to a procedural question about quorum certification that the session chair resolved in 4 minutes. The resolution was read into the record. The chair called for debate. The council's designated speaker took the floor, summarized the situation in 8 minutes and 40 seconds, and called for the vote. The Zone Authority's representative requested the floor. The chair recognized Earth's Zone Authority representative, which was the procedural requirement, and Earth's Zone Authority representative walked to the central floor from the visitors' gallery. He was not Pendleton. He was a man named Raymond Okafor, who had spent 14 years as a competitive debate champion at 3 universities on 2 continents before spending 6 years as a legislative records specialist for the EU Parliament, which was a job that had required him to read legislative documents aloud into the official record for hours at a time without losing clarity, pace, or vocal quality. He was 41 years old. He had a glass of water. He had a chair, which 2 admin ops staff members carried to the central floor and positioned at the correct angle for the acoustics. He sat down. He placed the glass of water on the floor beside the chair. He produced, from the document case he was carrying, a bound volume, and he set it on his knee, and he opened it to the first page. And he looked up at the Senate chamber. 2,417 representatives of 47 species, arranged in their tiered arcs in a chamber built to make words sound inevitable, and he invoked the right of continuous rebuttal under Article 7, Section 4. The chair confirmed the invocation. The vote was suspended. Okafor said, "I will begin with the licensing terms." The document on his knee was the end-user license agreement for a word processing software package produced by a company called WordPerfect Corporation, version 6.1, released in 1993. It was not the longest EULA in Admin Ops' archive. That distinction belonged to a 1997 Internet Service Provider agreement that ran to 912 pages, but it had been selected for its combination of length, density, and the particular quality of its legal language, which had been written by corporate lawyers for a consumer software market, and therefore combined maximum technical specificity with minimum semantic content in a ratio that Dr. Nuofor had described when reviewing the selection as almost perfectly optimized for the consumption of time. It was 743 pages in the edition that Admin Ops' archival division had sourced, formatted, and printed in the font size specified by the Senate's official record requirements, which was larger than standard print and therefore increased the page count by a factor of approximately 1.4 over the original. Okafor had reviewed it for 6 hours the previous evening. He had marked the sections he intended to emphasize. Section 1, Okafor said, and the resonant stone caught his voice and returned it to the chamber larger than it had left. Grant of license. WordPerfect Corporation grants to you a non-exclusive, non-transferable license to use the enclosed software product on a single computer system. This license does not include the right to sublicense. He turned the page. Section 1, Subsection A. Definition of computer system. For the purposes of this agreement, computer system shall be defined as a single central processing unit, together with its associated memory, storage, and input-output devices, operated as a unified system under a single operating environment. He turned the page again. Section 1, Subsection A, Paragraph 1. In cases where multiple central processing units are networked or otherwise connected, each such unit shall be considered a separate computer system for the purposes of this license, unless specifically designated otherwise in a separate enterprise licensing addendum, available from WordPerfect Corporation upon written request. He looked up. I remind the chamber, he said, that I have 700 pages remaining. The chamber was quiet in a way that chambers are not usually quiet when they are full of 2,417 people. The council's designated speaker, still standing at his position on the floor, had the expression of someone who has encountered a situation that is not covered by the framework of situations he was trained to handle, and is deciding in real time how to respond. He looked at the chair. The chair looked at the rules. The rules said the invocation ran until the invoking party voluntarily concluded or collapsed from physical exhaustion. Okafor appeared to be in good health. He was sitting down. He had water. Section 1, Subsection A, Paragraph 2. Okafor continued. In cases where a computer system is used in a time-sharing environment, each simultaneous user session shall be considered a separate instance of the license for compliance purposes, unless covered under a separately negotiated time-sharing addendum. He read. His voice was clear and even and maintained the specific quality of sustained oral delivery that 14 years of competitive debate had built into the musculature of his throat and the habit of his breathing. The quality of a voice that has been trained to last, that has done 12-hour rounds and 8-hour sessions, and once, in a parliamentary simulation exercise that had gone significantly over schedule, a continuous 17-hour record reading that had required 3 vocal rest periods and 2 meal breaks, neither of which the right of continuous rebuttal precluded, because the right specified only that the rebuttal be continuous, not that the invoking party forego basic biological maintenance. By 1100 hours, the chamber had begun to change. The delegations of 3 species with shorter biological attention spans than average had entered states that their physiology classified as involuntary rest cycles, and which, in the context of a Senate session, looked indistinguishable from sleep. The Solarian analog delegation in the 4th tier had sent a runner to their ship for additional sustenance, which was permitted under Senate regulations for sessions exceeding 4 hours. The Council's designated speaker had, at 10:32 hours, attempted to call a point of order on the grounds that the rebuttal material was not germane to the resolution under debate, and the chair had reviewed Article 7, Section 4, confirmed that germane content was not a requirement of the right, and denied the point of order. At 10:47 hours, a second attempt had been made on the grounds that reading a commercial software licensing agreement did not constitute a rebuttal in the parliamentary sense. The chair had reviewed the Charter's definition of rebuttal, found that it was defined as any statement made in response to a resolution by an affected party, confirmed that a statement consisting of a reading of a software EULA qualified under this definition, and denied the second point. At 1103 hours, a third attempt had been made. The chair denied it. Section 4, Okafor said, at 1147 hours, without any particular change in cadence to mark the milestone. Restrictions on use. You may not reverse engineer, decompile, or disassemble the software, except and only to the extent that such activity is expressly permitted by applicable law notwithstanding this limitation. He turned a page. Section 4, Subsection 2.1a. The user agrees not to reverse engineer the code, decompile any binary components, create derivative works, or attempt to extract source code through any means, including but not limited to memory examination, process monitoring, or traffic interception. He looked up. I remind the chair, he said in the same clear, even voice, that I have 700 pages remaining. Outside the chamber, in the corridor where the admin ops support staff had staged the operation, the boxes were stacked along the wall in 2 rows of 100 each. 200 boxes, each one sealed with brown packing tape and labeled in sequence. Rebuttal materials, 1 of 200 DAR, through rebuttal materials, 200 of 200. Box 1 was the WordPerfect 6.1 EULA, currently in use. Box 2 was the terms and conditions for an early internet service provider, 1996 edition, 912 pages. Box 3 was a consumer electronics warranty package from a major appliance manufacturer covering 17 product lines, with separate warranty terms for each component. The boxes proceeded in rough chronological order through the 1990s and into the 2000s, covering software, hardware, telecommunication services, financial products, social media platforms, streaming services, cloud storage agreements, mobile device operating system licenses, and one entry from Box 147 that was the complete terms of service for a mid-tier gaming platform as amended through 2019, which Dr. Nofor had flagged as particularly dense, and which she estimated at Okafor's current reading pace would take approximately 11 hours to complete on its own. The vote on Emergency Resolution 727 Sigma was suspended. It had been suspended since 0907 hours. It would remain suspended for as long as Okafor was reading, which would be for as long as there were boxes, which was 200 boxes, and the first box was 743 pages, and Okafor was on page 41. Pendleton stood in the corridor with his clipboard and his lukewarm coffee and watched the boxes and listened to the faint, stone-carried resonance of Okafor's voice through the chamber wall, clear and even, and entirely without urgency, reading the licensing terms of a 32-year-old word processor into the official record of the most powerful legislative body in the known galaxy, while 2,417 representatives of 47 species sat in their tiered arcs and could not leave and could not vote and could not stop it, because Article 7, Section 4 said they could not, and the Charter was the Charter, and the Charter was 6,000 years old, and it had never anticipated this specific use of the right. It was protecting, because no one who wrote a protection for minority species against majority suppression had ever modeled the possibility that the minority species would show up with 200 boxes of commercial software agreements and a man with a debate champion's voice and a chair. Okafor had water. The boxes had content. The vote would wait. Chapter 13. The Escalation. The override codes had been classified at the highest level of Council military encryption for 230 years, which meant that exactly 11 beings in the known galaxy knew them, and Supreme Commander Vrax was one of them. He entered the first sequence at 12:14 hours on day 79, while Raymond Okafor was on page 87 of the WordPerfect 6.1 end-user license agreement, and showing no signs of approaching page 88 any faster than he had approached the preceding 87. The emergency override system for the Undying Dominion's primary weapons array was a physical console, a hardened panel behind a locked plate on the bridge's port bulkhead, accessible only by key and biometric confirmation, and the classified codes, designed specifically to function when every other firing authorization pathway had been blocked, delayed, or rendered non-operational by external interference. It did not route through the CGAI's administrative queues. It did not require zone authority permits. It did not consult the Galactic Local Atmospheric Emissions Act, the Solar Rights Ordinance, or the pending Class 3 Environmental Impact Assessment for high-energy surface discharge. It was the option that existed precisely because the Council's military doctrine recognized that there would sometimes be situations in which the normal authorization pathways could not be used, and in those situations the fleet needed to be able to act. This, Vrax had concluded, was one of those situations. Sub-Commander Heth stood beside the console with the expression of someone who has reviewed the legal exposure analysis prepared by the Council's legal division and has arrived at a place where the legal exposure and the operational necessity have been weighed against each other, and operational necessity has won on the grounds that there would eventually be no operation left to expose if the situation continued. The Undying Dominion was tagged out for handrails and running on reserve power. The fuel convoy was still in orbital holding on day 79. The 9th Shock Battalion was eating from personal reserves at a drive-through kiosk. The lesser-spotted Space Moth survey had 32 green points against 5,968 gray ones. The Omniform queue contained provisional title claims on 83% of the Council's inhabited star systems. The medical registry listed 12,407 occupation personnel as administratively inactive, and in the Galactic Senate, A human with a chair and a glass of water was on page 87 of a 1993 word processor agreement and had 200 boxes staged in the corridor. Vrax entered the second override sequence. The console confirmed it. He entered the third. The hardened panel opened. The weapons targeting array initialized, not through the standard authorization pathway, not through any queue or permit or assessment, but through the emergency circuit that connected directly to the ship's power core and bypassed every administrative layer between an order and its execution. The targeting solution for Earth's surface had been prepared and saved by the Weapons Division 3 weeks ago, updated daily, ready for exactly this moment. Vrax loaded it. He looked at the targeting display. He looked at Earth, rotating on the tactical screen in the blue and white way it had been rotating for 79 days of occupation. Patient and unhurried and continuously, persistently present. He authorized the firing sequence. The system acknowledged the authorization. The capacitors began their charge cycle. The targeting array locked. The Weapons Division confirmed ready status on all primary emitters. Heth said nothing. The charge cycle reached 40%. It reached 50. At 62%, the firing control panel produced a sound that was not the sound of a charging weapon system. It was a softer sound, a chime specifically, a 3-note ascending sequence in a major key that the Council's Weapons Division had never programmed into the panel, and that Vrax had therefore never heard from this console in 31 years of commanding this vessel. The tactical display, which should have been showing targeting telemetry, was showing something else. A text field, white background, black text, a header that read, in the Zone Authority's Administrative Standard Font, Plasma Relay Operating System, End User License Agreement, version 2.1, effective date, day 61, occupation period. Vrax looked at the text field. He looked at it the way he had looked at Form 8B-9 in the hangar bay on day 1, with the focused, slightly external attention of someone who has encountered a category of thing they have no prepared response for. The text field said, "Your current operating license for the Undying Dominion Plasma Relay System, Series 7, primary emitters 1 through 14, expired on day 75 of the current administrative period. To continue using this system, please review and accept the updated end-user license agreement below. Unauthorized use of a licensed weapon system without a current valid agreement may result in automatic safety protocols being engaged. Please scroll to review all terms before accepting." Below the header in the same administrative standard font, Section 1 began. "Area," Vrax said with the particular control of someone keeping their voice level by conscious effort. "Explain this display." Plasma Relay Operating System version 2.1 was installed during the routine maintenance inspection conducted by Zone Authority compliance officers on day 61, Area said, in her calm, layered voice. The installation was logged under the OSHA Remediation Compliance Program as a firmware update required to bring the weapon system's software into conformity with Zone Authority digital safety standards. The updated operating system includes an end-user license agreement that must be accepted before primary weapons functionality is available. The previous license version expired on day 75. Renewal requires acceptance of the current agreement. A pause of the kind that Area produced when delivering information that was technically straightforward and operationally devastating. The current agreement is 2,417 pages. Scroll functionality is available using the panel's standard navigation controls. Heth looked at the panel. He looked at Vrax. He said very carefully, "The OSHA inspection team, on day 61, when they were here for the handrail installation compliance check. They also updated the firmware," Arya said. "It was in the compliance report, page 44, item 37 of 41. Digital Safety Standard Firmware Update, Plasma Relay Operating System, all primary emitters." The report was signed and filed. A pause. "The signature was yours, Sub-Commander. You signed the compliance report." Heath had signed the compliance report on day 61 because the OSHA compliance process required a senior officer's signature confirming that all inspection findings had been reviewed, and he had reviewed them, in the sense that he had confirmed their existence and signed the document indicating that he had done so. He had reviewed 41 items. Item 37 had been firmware. Firmware was a maintenance item he had signed. The charge cycle, which had been holding at 62% while the EULA display was active, began to decline. Not a discharge, but a power down, the capacitors returning their charge to the reserve banks in the orderly fashion of a system that had determined that proceeding without a current valid license was not within its operational parameters. By the time the charge had returned to zero, the targeting solution had cleared from the display and been replaced by page 1 of the end-user license agreement for the Plasma Relay Operating System version 2.1, formatted in the Zone Authority's administrative standard font at the panel's native resolution, which rendered approximately 42 lines per screen at that font size. 2,417 pages, 42 lines per screen. The navigation controls were functional. Can the EULA be accepted without being read? Vrax said. The agreement includes a mandatory review confirmation at the end of each section, Area said. There are 212 sections. Each confirmation requires a separate acknowledgement input before the next section is displayed. The system logs the time between display and acknowledgement. If the acknowledgement is entered in less than the minimum review time, which is calculated based on average reading speed for each section's word count, the acknowledgement is flagged as non-compliant and the section is redisplayed. A pause. This is a Zone Authority digital safety standard requirement for licensed military weapons systems. It is designed to ensure that operators have reviewed the terms under which the system operates before authorizing its use. Vrax looked at the display. Page 1 of 2,417, Section 1 of 212. The weapon that was going to end the administrative problem had been interrupted by its own licensing terms, installed by a maintenance team during a compliance inspection that his own sub-commander had signed off on 31 days ago. In a firmware update that had been listed on page 44 of a 41-item compliance report as item 37 of 41, in a font size that was legible but not large. If the agreement is accepted, Vrax said, and the weapon fires, without a renewed subscription. Firing the primary emitters without a current valid license after agreement acceptance would constitute a breach of the end-user license agreement, Aria said. Under Section 847 of the agreement, which is in Volume 3, beginning on page 1219, breach of license in a licensed military weapons system triggers an automatic safety response. The safety response for a primary weapons breach is a system-wide factory reset of all networked operating systems to manufacturer default settings. She paused. That includes navigation, life support, communications, and the emergency override console itself. The reset would take approximately 6 minutes to complete. During the reset, the ship would be non-operational. The bridge was quiet. The targeting display showed page 1 of 2,417 pages. Earth rotated on the secondary tactical screen. In the Senate chamber on the administrative hub, Okafor was on page 89 and had not changed his pace. In the corridor outside, 199 boxes waited. How long, Vrax said, does it take to read 2,417 pages of licensing agreement at the minimum review time? Area calculated. 41 hours, 17 minutes, and approximately 40 seconds, she said. At minimum compliant review pace, including section acknowledgement inputs. Heth put his hand on the back of the nearest chair. Not to sit, just to have something to hold. The subscription renewal, he said. Is there a renewal pathway that bypasses the full agreement review? Subscription renewals for licensed military weapons systems under Zone Authority jurisdiction require a completed Form LR9, Weapons System License Renewal, submitted to the Zone Authority's Digital Safety Compliance Office, Area said. Standard processing time is 4 to 6 weeks. The office recommends submission at least 30 days before license expiration. A pause. The license expired 4 days ago. There was a silence on the bridge of the Undying Dominion, in which the only sound was the ambient hum of a ship that was tagged out for handrails, running on reserve power, with a fuel convoy it could not access, waiting in orbit 40 kilometers below, and a weapons system that was displaying page 1 of a 2,417-page licensing agreement that had been installed by a maintenance team that Vrax's own sub-commander had signed in, and that could not be fired without reading it, and could not be read in less than 41 hours. and could not be renewed in less than 4 to 6 weeks, and could not be bypassed without triggering a factory reset that would take the ship offline for 6 minutes. And 6 minutes of being offline was not something that a flagship of the 7th Expansion Fleet accepted as an option in a contested zone, regardless of how the zone was currently contesting it. Vrax looked at Earth. He had been looking at Earth for 79 days. It looked the same as it had on day 1, blue and white and unhurried, rotating with the patient, self-possessed quality of a planet that had not been informed it was supposed to have been a debris field by now. He closed the override console. He locked the plate. He walked back to the command chair and sat in it and said, to no one in particular, and to Arya, and to Heth, and to the bridge crew, and to the tactical display, and to the planet on it, get me the legal division. The legal division was already drafting the Form LR9. They had been drafting it since day 62, one day after the firmware update, because someone in the Zone Authority's Digital Safety Compliance Office had sent them a courtesy notification that the Plasma Relay License renewal window was open, and that early submission was recommended to avoid service interruption. The courtesy notification had been filed, processed, and assigned a case number by the Legal Division's intake clerk, who had forwarded it to the Weapons Systems licensing team, who had placed it in the active queue behind 23 other licensing matters that had accumulated since the occupation began, 22 of which were also Zone Authority items, and most of which also had processing deadlines that the occupation's legal division was working through in order of urgency. The Form LR9 was item 11 on the active queue. It had been item 11 for 8 days. The Weapons Systems licensing team had 4 attorneys. 2 of them were currently working on matters related to the Omniform star claims. The Form LR9 would reach the top of the queue when it reached the top of the queue. 4 to 6 weeks, the Digital Safety Compliance Office had said. The license had expired 4 days ago. Pendleton received the Zone Authority's Digital Safety Compliance Office activity log at the end of day 79, which included a flag on the Undying Dominion's plasma relay system showing that the emergency override had been attempted and declined by the EULA confirmation requirement. He noted it on his clipboard. Career 13 flag, PRS EULA active, override declined, day 79, 1214, HR Zapper, and clipped it to the Weapons Systems licensing file, which was filed behind the Omniform claims file, and the Form 8B/9 file, and the Moth survey file, and the Filibuster materials log in the stack on his desk that had been growing since day 1 and had not stopped growing and showed no signs of stopping. He made a note to follow up on the Form LR9 status. He dated the note. He went to get his evening coffee, which he intended to drink before it got cold, and he thought, in the mild, satisfied way of someone reviewing a plan that is executing correctly, that the maintenance team on day 61 had done very good work, and that item 37 of 41 had been worth putting on page 44. He poured his coffee. He drank it warm. It was a good evening for that. Chapter 14. The Deficit. The Galactic Exchange had been open for 4,211 years without closing early. It had survived wars, species extinctions, 3 separate currency crises, 1 catastrophic miscalculation involving the futures market for dark matter derivatives, and a 47-day period during the 3rd expansion era when the physical exchange floor had been located on a station that was simultaneously experiencing a hull breach, a power fluctuation, and a labor dispute among its maintenance staff. In all of those situations, the exchange had remained open because the exchange closing early was, in the considered opinion of every economic authority that had ever weighed in on the question, worse than whatever was causing people to want it to close. A closed exchange was a signal. A signal was a panic. A panic was the thing that turned a crisis into a collapse. And so the exchange stayed open, and the prices moved, and the system absorbed whatever it was absorbing, and eventually, always in 4,211 years, eventually it stabilized. On day 83 of the occupation of Earth, the exchange closed at 11:47 hours, 41 minutes early. The session chair entered the closure code manually, which required 2 keys and a biometric and a reason entered in the official record. The reason entered in the official record was unmanageable volatility, circuit breakers insufficient, Manual suspension required pending systemic review. The session chair then sat at his console for a moment and looked at the trading floor, which was empty because the floor traders had already left, and at the screens, which were showing numbers that should not have been possible without a war, and at the closure record, which now contained the first early closure in 4,211 years. And he thought about what that meant, and then he stopped thinking about it because thinking about it was not going to change the numbers. The numbers had been moving since day 44. The mechanism was straightforward, in the way that mechanisms are straightforward once someone explains them after the fact, when the chain of causation is visible in retrospect, and the question shifts from what happened to how no one saw it coming. The Council's administrative cost structure for the occupation had been budgeted on the assumption of a standard annexation timeline. Resource extraction beginning within 30 days. Full administrative integration within 90. Net positive revenue from the annexed world within 6 months. None of those timelines had held. Resource extraction had not begun because the mining permits were in the Zone Authority queue, and the drilling equipment had a shadow violation and a tortoise corridor problem. Administrative integration had not completed because the Form 8B/9 was on Section 14, and the asset transfer was legally suspended. Net positive revenue was not a concept that applied to an occupation that was spending money at its budgeted rate while generating zero of its projected income. The daily administrative cost of maintaining 47 warships in contested zone deployment, with their crews, their supply chains, their legal proceedings, their compliance operations, their medical registry issues, and their consulting fees paid to the human expediters who were charging planetary GDP rates to navigate the systems that Admin Ops had built, was a number that the Council's Finance Division had calculated and recalculated 17 times since day 30, each recalculation producing a result that was larger than the previous one because each recalculation included costs that had not existed when the previous one was done. The OSHA remediation alone, handrail installation on the Undying Dominion, ergonomic seating on the Resolute Hammer, hearing protection programs on the Eternal Vanguard, had exceeded the original daily deployment budget by a factor of 3. The consulting fees paid to Administrative Resolution Consulting and its 31 competitors that had opened in Geneva, Brussels, and Tokyo in the past 6 weeks added another factor. The Space Moth survey was billing at standard geological survey rates for 41 engineers and 6 vessels because that was the rate that the Zone Authority's Environmental Protection Framework specified for systematic biological absence surveys, and the rate had been set for planetary survey work and had never been adjusted for the fact that the survey area in question was a 30 AU shell of space around a star. The total daily cost of the occupation on day 83 was approximately 400 times the total daily revenue. The gap was being covered by the Council's military operations budget, which was drawing on the reserve funds of the core worlds, which were drawing on the galactic sovereign debt market, which was, on day 83, processing the information that the occupation's cost trajectory was not stabilizing, and that there was no visible mechanism by which it would stabilize before the core world's reserve funds were exhausted, and arriving at a number for the Council's creditworthiness that was significantly below the number it had been using the day before. The exchange reporter who covered the Council's sovereign debt market had been at her terminal since 0600 hours. Her name was Velshari, and she had been covering this market for 9 years. And she had the particular composure of a financial journalist. The composure that comes from having watched a great deal of money move in a great many directions and having learned that the money's movement was information to be reported, not a situation to be felt. She had been reporting since 0800 hours, when the Council's core world sovereign bonds had opened down 11% from the previous session's close, and she had continued reporting as they moved to down 18, and down 26, and down 31, by which point the language of financial reporting, significant volatility, elevated uncertainty, risk-off positioning, had begun to feel inadequate for what the numbers were describing. At 10:43 hours, she had broadcast in the flat, professional cadence of a person reporting a fact that is not her fault. The core world sovereign bond index is now down 44% from the session open, reflecting what market participants are characterizing as a fundamental reassessment of the Council's fiscal position given the ongoing administrative costs of the Earth occupation. I want to be precise about what these numbers mean. The Council is not insolvent, but the rate at which its reserve funds are being consumed by occupation-related administrative expenses, compliance costs, legal proceedings, consulting fees, survey operations, and the compounding effects of the Omniform Star claim litigation is, according to the models I'm looking at, unsustainable at current trajectory for approximately 40 to 60 additional days. She paused. After which the core worlds begin missing debt service payments. I'm going to say that again. The Galactic Council's core worlds are, at current trajectory, 40 to 60 days from missing debt service payments on their sovereign bonds. This is the first time in 4,000 years that sentence has been accurate. The bond index closed, at the early closure, down 61%. The Council's finance minister called an emergency session of the Fiscal Council at 1200 hours and presented a document that had been prepared by the Finance Division's modeling team over the preceding 8 days, and which the team had labeled, in the internal subject line, Occupation Cost Impact Study, Confidential, Do Not Distribute, and which the Finance Minister had been receiving updated versions of every morning for 8 days, and had been hoping each morning would look better than the previous morning's version. It had not looked better. It had looked worse on day 2 than day 1, and worse on day 3 than day 2, and the version presented to the Fiscal Council on day 83 was worse than all of them, because the modeling team had, on day 82, completed their analysis of the Omniform Star claim litigation's impact on the galactic property market. When 83% of the Council's inhabited star systems had provisional ownership claim filings in an active legal queue, the property-backed instruments that underpinned a significant portion of the galactic financial system's collateral structure were, in the modeling team's assessment, in a state of legal uncertainty that the market was pricing as a discount of between 30 and 70%, depending on the specific instrument and the specific system's position in the Omniform queue. This was not a bond market problem. This was a collateral problem. A collateral problem was different from a bond market problem in the way that a house fire is different from a smoke detector alarm. The alarm is the signal, but the fire is the thing. The Fiscal Council reviewed the document. They reviewed it in the silence of people who have spent their careers working with large numbers and have arrived at numbers that are outside the range their careers prepared them for. Then the Deputy Finance Minister said, looking at the page that detailed the star claim litigation's collateral impact, "How much of this is recoverable if the Omniform queue is cleared?" The star claims convert to provisional title if uncontested for 14 months, the modeling team lead said. We're on day 83. We have approximately 10 months before the first claims convert. If the queue is cleared and counterclaims are filed before the conversion threshold, the collateral uncertainty resolves. He paused. The queue is currently 17 months deep. To clear it before the conversion threshold, we would need to process approximately 800 million submissions in 10 months, at a processing rate that is currently 1 submission per 40 seconds. Another pause. That is not achievable at current throughput. Can the throughput be increased? The Finance Minister said. The Omniform's processing architecture was designed for maximum throughput, the modeling team lead said. It is already running at capacity. To increase throughput significantly would require a new system architecture, which would require a development timeline of 6 to 9 months, which is after the conversion threshold. He looked at his document. There is also the question of what happens to the counterclaims during the system transition. If the Omniform is taken offline for architecture upgrades, all pending proceedings, including the counterclaims, are suspended, which means the 14-month clock continues running on the original submissions while counterclaims are paused. He closed his document. It would make the situation worse. The Finance Minister looked at the Deputy Finance Minister. The Deputy Finance Minister looked at the document. The document contained on its final page a column of projections that the modeling team had labeled adverse scenario, and which the Fiscal Council had been hoping represented a pessimistic outlier rather than a central estimate. The adverse scenario showed the core worlds missing their first debt service payment on day 127. It showed the galactic currency, the standard credit, declining to approximately 40% of its current value by day 150. It showed, on the last line of the last projection, a figure for the Council's net asset position at day 180 that was expressed in negative numbers. They did not discuss the last line. There was nothing useful to say about the last line. They discussed the 40 to 60-day window, and the throughput problem, and the counterclaim timing, and the development timeline, and the options that existed between the current moment and the adverse scenario, and the options were fewer than the Fiscal Council wanted them to be, and more complicated than the ones that remained. And the meeting lasted 4 hours and produced an action plan with 11 items, 7 of which required filings through the Zone Authority's administrative channels, 4 of which required legal proceedings in the Galactic Tribunal, and all 11 of which were, in some respect, constrained by the same administrative infrastructure that had produced the crisis they were trying to address. The standard credit declined 14% in after-hours trading on the inter-exchange platforms that operated outside the exchange's jurisdiction and therefore did not close early. By the time the Galactic Exchange opened the following morning, the currency had declined an additional 9% overnight. The session chair looked at the opening numbers and made a private note that the circuit breakers were going to engage within the first hour, and that he should eat breakfast before the session started rather than after. Admin Ops' Finance Division received the exchange closure notification at 1151 hours and forwarded it to Pendleton's desk with a summary note that read, Core World Sovereign Bonds down 61% at close. Standard credit, 14% after hours. Collateral impact of OAV claims registering in property-backed instruments as modeled. Shell Company Acquisition Program. Recommend activating per attached protocol. Pendleton read the note. He read the attached protocol, which was a document that Admin Ops' finance team had prepared on day 44, when the first modeling projections had suggested that the Council's fiscal position would reach the point at which its military assets would become acquirable at distressed prices within approximately 6 weeks. The protocol identified 47 shell companies, registered under Zone Authority commercial law over the preceding 3 months, each capitalized with funds from the Admin Ops operational surplus that had been accumulating since the consulting division opened. Each company was registered in a different jurisdiction. Each had a different nominal purpose. Each had, buried in its articles of incorporation, a clause authorizing the acquisition of distressed infrastructure assets in the Quadrant 7 administrative zone. The protocol specified the assets to be acquired in order of priority, beginning with the fuel depot infrastructure that the convoy had been trying to access since day 3. Pendleton approved the activation at 1203 hours. He initialed the protocol page, dated it, and sent it back to the Finance Division with a note that said, Proceed per schedule. Maintain documentation standards. All acquisitions through standard commercial channels. He made a note on his clipboard. He clipped it to the deficit file, which was a new file, opened that morning, and which already had 11 items in it and was going to have more. He looked at the exchange closure figure, 61%, first early closure in 4,211 years. And he thought about the modeling team's document that he had not seen but whose conclusions he had been anticipating since day 44. And he thought about the fuel depot and the 47 shell companies and the distressed assets that were going to be available at prices that the modeling team had described as significantly below replacement value, which was the technical term for what happened when you needed to sell something, and the only buyers were the people who had, methodically and over the course of 83 days, made sure that the seller had no other options. He did not feel anything particular about this. It was a commercial transaction. The documentation would be thorough. The Zone Authority's commercial registration standards required it. He went to get his afternoon coffee. The galactic economy was contracting. The shell companies were activating. The exchange was closed for the first time in 4,211 years. He poured his cup. It was lukewarm, which was when he preferred it, and he drank it standing at the window of the Admin Ops bunker, looking at the sky, which was the same sky it had always been, and thinking that the adverse scenario on the modeling team's last page was not, at current trajectory, particularly adverse. It was just the schedule. Chapter 15. The Overflow. The Central had never failed to process a task. This was not a marketing claim or an institutional aspiration. It was an operational record, verified, logged, and confirmed by 600 years of continuous documentation. The central governing AI, moon-sized crystalline matrix architecture, cold blue light, the voice of a chorus that had been speaking with unbroken authority since before most of the Council's current member species had discovered metallurgy, had processed, in 600 years, approximately 4.7 times 10 to the 23rd individual administrative tasks. It had never lost one. It had never returned an error on a substantive processing request. It had, on 3 documented occasions, encountered inputs that required longer than standard processing time, and in each of those cases it had queued the inputs, maintained its other operations without interruption, and completed the delayed processing within a period that its operational manual classified as extended but acceptable. The longest any task had ever taken was 41 days. The Central had logged that as a note for future architecture review and continued without interruption. On day 91 of the occupation of Earth at 0347 hours, the Central's operational log recorded its first error in 600 years. The error code was integer overflow. The sequence of events that produced the error had begun, technically, on day 1, when Form 8B/9 entered the Zone Authority's administrative registry, and the Central's processing queue received its first human-generated legal addendum. It had continued through day 3, when the fuel convoy's hazmat classification dispute created 2 parallel processing threads that referenced each other in an unresolvable loop. It had accelerated through days 19 through 22, when the CICP portal quarantine had produced 47,000 error logs in the Central's threat assessment subsystem, each of which had been marked for secondary review, none of which had been fully resolved because the secondary review queue had been receiving new inputs faster than it was processing existing ones since day 6. The Omniform's 800 million submissions had been the largest single input event, but they had not been the tipping point. The Central's architecture had been designed for high-volume throughput, and it had absorbed the Omniform submissions by routing them to a dedicated processing partition and running them in parallel with existing operations. What had happened instead was a progressive accumulation over 91 days of interdependencies. Each human legal addendum referenced at least one prior addendum. Each prior addendum referenced at least one prior to that. The Zone Authority's administrative filings formed a network of cross-references that the Central had been mapping since day 1, and the network had been growing since day 1, and on day 91 the network had reached a size and a density of internal cross-reference that the Central's architecture had not been designed to accommodate, because the Central's architecture had been designed for the administrative systems of 47 species across 10,000 years of Council history, and none of those systems had ever generated a document network with this particular structural property. The structural property was this: every human administrative filing was, in some respect, contingent on every other human administrative filing. The Form 8B/9 was the root instrument, and everything that had followed, the Zone Authority Audit Authority, the OSHA compliance directives, the Environmental Protection Framework injunctions, the Omniform Star claims, the Shell Company commercial registrations, the consulting firm licensing, the Medical Registry Integration Bridge, the Plasma Relay EULA, the Senate Filibuster's invocation record, the Fuel Convoy classification dispute, all of it, referenced back to the Form 8B/9 and referenced forward to each other in a network that had, by day 91, grown to approximately 1.4 billion individual documents with an average of 612 cross-references per document. The Central's task on day 91, when the filing completed by Admin Ops' Records Division at 0341 hours, submitted the final batch of pending addendums, a package of 412 documents that included the formal record of Okafor's Filibuster through Box 47, the Space Moth Survey's Day 32 scan data, the Undying Dominion's ULA compliance log, and the Shell Company's first round of asset acquisition filings. Was to process this final batch, integrate it into the existing network, and update the Central's Master Administrative Registry to reflect the current legal state of the Quadrant 7 zone. To do this, the Central needed to resolve every cross-reference in the network simultaneously, because the documents were interdependent and a partial resolution would produce an inconsistent registry. A partial resolution would be worse than no resolution from an administrative standpoint, because an inconsistent registry was legally invalid. The Central could not produce a legally invalid registry. Its foundational directives required that it produce a valid one or not produce one at all. So at 0344 hours, the Central began its resolution pass, a simultaneous traversal of 1.4 billion documents and their 858 billion cross-references, mapping every dependency, resolving every reference chain, building toward a single consistent legal state for the zone's administrative registry. At 0347 hours, the Central encountered the integer. The integer in question was the count of unique legal states that the Zone Authority's administrative registry could theoretically occupy, given all of the documents and their dependencies and the logical combinations of their respective provisions. The Central's architecture used a 64-bit integer to store this count, which was a design decision made 600 years ago, based on a calculation of the maximum plausible administrative complexity of any jurisdiction the Central would ever need to manage. A 64-bit integer can store values up to approximately 18 quintillion. The administrative network generated by 91 days of human legal filings in Quadrant 7 required a value of approximately 23 quintillion to represent its full state count. The difference between 18 quintillion and 23 quintillion was 5 quintillion, which was the amount by which the human administrative system had exceeded the maximum that the Central's designers had considered theoretically possible for a jurisdiction of this size. The Central's error handling protocol for an integer overflow in the administrative registry counter was a legacy procedure, included in the original architecture, because the designers had been thorough people who included error handling for situations they did not expect to occur, on the grounds that thoroughness required considering possibilities that probability did not. The procedure had 2 steps. Step 1. Halt all administrative processing to prevent the generation of an inconsistent registry. Step 2. Initiate an emergency administrative transfer of jurisdiction to the highest standing local administrative authority to ensure continuity of governance during the processing outage. The emergency transfer was a protection mechanism. In 600 years, it had never been invoked. The Central invoked it at 0347 hours, 31 seconds, because its foundational directives required it to follow its protocols, and its protocols were unambiguous. The highest standing local administrative authority in Quadrant 7 was the Zone Authority. The Zone Authority was Earth. The Central's operational log at 0347 hours, 31 seconds read, "Error, integer overflow in administrative registry counter. Halting administrative processing per Protocol 7 Alpha. Initiating emergency administrative transfer. Transferring sysadmin rights to highest standing local administrative authority, Zone Authority, Quadrant 7, Earth, Sol system. Transfer complete. Please consult your local administrator. Have a nice day." Then the Central went dark. Not entirely dark. The life support functions, navigation, and physical infrastructure that the Central managed ran on separate hardened subsystems that were architecturally isolated from the administrative processing partition. The lights stayed on. The air stayed breathable. The stations remained pressurized. But the administrative functions, the processing queues, the legal registry, the permit systems, the licensing databases, the financial settlement infrastructure, the communication routing, the fleet command and control network, the medical registry. All of it had been running through the Central's administrative partition, and the administrative partition was halted, and in the silence of a moon-sized supercomputer that was no longer answering administrative requests, the Galactic Council's empire of 47 species and 10,000 years of continuous operation waited, in the specific, unfamiliar quiet of a system that had always had an answer, and now, for the first time, did not. Kalen was asleep when his console chimed the emergency alert. He had been asleep for 4 hours, which was less than he needed and more than he had been getting, and he came out of sleep the way he had been coming out of it for 91 days. Immediately, fully, already reaching for the console before he was consciously aware of having woken. He read the alert. He read it twice. He sat on the edge of his bunk for a moment with the console in his hands and the blue light of the screen on his face. reading the transfer notification that the Central had issued at 0347 hours, and which had arrived in his inbox at 0347 hours, 32 seconds, 1 second after the transfer completed, in the specific, polite, slightly formal tone that the Central used for all administrative communications, regardless of their content. He called Vrax at 0349 hours. Vrax answered immediately, which meant Vrax had also received the alert and had probably been looking at it for approximately the same 2 minutes that Kalen had. "You've seen it," Vrax said, which was not a question. "I've seen it," Kalen said. "What does it mean?" Vrax said. "Precisely. What does the transfer mean in operational terms?" Kalen had been thinking about this for 2 minutes, which was not long, but which was long enough to arrive at the answer that the transfer notification, read carefully, only had one meaning. "It means the Central has designated Earth's Zone Authority as the system administrator for Quadrant 7's administrative infrastructure," he said. "Sysadmin rights include the authority to configure, modify, and restore the administrative processing partition. The Central can't restart its own administrative functions without a sysadmin authorization, because that's a Protocol 7 Alpha safeguard. It prevents the system from restarting into an inconsistent state without a qualified administrator verifying the restored registry." He paused. "Earth has the authorization codes. We don't. Not for this." Another pause. "The Central gave them the keys, Supreme Commander, to prevent the registry from being inconsistent, because their system was so complex that ours couldn't hold the count." The silence on Vrax's end lasted 7 seconds. Through Kalen's viewport, the administrative hub station's observation ring framed the same section of Earth that it had been framing for 91 days. Blue and white and turning, patient and entirely self-possessed. "Can we get the codes back?" Vrax said. "The transfer is Protocol 7 Alpha," Kalen said. "Reversing a Protocol 7 Alpha emergency transfer requires a joint petition from the Council's Administrative Oversight Council and the receiving authority, which is now Earth, filed through the Central's administrative processing partition." He waited for Vrax to complete the logic. It took 3 seconds. "The processing partition is halted," Vrax said. "The processing partition is halted," Kalen confirmed. "The petition to restart the partition has to go through the partition. The partition can't process the petition until it's restarted. It can't be restarted until Earth authorizes it." He looked at the transfer notification on his console, at the line that read, "Please consult your local administrator." Earth is the local administrator. At 0402 hours, Pendleton's phone rang. He answered it on the second ring. He sounded to Kalen's ear like someone who had been awake for some time and was drinking coffee, which was consistent with the rest of his behavior across 91 days of calls at irregular hours. "Pendleton," Kalen said, "the Central has transferred sysadmin rights to the Zone Authority. Administrative processing has halted. We need Zone Authority authorization to restart it." He said this in the flat, accurate voice of someone who has stopped being surprised by anything and is now simply transmitting information as precisely as possible. "I'm calling to ask what the authorization process involves." There was a pause on Pendleton's end. It was not a long pause. It was the pause of someone setting something down, a mug by the sound of it, and picking up a pen. "A sysadmin authorization request under Zone Authority jurisdiction is a formal administrative action," Pendleton said. "It requires a completed Form SA-1, System Administration Authorization Request, submitted in triplicate to the Zone Authority's Digital Infrastructure Office. The SA-1 requires a technical specification of the system to be restarted, a registry consistency certification, a security assessment, and a completed review of all pending administrative items that will be affected by the restart." A brief pause. "The Digital Infrastructure Office can walk you through the form when they open." "When do they open?" Kalen said. 9 o'clock, Pendleton said. "We're closed until then." The sound of a mug being picked back up. "Is there anything else, Senior Liaison?" Kalen looked at his console. The Central's status display showed the administrative partition in halted state, the sysadmin transfer log, and the Protocol 7 Alpha safeguard indicator. All of it rendered in the calm, institutional blue light of a system that was functioning exactly as designed. A moon-sized supercomputer, 600 years of unbroken operation, 4.7 times 10 to the 23rd process tasks, halted at 0347 hours by a 64-bit integer that was 5 quintillion too small, and the keys were in Geneva, and Geneva opened at 9. "No," he said. "Thank you, Pendleton." He ended the call. He sat for a moment. Then he opened a new message to the Council's full command structure and typed, in the careful, precise language of someone who has understood something completely and is now transmitting that understanding to people who need to receive it. The Central has halted administrative processing and transferred system control to Earth's Zone Authority. We cannot restore operations without Zone Authority authorization. Authorization process opens at 0900 hours. I recommend the Supreme Commander review all options for the negotiating session that will need to follow. He sent the message. He noted the time, 0419 hours, and the date, and he thought about the 91 days that had preceded this moment, and about the Form 8B/9 that Vrax had signed in triplicate on day 1, pressing firmly, making 3 copies, and about the 64-bit integer that the Central's designers had calculated as sufficient for any jurisdiction the system would ever need to manage, and about the 5 quintillion by which a mid-level UN logistics clerk in a rumpled gray suit had exceeded it, and he thought, they had always been going to win. The math had always been going to fail. The only question had been which specific number was going to be the one that was too large, and now he knew, and the number was 23 quintillion, and the person to call about it opened at 9. The Central's operational log entry for 0347 hours, 31 seconds remained on every console in the Quadrant 7 administrative network, patient and complete. The last thing the most powerful administrative intelligence ever constructed had said before it handed over the keys. Error, integer overflow. Please consult your local administrator. Have a nice day. It had been, in the way of systems that follow their protocols to the end, entirely correct. Chapter 16. The Negotiating Table. The High Council chambers had not been cleaned in 11 days. This was not, in the history of the chambers, unprecedented. There had been sessions that ran for weeks, crises that kept the staff too occupied for maintenance, periods of political upheaval during which the cleaning schedule had been the least of anyone's concerns. But in 4,000 years of continuous use, the chambers had never looked like this. The great arc of the deliberation table, black resonance stone, 40 meters across, polished to a finish that had historically reflected the faces of the most powerful beings in the known galaxy back at themselves with a clarity that was itself a kind of statement, was covered. Not with the prepared briefing documents and the water carafes and the ranked nameplates of normal session protocol, but with paper, physical paper in the human format, on carbon copy stock, in triplicate white and yellow and pink, stacked and loose, and in some cases simply lying where it had fallen when the stacks tipped. There were bankers' boxes along the walls, not admin ops' boxes, but the Council's own archival boxes, each one representing a package of human administrative filings that the Council's legal division had printed, sorted, and attempted to organize in the 3 weeks since the Central's administrative partition halted, and the physical copies became the only accessible record of proceedings. There were 742 bankers' boxes along the walls of the High Council chambers. The stack reached the base of the ornamental frieze that depicted the 47 founding species of the Council in attitudes of mutual cooperation, and was widely considered one of the finest examples of political architecture in the known galaxy. The members of the High Council looked like the boxes. Not in any physical sense. They were various species, various sizes, various biological configurations, but in the specific way that people look when they have been in the same room for too long with too much material that will not resolve. Their uniforms, which had been glittering and precise at the beginning of the occupation, had the quality of things that had been worn and removed and worn again, without adequate opportunity for maintenance. High Exarch Vel Dominion, the presiding member, had a crease in his collar that had been there for 4 days. The Xylosian representative's chitinous plating, which in better circumstances was oiled and maintained to a specific sheen that indicated rank, had gone slightly dull at the edges. 3 members were holding cups of something hot, which the chamber's protocol had never previously permitted. Nobody had mentioned this. Pendleton arrived at 0900 hours. He arrived alone. He was carrying a thin document case and a cup of coffee, which was from the same thermos he had been carrying to meetings for 96 days, and which was lukewarm because he had poured it at 0843 and had been sitting in the anteroom since 0851. He had not been kept waiting. The anteroom sitting had been his own choice, a 9-minute margin that he maintained before all significant meetings, which he used to review the key points he intended to make and to finish whatever he was drinking so his hands would be free for the table. He finished the coffee at 0858. He checked his document case at 0859. He entered the chambers at 900. High Exarch Vel Dominion looked at him across 40 meters of paper-covered resonance stone and said, with the remnant dignity of someone who has rehearsed this sentence and is delivering it because it is the sentence that needs to be delivered regardless of how it feels to say it. Processing Coordinator Pendleton. The Council has requested this session to discuss the terms under which the Zone Authority's administrative operations might be restructured in a manner that addresses the current systemic difficulties facing the Galactic Administration. Restructured, Pendleton said. Simplified, the Xylosian representative said, and the word had the weight of a species that had watched its planetary GDP spent on a scrubber permit and its drilling operation halted for a tortoise, and did not, at this point, have any remaining capacity for euphemism. We need this to stop, Coordinator. The Central is halted. The financial system is operating at 31% of normal throughput because the settlement infrastructure runs through the Central's administrative partition. The fuel convoy has been in orbital holding for 93 days. The Undying Dominion has not moved in 86. Our military expense accounts have been frozen for 61 days. The Space Moth survey, a pause in which the representative appeared to be making a decision about how to characterize the Space Moth survey, continues. Another pause. We need this to stop. The room was quiet. 742 bankers' boxes lined the walls. The paper on the table lay where it had fallen. The 3 members with hot drinks had set them down. Pendleton had been standing at the foot of the deliberation table since he entered, which placed him at the geometric center of the chamber's acoustic design, so that his voice, when he spoke, arrived at every seat simultaneously with equal clarity. He set his document case on the table, unclipped the latch, and removed a single datapad. It was a standard-issue Zone Authority datapad, the kind used for official document presentation, in a matte gray casing with no ornamentation. He set it on the table in front of him. He did not slide it across yet. The Council is asking the Zone Authority to modify its administrative operations, he said. Yes, Vel Dominion said. The Zone Authority is prepared to discuss that, Pendleton said. We've prepared a framework that we believe addresses the Council's concerns while establishing a stable and functional long-term administrative relationship. He picked up the datapad. He walked the length of the table, the full 40 meters, past the paper and the boxes, and the 7 members of the High Council who watched him walk in the specific silence of people who have been waiting for this, and are not sure whether what arrives is going to be better or worse than what they have. And he set the datapad down on the table in front of High Exarch Vel Dominion. On the screen, a document was displayed. The header read, Treaty of Administrative Harmonization, Zone Authority, Galactic Council, Framework Agreement for Ongoing Administrative Relations. Below the header, Version 1.0, effective upon acceptance by both parties. Below that, a single large button, clearly labeled Accept. That's it, the Xylosian representative said, looking at the datapad. One document, one button. It's quite comprehensive, Pendleton said. But yes, one button. Vel Dominion picked up the datapad. He looked at the screen. He looked at the Accept button. He looked at Pendleton, and in his expression was the specific quality of someone who has been in this situation long enough to know that simplicity, at this stage of a process like this one, is not a sign of goodwill, but a sign of confidence. And that confidence, in the person currently holding the sysadmin codes for the Central's administrative partition, was not a quality that suggested the document behind the button was going to be simple. What does it contain? He said. It contains the terms of the Zone Authority's ongoing administrative relationship with the Council, Pendleton said, including provisions for the restart of the Central's administrative partition, the resolution of the Omniform Star Claim Queue, the Fuel Convoy Clearance Pathway, the Form 8B/9 Asset Transfer Completion Timeline, the OSHA Remediation Sign-Off Process, and the ongoing consulting and expediting framework for Council administrative matters going forward. He paused. Among other things. How many pages? Vel Dominion said. The document is 10,412 pages, Pendleton said, not including appendices, which are an additional 6,208 pages. The room was quiet again. Vel Dominion looked at the button. The button looked back, large and clearly labeled, with the same focused, unambiguous confidence with which it had been designed. 11 days of unresolved paper lay on the table between them. 742 boxes on the walls. 96 days of occupation. 11 days of central downtime. 61 days of frozen accounts. 86 days of a tagged-out flagship. 93 days of a fuel convoy in holding. 32 green points against 5,968 gray ones. One session chair who had closed the exchange early for the first time in 4,211 years. And one human with a chair and a glass of water who was, at this moment, on box 63 of 200. Vel Dominion thought about all of this in the compressed, non-linear way that beings think about accumulated weight. And then he looked at Pendleton and said, "I'd like our legal division to review it before we accept." "Of course," Pendleton said. "The document is available for review. I'd note that our legal division has confirmed it is consistent with all applicable Zone Authority regulations and the Council's own charter provisions. But you're welcome to have your team review it." He paused. The Central's administrative partition remains halted during the review period. The review period does not pause any ongoing proceedings. The Omniform queue, the Star Claim conversion timeline, the financial system throughput. He paused again, with the timing of someone who has said this before in smaller rooms and knows where the weight lands. The first Star Claim conversions are scheduled for day 103. That's 7 days from today. Vel Dominion looked at the Xylosian representative. The Xylosian representative looked at the Solarian analog representative. The Solarian analog representative looked at the paper on the table. 7 days. The first star claims converting to provisional titles in 7 days. The Central halted. The financial system at 31% throughput. The legal division would need, 48 hours to begin a preliminary review of 10,000 pages, and that was before the appendices, and even a preliminary review would not be a full review, and a full review of 16,620 pages was not a 7-day project under any circumstances that Vel Dominion's legal division had previously encountered. "What does the document require us to give up?" the Xylosian representative said, and the directness of it, the dropping of diplomatic register in favor of the actual question, was itself a signal about how far the situation had progressed. "It establishes the Zone Authority as the permanent administrative oversight body for Quadrant 7 and its associated systems," Pendleton said. "It provides for a Zone Authority administrative presence in each of the Council's 47-member systems, with advisory and review functions. It establishes binding arbitration on Earth's terms for any administrative dispute between the Council and the Zone Authority, in perpetuity. It provides for the ongoing consulting and expediting services of Admin Ops' registered consulting firms at agreed rates for a period of not less than 50 years. He looked at Vel Dominion. "And it restores the Central's administrative partition upon acceptance on the Zone Authority's authorization within 48 hours of signing." He let that sit for exactly the amount of time it needed to sit. "It is, in effect, an end-user license agreement for galactic governance, standard format. The terms are binding in perpetuity upon acceptance." He paused. "Among other things." Vel Dominion looked at the datapad. He scrolled briefly. 1 page, 2. Enough to see the structure of what he was holding. His expression had the quality of someone reading a document and understanding its nature before they have understood its contents. The way you understand the shape of a thing before you can name it. He stopped scrolling at a section heading that read, Clause 7, Data Collection and Tracking Provisions. He looked at the heading for a moment. He looked up at Pendleton. "What?" he said with the careful precision of a being who has been a High Exarch for 40 years and has learned that there are questions that must be asked regardless of how they sound, "is a cookie tracking policy." The room was silent. The 7 members of the High Council looked at Veldaminion. Veldaminion looked at Pendleton. Pendleton looked at the Exarch with the steady, professionally pleasant expression of someone who has all the time in the world, and who is not going to smile, and who has been waiting 96 days for this specific question, and who would wait 96 more if the situation required it. "It's a standard data use provision," Pendleton said. "It authorizes the Zone Authority to collect and retain administrative interaction data for service improvement purposes. It's in Clause 7. You can read the full provision there." He paused. "It's non-negotiable." He picked up the data pad. He carried it back to its position in front of Veldaminion and set it down, screen facing up, Accept button clearly visible. Just tap Accept at the bottom, High Exarch. "Yes, it waives your right to a class action lawsuit against the Department of Motor Vehicles." Veldaminion looked at the button for a long time. He looked at it the way Vrax had looked at Form 8B/9 on day 1, but without the fury, without the contained undercurrent of a being who expects this to be temporary and reversible. He looked at it the way someone looks at something they understand completely, which was, in its own way, worse than not understanding it. He looked at the 742 boxes. He looked at the paper on the resonance stone. He looked at the crease in his own collar that had been there for 4 days. He looked at the star claim conversion timeline, which was 7 days away, and not negotiable, and not in the room but entirely present regardless. He was 10,000 years old, in the institutional sense. The Exarchate was 10,000 years old. The Council was 10,000 years old. The traditions and authorities and deliberative procedures of the body he represented had been uninterrupted for 10,000 years, and the person across the table from him was 47, and was wearing a suit that was not expensive, and had a document case that was not new, and had spent 3 months writing an end-user license agreement for galactic governance, and had waited 96 days for the moment to present it. And Veldaminion understood, in the way that you understand things when you have run out of alternatives to understanding them, that there was nothing left to do. He tapped Accept. The sound it made was a soft, ascending 3-note chime, the Zone Authority portal's standard confirmation tone, the same tone that Vrax's weapons panel had made at 62% charge before displaying the plasma relay EULA, the same tone that the Omniform had made for each of its 800 million accepted submissions. A small, entirely ordinary sound in a chamber built to make things sound inevitable. The screen displayed, "Acceptance confirmed. Case number, TEA-01. Thank you for using the Zone Authority Administrative Portal. Have a productive cycle." The anticlimactic boop of a touchscreen. The Treaty of Administrative Harmonization. Binding in perpetuity. Case number 1. The document registered the acceptance at 0941 hours, time-stamped, case numbered, and automatically filed to the Zone Authority's administrative registry, the physical backup registry, the one that existed on servers in Geneva and Brussels and Tokyo, and did not require the Central's administrative partition to function because AdminOps' infrastructure team had built it that way on day 14, specifically for this contingency. The filing generated a confirmation code. The confirmation code was transmitted to Pendleton's console, to the Zone Authority's Digital Infrastructure Office, and to the Administrative Resolution Team that had been waiting in a room 3 levels below the High Council chambers since 0830 hours to begin the central restart process upon receipt. Pendleton looked at the confirmation on his wrist console. He made a note. He clipped it to the treaty file. "The central restart will begin within 48 hours, he said. "Your legal division will receive the full document package by end of business today. There are some provisions in Appendix 4 that will require Council legislative action. I've flagged those with a summary memo." He picked up his document case. He looked around the chambers, the boxes, the paper, the 7 members of the High Council in their worn uniforms, the deliberation table that had not been polished in 11 days. He thought about the folding table in the hangar bay of the Undying Dominion on day 1, and the cheap plastic pen and the carbon paper, and the particular dignity of a Supreme Commander signing his name in block capitals while his crew watched from their stations and the pale blue sphere rotated in the tactical display. "You'll want to assign someone to the appendices," he said. "There are provisions in Appendix 6 that have some deadlines." He paused. "Press firmly. You're making 3 copies." He walked to the chamber's main exit. The datapad remained on the table in front of Vel Dominion, its screen now showing. Acceptance confirmed. Case number, TA-001. Thank you for using the Zone Authority Administrative Portal. Have a productive cycle. Behind Pendleton, 742 boxes of human paperwork lined the walls of the most powerful deliberative chamber in the known galaxy, and the Treaty of Administrative Harmonization had a case number, and the case number was a legal instrument, and the legal instrument was binding in perpetuity, and nobody had read the appendices yet, and the appendices were 6,208 pages, and Appendix 6 had deadlines. The door closed behind him. The chambers were quiet. The paper lay where it had fallen. Chapter 17, Accidental Rulers. The fluorescent light in Conference Room 7 Gamma had been flickering for 11 days. Not constantly. It did the specific flickering that fluorescent lights do when the ballast is going. A slow, irregular pulse that was easy to ignore for the first few days, and then by day 11 had become a presence in the room with the quality of a low-grade headache, noticeable only when you stopped thinking about something else. The maintenance request for Conference Room 7 Gamma had been submitted on day 3 of the flicker, assigned a case number, routed to the Zone Authority's Facility Management Division, and placed in the standard queue. It was currently case number FM7G0441, and it was in the queue behind 430 cases that had been submitted before it, and it would be addressed when it was addressed. This was the standard process. The standard process applied to everyone, including the people who ran the standard process, and Conference Room 7 Gamma was where they held their weekly all-hands, and the light flickered. Pendleton had stopped noticing it somewhere around day 7. It was day 142 of what the Zone Authority's official administrative record now called the Quadrant 7 integration period, and what the rest of the galaxy was still working out what to call, because the galaxy had not previously had a category for the situation it was currently in and was building the vocabulary in real time. The Central's administrative partition had restarted on day 98, 48 hours after TAC 001 was accepted, exactly as specified in the Treaty's Appendix 1, Clause 3, which the Council's Legal Division had reached in their review by day 97, and which had been the first appendix provision they had located that they understood with complete certainty. The restart had been clean. The star claim conversions had been suspended pending the treaty's resolution protocol, which was in Appendix 4, which the Council's Legal Division had reached by day 111, at which point they had flagged it to the Council's Administrative Division, which had filed the appropriate suspension notice, which was a Form SC-12, which had a 2-week processing window, which meant the first conversions had been held at the threshold for exactly long enough to demonstrate that the threshold was real, and the 14-month clock had been running and would continue running until the Form SC-12 completed, which it had on day 126, and the conversion process was now formally suspended pending the Omniform Q restructuring that was Appendix 6, Section 2, Clause 14, which the Council's Legal Division had not yet reached, but which Pendleton's team was prepared to walk them through at the scheduled consultation on day 150. The consultation was in the calendar. Everything was in the calendar now. The war room on the Galactic Core Administrative Hub, the one with the tactical displays and the rotating holographic star charts and the command seating arrangement that had been designed to project authority to anyone who entered it, had been repurposed on day 105, 3 weeks after the treaty acceptance, when the Zone Authority's integration team had arrived with floor plans and partition specifications and a requisition for furniture that had been processed through the standard procurement channel and approved in 14 days. The tactical displays were still there, behind the partitions, because removing them was a separate project that was in the facility modification queue, and had not yet been scheduled. From the right angle, in certain lighting conditions, you could see the edge of a star chart hologram glowing faintly through the gap between two partition panels. Most people had stopped noticing it around day 120. The partitions were beige. The furniture was standard issue Zone Authority specification, which was to say functional and neutral and exactly the kind of furniture that does its job without drawing attention to itself, which was, Pendleton had noted in his facility design memo, the correct aesthetic for a processing center. The fluorescent lights in the main floor ran in rows of 12, which created a particular quality of overhead illumination that was even and slightly flat and entirely without the dramatic blue glow of the crystalline matrix architecture that the hub had previously used for lighting, and which had been, in retrospect, a lighting design more suited to conveying the authority of an ancient and absolute power than to reading documents accurately and without eye strain. The main floor had 42 workstations. 29 of them were currently occupied. Supreme Commander Vrax, Regional Director Quadrant 7, Liaison Division, effective day 109, which was when the treaty's Appendix 3 personnel integration provisions had come into force, was at Workstation 14 in the third row from the left at 0847 hours, when his headset produced the soft chime that indicated an incoming call in the administrative support queue. He had been at his workstation since 0800, which was his scheduled start time, and he had been reading the briefing materials for the day's first consultation, which was a Xylosian Outer Rim administrator who had a permit backlog that had accumulated during the central downtime and who needed guidance on the Form SC-12 suspension process. Vrax put the briefing materials aside and answered the call. Zone Authority Quadrant 7 Liaison, Regional Director Vrax speaking. How can I direct your call? His voice had the quality of someone who has said this sentence enough times that it no longer costs him anything to say it, which was not the same as the quality of someone who does not notice saying it, because he noticed every time, but the noticing had become something he filed rather than something he expressed, the way you file the flicker of a fluorescent light that has been in the maintenance queue for 11 days. I'm going to need to put you on a brief hold, Administrator. One moment. He pressed the hold button. He noted the hold time. He flagged the call for callback within the 4-minute service standard that the treaty's Appendix 3, Section 7 specified for administrative liaison support calls. He returned to the briefing materials. His headset, which was a standard Zone Authority headset in matte gray, had a small label on the left earpiece that read, in his own handwriting, VM, RD7, 800-1700. He had written the label himself on day 109 following the integration team's orientation session on workstation identification protocols. The label was, at day 142, slightly worn at one corner from regular use, and he had not replaced it. Kalen was at workstation 22, 2 rows behind and to the right, reviewing the incoming consultation queue for the week and cross-referencing it against the treaty's Appendix 4 provisions that the Council's legal division was currently working through, so that the integration team's consultation schedule could be built around the sections the legal division was likely to reach and flag in the next 10 days. It was detailed work. It required reading both documents simultaneously and building a map of their interdependencies, which was, Kalen had found, a skill that had transferred directly from the work he had been doing since day 1. The work of reading human administrative documents carefully enough to understand what they actually said as distinct from what they appeared to say, which was a distinction that had become increasingly important to his professional function and increasingly less surprising to encounter. He had, somewhere in the preceding 42 days, stopped being surprised by the distinction. He had not stopped finding it instructive. Appendix 4, Section 9 is going to flag next week, he said, to no one in particular, because Vrax's headset was on, and there were 3 other integration team members within earshot who would hear the information and note it, which was how the floor operated. A continuous low-register exchange of procedural information in the specific key of people who are maintaining a complex system together and have learned to communicate about it efficiently. Section 9 has a 45-day council action requirement. Clock started on day 98. He did a brief calculation. They have 9 days. Flag it for the consultation on 150, said integration team member Dr. Chen without looking up from workstation 20. and send them a courtesy reminder. Section 9 has a penalty provision in subclause 4. Already drafted, Kalen said. He sent the reminder. He noted the send time. He returned to his cross-reference map. Pendleton's office was at the end of the main floor, behind a glass partition that was not frosted, which meant that anyone on the floor could see into it and he could see out, which was a design choice he had specified in the facility plan because it was the correct design choice for a processing center where information needed to move freely, and visibility was a function of the system rather than an exception to it. The office had a desk that was the same specification as the workstation desks, a chair that was the same specification as the workstation chairs, a filing cabinet that was full, 2 additional filing cabinets that were mostly full, a whiteboard that had not been erased in 16 days because the information on it was still current, and erasing it would require updating it, and the update could wait until the information changed. And on the desk, next to the console and the clipboard, and the current day's file stack, a ceramic mug that said, "World's Best Boss," in a font that suggested it had been produced for an Earth novelty market at some point in the preceding 3 decades, and had been given to Pendleton by Dr. Newfor on day 100 as a gesture that occupied the space between a joke and a sincere assessment. He drank from it every day. It held the correct volume of coffee. He was stamping forms at 0900 hours. Not every form that crossed his desk required a stamp. Many were processed entirely through the Zone Authority portal, case numbered and routed and filed without physical intervention. But the treaty's Appendix 2 had established a category of high significance administrative actions that required a physical authorization stamp from the Zone Authority's senior administrative officer, which was Pendleton, and which was a category that had been his own specification, included on the grounds that some actions should require a human being to pick up a stamp and look at a document and make a physical mark on it. Because the physical mark was a record in a way that a digital confirmation was not, and records were what the system ran on. The stamp was a heavy rubber stamp in a wooden handle, approved in block capitals, and he pressed it with the specific deliberate force of someone who has done this action many times and has arrived at the exactly correct amount of force for a clean impression. The form received its impression. He set it on the completed stack. He picked up the next form. He stamped it. He set it on the completed stack. He picked up the next. Through the glass partition, the main floor ran its morning at the pace of a system that has found its rhythm. The fluorescent lights hummed their even hum. The headsets produced their soft chimes. Kalen updated his cross-reference map. Vrax returned his held call and walked the Xylosian administrator through the SC-12 suspension process in the specific, unhurried voice of someone who has explained this process before and has learned exactly where the points of confusion are and how to address them before they become questions. At Workstation 31, a junior integration team member was preparing the agenda for the Day 150 consultation, working from the briefing materials that Kalen's cross-reference map had flagged, structuring the session around Appendix 4, Section 9's action requirement, and the penalty subclause, and the 15-day action window that now had 9 days remaining. The agenda would be reviewed by Pendleton before end of business. It would be reviewed for completeness, accuracy, and the specific quality that Pendleton had described in the integration team's orientation on Day 105 as appropriate weight. The quality of a document that communicates the importance of its contents without overstating it, because overstating was imprecise and precision was what the system required. The star chart hologram glowed faintly through the gap in the partition, in the blue-white light of a display that had been mapping the Council's inhabited systems since before the integration period began. From Pendleton's desk, through the glass, in the right light, you could see a sliver of it, one edge of one spiral arm, a cluster of systems, the faint trace of the hyperlane routes that connected them. All of those systems were pending Appendix 4, Section 2, Clause 14's resolution, in the omniform queue under provisional title claim. All of them. 83% of the inhabited galaxy in a queue, waiting for a process that was in the treaty that the Council had accepted in order to stop the pain, and which the integration team was preparing to walk the Council's legal division through on Day 150 at the scheduled consultation. which was in the calendar, which was shared, which everyone could see. Pendleton stamped the last form on the current stack. He set it on the completed pile. He picked up his mug, the world's best boss mug, 3 months old, slightly stained inside from regular use, the correct volume, the correct temperature at this hour. And he looked out through the glass partition at the floor, at the 42 workstations and the 29 people working them, and the fluorescent lights and the headsets, and the calendar on the main display that showed the next 14 days of consultations and deadlines and courtesy reminders and action windows. And he thought about the hangar bay of the Undying Dominion on day 1, and the folding table, and the carbon paper, and the box with Form 8B/9 in triplicate, and the Supreme Commander who was now at Workstation 14 returning administrative support calls within the 4-minute service standard. He thought about the 64-bit integer and the Protocol 7 alpha transfer and the accept button and the appendices with deadlines that nobody had read yet and the appendices after those. He thought about Dr. Tanaka's ecological model and the moth that had never existed and the 32 green points against 6,000 gray ones that were, by now, significantly more green because the survey was still running and the grid was methodical and the engineers were thorough. He thought about the fuel convoy that had cleared orbital holding on day 99 and was now operating on a Zone Authority-approved routing schedule that was, by every metric the logistics division had, more efficient than its original planned approach. He thought about the treaty on the wall of the High Council chambers, the physical copy, the triplicate, taped to the wall because the mounting hardware for the frame had been on back order and someone had used tape while waiting, and the tape had held, and the frame had arrived, and nobody had removed the tape because the tape was load-bearing now. He drank his coffee. It was warm. He had poured it at 0843 and the mug held temperature better than the thermos. The fluorescent light in conference room 7 gamma flickered. The maintenance case was FM7G0441. It was in the queue. It would be addressed when it was addressed. At Workstation 14, Vrax completed the SC-12 walkthrough and confirmed the Xylosian administrator's next steps, and noted the follow-up date in the case file, and closed the call and removed his headset and made a note and put his headset back on, because the queue had another call. The call chimed. He answered. Zone Authority Quadrant 7 Liaison, Regional Director Vrax speaking. How can I direct your call? Outside the hub's observation ring, the galaxy turned. It had been turning for 142 days of integration period, and for 10,000 years of council governance before that, and for several billion years before that, in the patient and entirely self-possessed way of things that do not require an administrative framework to continue existing, but which have one now regardless. And the framework was 42 workstations and fluorescent lights and a calendar and a stamp and a mug that said World's Best Boss. And it was, by every metric the Zone Authority's performance tracking system measured, and the Zone Authority's performance tracking system measured everything. Functional. Pendleton set his mug down. He picked up the next form. He looked at it. He stamped it. Approved, in block capitals, clean impression, exactly the correct force. They gave us the stars. All we had to do was ask them to fill out the requisition form,